generations, they just had it for so long. They don't really have to even make that much to maintain their lifestyle, even if they had the property when they bought it ages ago for a couple grand, it's now worth millions. No,
Mm. You know, you can't force a chicken to lay more eggs, but you can force a man to give you his eggs. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we're the guy that's being forced to give our eggs. Our children, our families are alive, right? Yeah, and I think the fear propaganda is like, there's so many of them going on at the same time too now. It's like the pandemic. Holy crap, there's something that's going to kill us, the virus. And then there's these, cyber attack, UFO. Oh my gosh, China's going to kill us all. And now UFOs, right? Aliens are going to kill us all. So, I'm still waiting for the zombie apocalypse, man. I'm like, but please let it be a zombie apocalypse. Please.
I thought that was going to be 2 years ago. It pretty much was already. We've had it already, man.
But what if out of the blue, freaking zombies start walking around, right? Yes! Get back, it'll seal. We're doing this. Got my
Do you go to a
post-apocalyptic.
local? Do you go to a local like Woolies or Coles or something like a big shopping center or shopping?
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
a
like do
Woolies.
you remember? Do you remember like 2 years ago you would go there, right? And obviously you're not masked up, but you turn a corner around the aisle, and the jump scares you'd get. Oh my god, it was hilarious.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't go to the, yeah. I
oh,
made
you
it a
didn't go?
thing.
Oh, it was the best experience, man.
Yeah, are you serious? Now I'm like regretting it. Fuck, that would have been epic
Just
troll time, man.
you've got
Fuck.
like 100 people in this massive shop, and you're the only one without a mask. You're just smiling,
Yeah,
your big grin on your face. All these people are like avoiding you. Like
I would have
it
came
was the
across,
best.
across the corner like, brains.
Praise.
Brains. See what happens. Oh
Uh,
my god, zombie. Yeah. Yeah. I
you
mean,
missed
if you,
out on an experience of a lifetime then.
I know. I'm sure there are many to come.
I don't know about this. I hope not, in the sense that it was retarded, but it's a big gift, that's for sure. It's like,
I was more shocked at how people, reacted. That people are actually acting like they do in the movies. I was like shocked that the predictive programming worked so well. It's like, holy crap, it works. It's like, fuck. I feel like moving on to the country now, man. I don't want to be in the middle of a stampede when people go stupid for nothing. Shit.
yeah, I felt the same. That's why I bought a rural place. It's like 3 hours from
Hey,
Sydney. Oh my
fucking
god.
build a bunker. Fucking dig, build a bunker just in case they fucking, like, just in case.
Dude, I bought a rural place. I got a gun license. Started growing my own food. Even doubled my food output. It's like
It's
I
not
was
a bunch
prepared,
of
man.
fucking, but
What was that?
it'll do. Yeah.
You know what the sad thing is? Like, when they let up, they didn't go. It's sad they didn't go far enough, because I feel
Yeah.
like if they just did 3 more months into the school year, then it would have woken so many people up. It's like they towed the line all the way to the end, and then they knew they couldn't push any further because they were gonna like lose too many people. And
What? I think it was a successful operation. If you were trying to gather data and gauge the people's reaction, I think it went very well.
Oh, for
Everything
sure.
went smoothly. That's what I think.
And then
Next.
the quickness that they just dropped everything,
Hmm.
psychological as well.
Yeah. And how quickly people
Everything.
shifted to the next thing rather than worry about the previous thing that's still supposed to have killed everybody, right? Like, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa. Didn't you guys learn fucking from the last time? You guys fucking treating each other like a bunch of idiots, acting like animals in the goddamn store. You guys didn't learn anything? Like, you're fucking savages. You freaking uncivilized people. Savages.
No, they learned how to conserve their toilet paper usage. They
Which aisle to attack first, right?
yeah. Oh, dude, there was a period there where they had like seniors only were allowed to go between 8 and 10 o'clock or something like that. So my mother-in-law would go in. She'd buy all this toilet paper and just drop it off. It's like so stupid. Oh, she
What's this for? Paul, I didn't. Everybody was taking the toilet paper, and they didn't want us to be without toilet paper. Here's the toilet paper. But Mom, we need food, not toilet paper.
yeah.
It's all right. Just take
Oh, don't worry. My mother-in-law is quite a wog, so she drop off food as well. Don't worry about that.
it. Hey,
She's
like, well,
ethnic
at least we get some,
as they
at
come.
least you're cool. Well, don't worry. When I go in there, I'm protected and stuff. I wear armor. I've got a gun and a sword. Yeah, I'm good. Don't worry about me. You guys make sure you have enough. Like, dang. Yeah, people will be the most dangerous, threats if shit hits the fan. Like other people, their neighbor.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I said to my wife. Like, if shit was gonna go down, yeah, we have all these garden beds and we can feed ourselves, but that's not the problem. The problem is gonna be people stealing our food and just taking it. Like, you know what I mean? That's
exactly.
not. It's not.
Exactly.
It's not the actual food itself. It's being a target surrounded
Yeah.
by people, and it's like that. That was our. That's the fear factor. But the cool thing with that fear factor, the great thing that came out of it was that we we put things in place. So we had a bug out place. We had all these things, and now it's like a retreat for us. We just so
Yeah. Go fishing. Yeah, if you want to go out.
we,
Yeah.
we bought into a different kind of fear. That's the thing. We bought into a different fear of and then acted accordingly.
Yeah. But like what happened? That if martial law, something happens where martial law is to be declared, the food is going to run out real fast at the supermarkets wherever people think food is, and then the next target is anyone else who has food. It means anyone with farms or might have supplies. People might even hurt people, to get food if they're that desperate. I mean, if it gets worse. So, but how long is that going to last? How long do you think it's going to take before a city fucking destroys itself? Dead. Like I think in a matter of months. If something like that was to happen, that's how so much control has to be maintained over people. The bewildered the bewildered herd. That's what they call it. Psychology, mob mentality. The order. There's no order because when there's no leaders, right, and there's no order, everyone is for themselves. Everyone thinks what they're doing is right, and that's martial law.
The leader is not the most logical, safest bet. The leader is the one that's going to feed you tonight and your family. So it's like you're going to put all your leader's going to end up just being the biggest, strongest person with the most willing to hurt and take from others. So it's not. But you know, we didn't get to that stage.
Well, it's going to be the guys with the biggest guns. First of all, they're the ones who are going to be saying, all right, we need a leader. And it's going to be one of us. You know, there's no choosing the right leader. The leader is the guy with the guns, with the might, right? Might makes right in that situation. And, you know, people will be crying out for order, for some kind of a solution. Give us anything, right? Even give us the devil. We don't care. Help us. I mean, this is what people cried out in the 90s on Newsweek and in Middle East, right? I was like, really? It's not propaganda? People are actually saying this? Look at them. Fucking desperate. And guess who will appear on the scene to solve all the problems? Someone very, very, very special. Very capable. Very smart. Wicked smart. With all the solutions. You want somebody who can organize and manage and provide solutions. Yes. The guy that's going to feed everyone. The guy with a plan. The man with the plan. Who is that? Who in here has a plan? It's not us. We're just normal people that get sick and die. Can't even think straight because you can't eat. It's not going to be one of us. It's going to be somebody very special, very capable, very resourceful, very fit to lead. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm talking about the Antichrist, but a lot of people might be thinking the AI. It's like, I don't know what that looks like. I'm still here with you guys in the present. So. What happens when reality is irrelevant? What happens when no matter how much you try to show people that the table is flat, not curved, right? What happens when people say it doesn't matter? Define reality. You know, you gotta ask, what the hell am I doing? I can't even talk to people about reality. You know, you slap them across the face and they're like, that's just electrical signals being sent to my brain being interpreted as pain. Yeah, it means move your face when my hand comes at it. Yo, but it's not reality. Right? You slap them again. Ouch, that's more signals being interpreted by my brain as pain. Yeah, it means move your face when my hand comes in. Let's try this a third time. Third time is a charm. Dodges. Why did you dodge? Because you didn't want to feel reality. I meant to say was I didn't want to feel the signals being sent to my brain and interpreted as pain. That's reality. Reality is somebody's interpretation of my experience. Jump off the cliff. It's good for you. Everyone's doing it. Don't worry. When you fall and hit the ground, those are just electrical signals being sent by your brain, interpreted as pain and death. Don't worry. It'll be all right. It's all just a simulation, right? Reality is irrelevant. What do we say then? Well, now you can say the earth is up here. Now you can say the earth is a potato. Whatever you want to say. You can't even say it's a flat disk in space. You can say it's anything. It doesn't matter anymore to people. What matters is how they interpret it. How many ways can you interpret a slap to your face? One way, right? You dodge, block, you slap back. Why? Because that's reality. Where else do you experience it? When you sleep, in your dreams? When you're dead? When your eyes are open? When your body is walking around but your brain is dead? What? Sleeping? zombieing around, right? Lugging that old tired meat suit, perform work, right? You don't even know how to use that meat suit. Back is broken because you don't know how to lift properly because you develop bad habits because no one taught you how to lift. Because now you need a doctor, so you go to the fucking doctor for your back because you don't know how to use that flesh, that suit, meat suits, right? And the doctor you says, "Do you take this?" Doesn't even point out that you don't know how to use your back properly, use your legs to lift with. This is just one problem all men deal with. Anybody here got back problems? Anybody here 40 and got back problems? Anybody here 30 and got back problems? Exactly. You don't even know how to use the meat suit to perform work properly because you were never taught. Simplest things in life, eh? Fuck
I'm still
everything.
in my 20s and I got back problems.
Exactly.
It's
They don't
rough
even
out.
teach us how to do things properly so we can go see the doctor more often.
I don't go.
All these. Yeah. Well, what's up with your back problems, man? Not
Yeah.
using the legs? Yeah.
Just, life, I guess. I don't know. I got a really bad bed.
Yeah. I bet you if you learned how to use your back properly earlier, you'd still be feeling invincible, right?
What does that mean? Or use my back properly? Like how? Like lift with your legs and now you're back?
Yes. If that was a thing in PE, right? And not fucking just throwing balls around. If learning about how to use the structure of the body.
You might want to check and see if the participants are able to use their brain first. I wish someone had taught me how to do that. 'Cause I apparently was not taught how to use my brain properly.
Exactly. That's where I was, Sonny. Exactly. And if we don't know how to use our bodies properly, what makes anyone think they know how to use their mind properly? We don't even know how to feed the body. How do we know what to feed the mind? Bullshit. Feed it bullshit every day. Don't know why. I think bullshit is tastier or something to the mind, right? Just like sugar and candy is tastier to the body, right? With diabetes and shit. What happened? I don't know. Yeah, we've been brainwashed since we were little how not to use anything properly, so you break down more easily, right? Then you go back and buy that new phone because the old phone is broken, right? Then the next year comes, this phone gets broken, and you go back and buy a new phone. Every time you buy a new phone, it comes with new things to track you better, right? To make you sick better, to make you more susceptible to diseases faster, right? To weaken your immune system. It's perfect. Who planted this? It surely is not the work of some guy or a group of men, degenerate men who don't think straight. It has to have come from somewhere else. I'm not saying aliens, but I think they could be aliens. I'm not saying they're demons or spirits, but feels like it. I'm not saying the world is possessed by some kind of spirit of globe, but it seems like it. Yeah. And you guys thinking like listening and believing lies is the same thing as writing really bad code? Just doesn't work?
It's worse than just not attaining the end you desire. It's immoral.
Right. It's deception is exactly stealing your soul and life. So you have to believe that.
We want to help rid you of that demon globe spirit you have that's infested your minds in the multitudes. Experts are standing by.
How do you get a man, right? Just give you his family to program, to control. Like this.
Deception, seduction, coercion.
Yes. Subversion. You appeal to his vices. That's how you do it, eh? Give him alcohol. Give him sex. Give him all the things a man should not be doing. And then you take away his God. And he won't care what happens to his family. You've subverted him. Made him betray himself and his family and everything he cares about. Now all he wants is power, money, me. Nihilism. I mean, without our families, without that, I mean, what the hell are we? What is the meaning to all this bullshit without family, without love? Why does anyone do anything if it's not for love?
That is the most important question, far more important than the flat earth question.
Yes. Well, yeah. Why go on? Why hope?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Sorry.
I would rather live on a globe earth with love than a flat earth with no love.
Oh, yes. I would live anywhere with love than anywhere without love, of course. I mean, it's why we do anything. We do things because we love, right? Why? But what are we doing? Do we know what we're doing? And we know the why. I go to work. I want to feed my family. What? Trying to survive. That's why I do it. But what are you doing? Stuff. I mean, stuff I gotta do. Stuff people to pay me to do. It's because I love my family. That's why I have to go out and do these things. Even lie to people if I have to. Because you love your family. Because you love yourself. That's the culture that's been created. That's the plan. To turn everybody into a nihilist. Albert Pike, I mean, I've been reading that shit, man. I'm like, fuck, man. Everything this guy said and planned out here, laid out, is fucking happening right now. Is it? Or are you just seeing things? Like, it's fucking happening. Nihilism? What, religions destroying each other? Specifically, Christianity and Islam? And out of it, a new light? What is this new spirituality people are talking about that's not Jesus? Hey, So
Nihilism being the second to last step.
Yep.
The last step is autotheism, as academic scholars would put it. Again, the same demonic, satanic lie that was told to humans in the beginning, which they continue to fall for.
Yep. Knowledge, eh? Seduced by knowledge. The fear of unknown.
I would argue that autotheism, as it were, is worse than nihilism, because to tell me that I'm God and yet I'm in this miserable situation, this is godliness. This is the supreme state of being.
Yep.
That's abhorrent.
Yep.
And it's a mockery of everyone who is suffering the evils that they're suffering.
Well, we got to define God. When people say that, I ask them, what do you mean, God? Because I'm pretty sure if I get shot in the head, I'd be dead. Like, so what do you mean, God? Right? Got to define that.
Yeah.
They got to define it. Because when we say God, we can define it. We're talking about the Creator, something that we are made after His image, but where we can define it. But when they say God, I'm like, what do you mean by that? Because Eminem says he's a rap god. These basketball players, they say they're gods. Now you're saying I'm a god. Like, what the hell is going on here? What does that mean?
People are saying the term in various different senses, even though everyone knows what that term means. But suppressing knowledge of the truth and unrighteousness, they insist on saying it in another sense, contrary to the sense that they know it to mean, which is why anytime someone demonstrates any measure of pride or arrogance, people will immediately, without any hesitation, retort back at them and carpet them saying, what do you think you are, God? Because everyone knows that to behave as though you are infallible and above scrutiny and above reproach is the attitude of a God. To behave as though you yourself are a law unto yourself and the standard everyone else should adhere to. Everyone knows that's what the God is.
Yep. And I think that's the message that they're pushing as well. With science or quantum, the Kabbalah. It's the same thing. You ascend and become a god, whatever that means. Knowing things. What do you know? What do you know? You know you're gonna die. That's all you know. God. No, you're gonna die and you have to pay taxes. That's it. You know what the dead know? You know what the dead know? Nothing. It's the dead. And you know what the living know? That they're gonna die.
That they will
That's all we
die.
know. Yeah. That's all we know. Right? God. Yeah. Let's define that. Batman. The Batman vs Superman movie. Batman says something to Superman that kind of piqued my interest. He's like, as he was, about to kill Superman with the spear of kryptonite, he said, "You're no god, right? You're not even a man." Right? And he said, "Men are brave. You're not." You know what I mean? I was like, whoa, who are you talking to, Bruce? Like, wait, that's a little personal. What does Bruce think he is? God? Like, bro. This is Superman you're talking to. This is God you're talking to, Batman. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're going to be the man that kills God? Give me a break. You're a middle-aged fucking guy with daddy issues. Like, what the hell? You got issues, bro. You're insane, man. You know what I mean? Like, this is the attitude.
Long is stupid.
Yeah. This is the attitude people leave with, that they can defeat God, right? That God doesn't know what it's like to be me. I have to put up with these real problems. I have to suffer. I have to survive. Who is he? He thinks he can just come down here and live a life and just go back to heaven. Well, you're God. You're not a man. You don't know. You can't relate. But, that's not the point, right? The point was Jesus fully became a man, meaning he left the God part out of it. Like when you read about him suffering while they were whipping his back open, he felt that like a man would. When he went over and saw Lazarus who died and he cried, he felt that because he loved Lazarus. He was fully man and fully God. And he's faithful. And you have to think about it. With Jesus, you think Jesus cheated? What do you mean? You think he numbed the pain type of thing? So like, what you think he's gonna go pray to his father and cry and bleed blood? Sweat blood? You think that he would fake it? You know what I mean? It's not in his character to cheat. The things he's gone through. So I think Batman was wrong when he said that. We are made in his image. We are experiencing his feelings and the things he would do. It's a privilege to live in this body and experience the world as is. we're here arguing about the shape of the Earth, which is something we shouldn't. It's not even an argument, right?
Well, because there is no shape of Earth. Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. Right, Bong? But as far as the story, with Jesus, when he went to Nazareth and he preached before the people that he grew up with, he was like, he preached in the temple, which was like, oh, you're a rabbi. It's just like, well, he was a rabbi the whole time, because he was a rabbi in Jerusalem. You remember when he was lost in Jerusalem, right? And his parents had to go on their trip, and it was like, oh, well, we have to leave. Jesus in Jerusalem, we don't know where he's at. And it's like, oh, we were so worried about you. It was like, no, didn't you know I would be in the house of my father? Do you remember that one, Bong? But anyway,
Yeah.
So when he went back to Nazareth, and he taught from the book of Isaiah. I'm that one. I am the Messiah. And they were like, "You sure you want to say that?" And guess what happened? What happened after he said that? Right?
God, right?
They wanted to throw him over a cliff and kill him.
He's like, that's exactly what I am saying. That's what he said, and that's why they killed him. And I was like, in your face, Batman.
But I must say this, if y'all insist on saying the premise that the Earth does not have a shape, or that any material object in question does not have a shape, there will be an astute globalist or anti-theist of some kind, or in this instance a globalist, that will have his or her categories straight and expose that absurdity. If you insist on saying that the Earth does not have a shape, that necessarily implies the Earth does not exist.
No,
I think it does exist.
But for them to make a claim that we're saying Earth is 2D, that's a ridiculous statement. That's not what we're saying at all.
Yeah.
So yes, of course, Earth has above and below the waters, right? I mean, that's described in the first instance in the Bible. I mean, in the first chapter.
Hate English stuff. Every time you say something, people get confused so easily. I mean, the word.
They understand this. They've heard it before. Every American, everyone that speaks English has heard the first chapter of Genesis. They know in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. Boom, boom, boom. Up to the first few chapters of Genesis, they know exactly what we're saying, but what they want to do is try to confuse about it. They want to confuse other people about it, because they know that they want to tell other people, wow, flat is 2D, right? Hey, and you know what? I agree with them. Flat is 2D. Now, level, it's just like a piece of paper. It's still 3D because it has a thickness, right?
Yeah, it's the word shape. I think it's because
flat isn't strictly two-dimensional either. Flat is a property of an object.
Yeah.
There could be flatness upon the surface of a two-dimensional object or a three-dimensional object.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in three-dimensional object, there's a reference point where it's flat. But in 2D, it's just flat. It's just two dimensions. It's either a square, triangle, rectangle, freaking trapezoid. Anyway.
You don't have to say flat. I think that's why I don't like using the word. But
because 2D is not flat. It's just 2D. It's 2D, or it's 3D, right? So in a 3D representation, there's a reference point.
You will know geometry. But what I'm saying is, instead of arguing about a thing that's inside a thing, like a shape inside of a vacuum, right? Instead of arguing about that, we can just talk about how we have been lied to, that there can be flat surfaces on a ball, and that the Earth is a ball. I mean, that's it. You don't need to talk about shapes, because when you say shape, you're saying something somewhere. or I could outside to see the whole thing, right? Like I'm God or something.
Yeah, go ahead, Gregory. I want to hear what you have to say about that. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, there is a difference between shape and flat. Shape is a property, and flat is a property, but shape is the category of the kind of extension in space that the object has. So an object has shape because it is in some way extending in space. Flatness is more specific.
It certainly can't be what it's not, right?
Of course.
Water
unless it's changed into something else. But flatness is a more specific property. It's a more specific geometric property where the surface on one of the surfaces, at least one of the surfaces or more of the shape of the object is equally, right? Every point on its surface is equal in its elevation. No point is higher or lower than another on the surface. So flatness is a property of a surface. Flatness is the property of a surface on a shape of an object. So we live on the surface of the face of the earth, and the surface of the face of the earth is generally topographically flat or level. It doesn't concave up or down.
Yep.
It doesn't concave or convex up or down, or bend in any other direction.
You know what happens if we stop using the word flat earth? If we just stop using those words, you know what would happen? They would probably ask, why aren't you claiming the earth is flat? Because we're not, right? But what would happen after the end? Well, they'd go and check in, and they'd hear it for themselves, right? When they go check.
Like, what if I just said, what if I just said, hey, Earth is a level stationary plane?
You don't have to say that. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you don't have to say anything, because when they go check what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, what a surveyor says, what a pilot does, what all these people have to assume, right? They're going to find out that it says, you must assume a non-rotating plane to do this, to do that, to do this, to do that. So there's no reason, right, to even state the obvious, right? But what we should be saying is, the Earth is not a ball. Why not? Because balls look like this. Planes, and what we see looks more like a plane, right, rather than a ball. So, whoa, you guys are claiming the Earth is flat. No, you're totally taught to assume a non-rotating plane in the real world. We're not saying anything. All we're saying is the Earth cannot be a ball, because balls have curvature, and we just stick to that. Flat Earth never has to enter the conversation. The CIA and all the words, the magic words they coined to trigger people's brains to go off into space will never enter the conversation, because we'll just be focusing on how balls have curves, right? And the real world doesn't.
Sure. So you want to move the argument to just anti-globe instead of pro-flat, or
yes.
Both,
yes.
or
but this is another trap, though.
Go ahead.
This is another trap.
Gregory, let Gregory respond to that, please.
This is another trap where the only reason this term flat, when we have the discussion, is a controversy, is because the listener very frequently is not making a charitable interpretation as to what sense we are saying the term. The problem is not in the term. The problem is in the listener misinterpreting the term. It is so very easy to clarify in what sense we are saying flat in the context of talking about the geodesy of the face.
Same way with globe too. Yeah, flat or globe.
Yes. The problem is not the term. The problem is the uncharitable, sophistic, or at least fallacious listener not being charitable and rightly interpreting what sense we're saying the term. Now, that's another trap for us to fall into. Now we're playing rhetorical or terminological hopscotch, or whack-a-mole, as it were, where every time a term becomes misinterpreted, commonly misinterpreted, then we just abandon that term and switch to another term. Who's to say that won't happen with the next term that we switch to?
Can you get closer to your mic, Gregory? You're kind of breaking up a little bit. I think it's just because you're a little far away from your mic. Can you get a little bit closer?
Okay. Do I sound better?
Yeah, it sounds way better.
Okay, so What happens now is another trap, as it were, whoever is the mastermind behind it, or if it's just the collective depravity and fallacy of humans, where, okay, they making the word flat troublesome for us, so now let's switch to another word. But they won't make that word troublesome for us. Then we switch to another word, and then switch to another word, then switch to another word. Now it's just this ad infinitum changing of words as we try to make our
it's
point.
just like,
And that's really
it might hurt certain people that aren't really into the talk, especially, when they listen a lot, they might be misinterpreting the talk. Well, I can just believe that it's flat or a globe and it never makes any sense at all. But I can just go on believing it's a globe because these flat earthers and globies don't really know what they're talking about. So I just pick the globe side. I pick the flat side because it never becomes clear to them.
Right. We will start capitulating, which is what we do not need to be doing. We start capitulating to people's uncharitable and even at worst deliberate false interpretations of a very, very, very simple point that does no good to anyone. It just feeds in to their anti-flat Earth vitriol.
I get what you're saying, but
that's a good point.
I don't see it like that. I see it the way Sun Tzu says. You got to hold out baits for the enemy. It's like chess. Okay, like I make a move, you react. I make another move, you react. You just keep reacting to my moves, right? Using these terms, now you're using that term. So what I'm saying, it's like Christianity. To me, it's exactly like Christianity.
Hey, but check this out, Bong. Check this out, though.
They give us this
make it quick.
Of Christian. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, when new people come in here, they're not playing chess. They have questions. I'm like, why do you guys think
that's flat? I mean, we're reacting to these terms, right? We grab these terms and we say, well, this is the easiest way for people to, know that we're this.
Yeah, but a lot of flat earthers make it really difficult for them to understand what we're saying.
Yeah, it's the fastest way for them to know that we're these, like aluminum tinfoil hat wearing crazy people, like because they're pushing the term flat Earth. Whatever terms they coined, that's the term that people.
I'm not averse to the
so you're
term
a Christian,
flat Earth.
I'm not don't you believe in Jesus? Then you're a Christian. No, I'm not a Christian.
Hold on, check this out. A lot of people that we meet here, flat Earth or globe, they don't know shit about the globe or the flat Earth when they come in here. So
this is about.
So they're here to ask us questions why we think the Earth is flat, and then we show them how the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. And so, and we ask them questions about the globe and the flat, and they don't know shit. So it's just not like we're trying to convince them of something they don't already know.
You don't care about what the globe is.
Gregory, man, thank you for your input, brother. Gregory's got to go. Go ahead. Appreciate you, brother, man. You're welcome back anytime. I love Gregory, man. He's freaking awesome. He's an intellectual freaking powerhouse. I love that dude. Anyway, go ahead, Bong. I won't argue with you anymore.
They're not here. They're not here to learn about the globe, okay? They've already been taught the globe. They think they know it. They're not here. They're not interested in a globe. They're not interested in their model. They're here, right, to learn about why people think the Earth is flat.
I know, but while they're here, we get to actually
but look,
tell them that we all used to think the Earth was a globe too, and here's why. And then you can tell them, hey, is this why you think the Earth is a globe? And they're like, yeah. It's like, well, there's no physical evidence for that. So why would you think it's a globe when there's no real evidence for that?
I was watching this engineer that I respect. I learned a lot of mixing from him. He mixes rock music. And he's trying to explain to people how simple some things are. It's not simple. It's like, can you believe that there are people out there that think the Earth is flat? He just said that out of nowhere because in his mind that there are people out there that are stupid, and the stupidest people out there, like those people that think the Earth is flat. This is how these people come here. You know, they're not here to learn about the globe or lies. They're here to hear about this flat Earth they heard so much about, this disc going up in space that they've heard so much about. And they just want to ridicule how stupid people are for believing that shit. That's what they're interested in. They don't care about the truth. You just want to, you know, like, man, you guys are so stupid. I can't believe people like you exist. So that has to be, you gotta say, look, man, this is not what you think it is. You're in the wrong fucking room. This is not that place. We are not those people. You're dealing with totally different people here. So you can't let people come in, right?
Well, it's just like, I mean, you know, it's very complicated, but it can be simple. It's like, I used to be a glober. I changed my mind. Now I'm flat. Not because I'm in a religion or anything. It's just because I've taken a look at the information and I've chosen to believe my own eyes, what I see across Earth. The only place that I can see.
It's the propaganda. It's Flat Earth Society. They come in thinking we are Flat Earth Society believers, that we are that. They have no idea.
They don't. Not most of them. They don't know shit about anything. You know, a lot of them.
That's what they come in here with the idea of. So they're not ready to listen to anything we have to say about their globe. They just want to hear like us sound stupid. But once we let them know, okay, that they're dealing with something different here, we're not what you think we are, then maybe they might shut up their mind for a minute and see what the fuck they just walked into. You know, that's what I mean. Like,
they obviously come here because they're curious about why we think the Earth is flat, which is cool.
Yeah, but the terms "flat Earth" conjures up all the memories and the propaganda.
I'm not going to let go of it. A lot of people say, "Oh, let's." What the fuck else were you going to say? Oh, it's not flat. It's what? What is Earth? Well, and like I've said, how many times you've heard me say it, Bong? Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. Shape is not involved. Earth is Earth. But flat Earth is a trigger term to get people involved in the conversation.
Yes, and not in the conversation we are involved in, but in the conversations that they put out there to be had. You know, like, instead of saying, bro, you like, this is why I go back to the flat on balls, right? Bro, have you ever thought about flat surfaces on a ball? Doesn't exist. You'd fucking get an F. Your math teacher would tell you to fucking go check your eyes or something. Tell you
if the Earth ball is a certain size, how many flat spots can you measure on that ball before it becomes a globe?
Because that alone stops everything. That alone,
it's the Earth disco ball. Is that what it is? We're just measuring flat spots.
That is to launch yourself.
And by the way, I just unmuted. Max Smart was server muted. I just unmuted Max Smart. If you want to jump in and ask us some questions, he's got a VC verified role and Lincoln Bed role. So he seems sincere. So Max, you can get involved in the conversation. So you were server muted. I unmuted you.
You should play Let's Get Physical. Let's get physical.
Get physical.
I guess I jumped into a conversation yesterday. Is how I got myself muted.
No, that's cool, man. I mean, it happens. Shit, I get muted by moderators, and I'm a moderator, so it's all good. I got your mic set now, so you're good to go.
Thanks a lot, Helio. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Welcome back.
Bong, let me ask you. When you
I'm taking a smoke break. You and Bong go at it.
Do you remember first coming into the flat Earth and when you first heard about it? I mean, do you remember your experience?
Yes, I remember my experience vividly.
Did you kick and scream, or did you just come into the fold?
I went through the cognitive process painfully every day. Before I even opened up my mouth to voice any opinions, I was going through. First, I had the evidence. I knew that the Earth can't be a ball. Then I had like a whole month of waking up every morning and not believing that I'm living in a world where, right? Then my brain goes, the Earth is a ball, but isn't the Earth a ball? Like, is it? So I check every day. Is it though? Check. And even though I was sure it can't be a ball, I then ask about people like Einstein. What about the smart people that, they've all lied to us? So there was this long cognitive dissonance process that, I felt lost. Felt like I was lost. I even cried because I just, everything I knew couldn't explain anything when I saw the sun rising. I cried because I thought, this is why people worship the sun in the past, and this is why people worship it today. And I cried because we're still those people being lied to, like, as if we say things about people in the past being stupid, superstitious, but we're those same people. We're lost. Who knows when the sun is going to stop coming out? Because we're not on a ball in space spinning around that thing. What is that thing? You start not knowing things, and you start feeling lost again. Like you're freaking 5 years old again. No one to tell you about the world. And then there was the Bible sitting there, just always. That took a while. I couldn't believe it.
And did space just come along? Did the problem with space just fall into place, or was that something else you had to explore a little bit, or did it make sense?
It made sense before Flat Earth. I was the kind of glober Christian that was trying to explain the Big Bang. What's the uncaused cause? Only God could have created the Big Bang in such a way because this thing called fine tuning. The Big Bang causing Earth and life is impossible. Not even near anywhere possible. It's only a mirror. I was that guy. And then I tried to explain. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. So, because most of the time when a person wanders into this room with questions, unless they're a troll, and a lot of them are trolls, they genuinely have questions, and they'll be combative and they'll be defensive, because we'll be able to answer most of their questions. And there goes the cog dissonance, the rejection of the answers, because it has to take time to marinate. They have to explore it on their own. There has to be more development into this process, because everything in my entire life and everybody that I know in every school. So you're fighting the world, and you only have a small select group of people who have been labeled as crazy, telling you that you're crazy along with them, and we can prove it to you.
Yes.
And so it's a problem for a lot of people.
To anybody. Yeah.
So even when people are genuinely curious, they're going to have those violent defense mechanisms.
Yes. I felt that from my friend. My friend, he was on Nazi bases on the moon. He was in that rabbit hole. The minute I mentioned flat Earth, he fucking flipped out, man. Like straight went from 0 to 100. Like what the? He just went off at me, right? I was like, bro, I'm just telling you shit I'm hearing on the internet. Man, he started off. Moon bases. I'm like, where the fuck is this guy going? So people some people ask about the edge naturally. I'm like, you heard that on TV, movie, right? Well, it's like the edge of like the Earth and space, right? Thinking we're gonna, you know what I mean? It's hard to talk to anybody. I talked to my parents finally, and I got that vibe from them, like, all right, our son probably lost his mind, but hey, just get ready for Jesus when he comes back. As long as you guys are Jesus.
Where did we go wrong with Little Bong? What happened?
Just like, okay, that's fine. Okay, great. My dad says, oh, you mean like those crazy people on the TV? It's like, oh, no, they said anything too soon. Sorry.
My uncle stopped talking to me over it. My uncle is a heavy Christian. He watches a couple of people on television, and I try to point out the verses that I've learned in the Bible that would direct you to, that it's not a globe, that the four corners and and those sorts of. But I'm not that familiar with the Bible, so that's not something that I could really, uh, guide or direct anybody with too much.
What did he say about that? Did he say it was just, oh, God's just being poetic?
He told me that I'm wrong, and that he knows that I'm smarter than that, and I need to stop messing with him, and I need to come on board and go to church and read this Christian book with him. That was it. He didn't go for it.
That's exactly what I mean. You're smarter than that. What do you mean? Of course, I know a whole bunch of stuff from Star Wars. No. I mean, oh, you mean school? Yeah. I mean school. I know that too. Of course, I know that. But check it out. It's not real. Yeah, that's what they mean by smart. Like, can't be as stupid, right? It's like, what do you mean? Define stupid. Because I've memorized. You could put it to them like that. Look, I've memorized it. Like, I know it. Okay, does that make me smart?
In America, pretty much so, yeah.
Right? If I knew all the funny scenes from Austin Powers, right? Does that make me smart? Because I know it, right?
Practically a genius.
What do you mean smart, Uncle? You memorize stuff. So does my phone. My phone might be smarter than me because it holds like a terabyte of smartness.
You could give me the same answers that Google is going to give me, then you're a pretty smart cookie.
You mean smart like Google? You know what I mean? Don't get smart in the way. Like, that's okay. What do you mean by smart? Yeah. Smartphones.
Great.
Smart devices, right? It means it can hold and process data. Just like you can. Starting to believe we're the real AIs that they're trying to control. In the movie The Matrix, they made it look like energy that the machines farmed people to harvest the energy combined with some kind of nuclear fusion, blah, 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 blah. But when it was originally written, if you go research it, it was supposed to be that the computer, they used the brain's processing power because it's freaking unbelievable, like how it works. And they're like, I don't think people are ready for that. Let's change it to energy. Interesting, eh? When you think about what they use our brains for, they're harvesting us, our brains, our brain power to build the infrastructure, the matrix that will enslave our brains, that are building the matrix that enslaves our brains. And on to these Russian dolls, can't get, so you get so small that it breaks Moore's law, and then who knows what. This is, you know what I mean? It's crazy, but exactly what's happening to us, in my opinion. They're harvesting our talents and our brains. It's called school. It's like a factory. Pump out these manufactured products. This is a farmer. This is a fisherman. This is a lawyer. This is a drunk. Never mind him. He's a useless eater. This is you know what I mean? They're a product.
Let me ask you, do you really think that we're living in the most technologically advanced time that we've been on this earth? Because
No.
That figure out the pyramids. I think that you're the most tech when you can't figure out the things that came before you.
Exactly. You can, yeah. How can you be? How can you be more advanced than people that came before you if you can't even build or understand what they did, right?
Exactly. So I have my doubts about it. Or they know these things, and this is information that they just keep to themselves.
Yes. It's called knowledge management. It's an actual thing. Knowledge management systems. Compartmentalization. Yep. It's how all the kings
Knowledge
have ruled.
is power.
Yeah. You keep order by controlling information. What people perceive versus what is. The real reason why we do things versus the reason we tell the public why we do things. This is how you keep order and control in any organization, business, home, school, wherever you go. People maintain power with using information. The pen is mightier than the sword.
Hey Max, I know you have VC verified and you're new here. Are you leaning towards the flat Earth side, or you sound like a flat earther to me? But
I'm a flat earther.
are you
100%.
indifferent necessarily to the argument?
I mean, I don't necessarily like the term flat earther because I know that term is a denigrating term. It's meant in a derogatory fashion. And we accept that term.
I own it just because people just like,
and it's fine, but here's the thing. When we claim flat earth, though, they're going to want proof. And that's one thing that we cannot provide anybody is proof of anything, period. What we know is that the story that was sold to us is a lie. The dimensions of this globe Earth of the 25,000 in diameter and the 4,000 radius, it's bullshit. The 93 miles and looking into the past, when we look at this, all that's bullshit. We can prove that. We can prove that what you've told us is bullshit. Outside of that, you guys don't allow us to prove anything else. We're not allowed to explore anything or to see for ourselves. You need special permits. You need $30,000 permission slips.
Damn, it sounds like you're on the path, Max. Hey, and you know what? Here's a great opportunity for you. There's a couple of globies in here. I think they might want to talk. We have Precurious and Rhinoceros.
Let me respond to Max real quick.
Go ahead. But let's get to these globies before they leave. Come on.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. My question, right? The question is not like we don't have to prove anything because we're not making any claims, right? So the idea is that the Earth will always be assumed as a non-rotating plane, no matter what, right? And the claim is that it is a ball. So whenever a globie asks you, like, prove the Earth is flat, then, right? You have to correct him and say, you don't have to prove the Earth is flat. We use it as flat. What we have to prove is that the Earth is a ball. That's the claim. So the burden of proof will never be on you. It will always be on the person making the claim against reality.
Yeah, all of us experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. If you claim otherwise, you're just wrong.
And I would agree wholeheartedly with what each person has said. However, that's not the argument that you get from ignorant folk. And I was one of the ignorant folk, so I speak.
Yeah, so was I before I came across the topic. So it's all good. Hey, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to introduce Rhinoceros, if you're willing to talk, or Precurious.
Sure. Hello.
One of you, go ahead and open your microphone, and you can speak to us and ask us, your questions.
How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Hey, Seven.
Hey, what's up now? Welcome to the room.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've just been listening and I think Bong, you kind of, or no, I'm sorry, not Bong, the other person. What's your name? Precurious or sorry, I don't know. Either way, somebody said that you can't provide proof. All you can do is disprove the globe model. And I think that's what kind of makes it hard to talk about this stuff. because all you guys say is like it's not a globe, and then I would ask, okay, well, what is it?
Yeah, I think
or like, do you have a?
I think that was Bong that said that. So,
okay,
speak to him about that. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, and then I'll ask you, I'd ask for like a model so we can critique it, and like look over it, see if the evidence is sound, but you don't have one, and so it's kind of hard to have like the debate and the conversation. Do you know what I mean?
Well, think about it this way. Okay, think about the Earth just being us in our backyard with a big ass swimming pool. Okay, think about that. We look at the swimming pool. We know that the swimming pool is not curving at the surface. We know this. Okay. And then somebody comes into our house. Now we've never been out in the world before, and somebody comes into a house and says, "Did you know your swimming pool is actually curving like a ball?" Right? So from what we know, from our experience about water, right, how it's level at the surface, well, the first thing we know is that balls cannot have surfaces on it. I mean, curving surfaces, sphere, circle, whatever, parabola, a potato. If there's a curve on it, right, we know that it cannot have flat surface. It's constantly changing in angle. So the claim itself is one against math, illogical, and it's just not rational thinking. But to believe that, to take the next step and believe it, well, that's a big mistake, because we have not established that spheres can have flat surfaces on it, or spheres can appear flat when they're big enough. This is.
I'll give you an example.
Insane.
I gotta disagree with you right off the bat. There isn't a situation where a sphere can be perfectly flat, and if the radius is infinite.
So hold on. Bodies of water. He's talking about water. Talk about bodies of water displaying convexity on the surface. Let's not get too far out of the real argument. We're talking about, because most of the Earth they say is water. If there's convexity displayed by bodies of water, that's what Bong was talking about. Your swimming pool, of course, you're not going to see it because it's too small or whatever. How about the reservoir next door, or the fucking lake, that's 8 miles wide, or you go to the ocean, come on, man. This is not a hard argument to actually consider.
Before we can even go out and look for curvature, right, you have to convince my mind and the mind of most people, right, that 180 degrees, which is a straight line, okay, a straight line, versus a curving line, constantly changing. Okay, you have to convince the mind, even your mind, that this is possible, that this is something, can be a thing. Okay, that because you're saying that 180 degrees, that this curve is doing what is doing 180.
Actually, thinking about it again now, why don't we let him tell us what he thinks, and then we can critique that.
He just did. He wanted me to accept the lie. Okay?
No, man, I was just giving you an example.
Seconds. Maybe.
Let me take a shot at it. Can I take a shot at it, fellas? Rhino, what's up now? Okay, so
I want Max to talk.
This is Max.
Bong, can you let Max talk to me?
I think you came at it the same way I did, and I think you agreed with one of the points that I said when I said that we can disprove the globe, but we have a hard time proving a flat Earth, right?
Yes.
I think that's where you came into the discussion from that perspective.
Yeah, you were the one who I was trying to quote. So.
Okay.
It's not.
So given that, right, we have to start scaling back what we think we know, right, and what we actually know. So in your life, in your experience, how do you experience your life on this earth? Has it been experienced as a flat stationary plane, or has it been featured or experienced in another way to you, personally?
Personally, flat and stationary. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and so I had to come to that same conclusion, right? That I experienced it flat and stationary. And since I can disprove the information that was given to me that we were all indoctrinated with, and go against, the consensus that this is some sort of globe, as hard as that is, in my experience, I've experienced it. So once you go out and you start doing like little tests just to go do some visual tests to see if you can see curvature from anywhere. And you realize that you can't, right?
Yeah.
You also realize that the astrophysicist, the leading astrophysicist, mouthpiece Neil deGrasse, also tells you that there's no way possible that you should be able to see curvature on this planet, in a plane, in a balloon, or any other way. That's what the leading astrophysicist says about this. Now, I'm not going to dispute the leading astrophysicist. Now, I don't subscribe to these guys, so let's be clear on that. And I don't even subscribe to that most of the planet is water. I haven't seen most of the planet for all I know, or most of the plane. What I can tell you is what we can experience and what we can actually go out and do.
Yeah, look, fair enough. I mean, yeah, if you just want to sit with what you can observe with your own eyes, that's fair. But you know what? Sometimes, like, what we see with our own eyes doesn't mean that's actually what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we observe it as flat and stationary, but like it could be a pyramid and we're just on one side of it. That doesn't mean you're just saying you perceive the world as flat. That doesn't mean it's flat.
So
it could be
I understand what you're saying.
Number of shapes.
I understand what you're saying.
That's fucking stupid.
Flat is not a shape. Flat is not a shape. Okay, it's a description more than it is a shape. So it could be a bunch of different things if you want to take that approach. But it's not just what we see with our own eyes, it's what we go out and test, right? There have been tests, experimental tests, there have been visual measurements taken, there have been actual measurements taken. They have the salt flats, I believe there are, that's like a mirror, There's a lot of ways that you can go verify that you're not on a pyramid, if that's what you want to verify. You can verify that you're not on the globe. You can verify that you're not on a triangle.
Let's go over one.
That you're not.
Let's do one.
Over one.
Can you do? So what's one? Well, you just said there's a lot of experiments you can do. Can you name one?
I'm sure a lot of the folks here can help me out with that aspect. That's not really my forte. I'm more of a basic understanding, sort of, can we reason with you? Are you a reasonable person, and can you be reasoned with? And if you can, then you may be able to understand our perspective. And I know it's going to be a lot to take, because to change like that, when you've been experiencing one thing in your life, to be told that it's something different when everybody else is telling you that, no, it's what we're telling you. And for you to understand that it's different, it's a big deal. So
I know I'm putting you on the
folk in here tell you some of the experiments. So if anybody in here has a good experiment, well, they disproved the experiments that prove the globe. How about that? There's something called the Cavendish that hasn't actually been verified to prove anything. That's an experiment that's supposed to prove the globe.
Yeah, this is one thing I don't understand about the Cavendish. I think I've talked to you guys about this before, and you don't disprove it. You just say it's not an experiment, or like it's not an actual scientific experiment. Can somebody like go over with me one more time, like how that works or why that is?
We are far, far from what proves the Earth is a ball, which is curved, right? Which you have to believe. Flat surfaces can be seen or be had on spheres. Far, far away from. We're assuming the Earth is a ball already.
Well, hold on. The Cavendish experiment was like an experiment to prove that. I think basically it's gravity, but I think Cavendish was trying to prove something else. Basically, that mass attracts mass, right? And so, if mass actually attracts mass, it would be impossible for the Earth to be.
Henry Cavendish was also the president of the Royal Society or Institute, which is where all of our science, especially him and all these big names we're talking about. Seriously, look it up.
Okay, you could be right, but like you could be right, but why does that matter if his experiment is valid? Who cares?
It's not an experiment. It's not an experiment. It's an observation.
Okay, why? Why is it not an experiment?
Because you can't manipulate the mass experiment.
Right, no, but I understand what he's saying. He's saying that he's been told it's been an experiment, and why should he believe when we tell him that it isn't an experiment?
Right.
And they're about to explain that to you.
Okay.
What if it is? Wait, if it is an experiment, what are you manipulating exactly? Nothing.
What are you manipulating?
Right. So
Not-
we're getting into the point of what an experiment is. And so an experiment is a specific thing that you must follow rigid
the cause and effect. Yeah, you're doing that. Find out what's the cause of presumed phenomena that you observed. So you need to manipulate something, change that, right? And if you do it, then that's the cause. But then how are you going to manipulate the mass of the Earth?
So you need to have an independent and dependent variable in order to have an experiment, a scientific experiment. And you have to be able to manipulate your independent variable so that you can know that that's the cause of the effect.
You have to be able to
And
manipulate. You mean the dependent variable?
The dependent variable in order to determine what's the cause, right? And so they're saying with the Cavendish, you can never have two balls, I don't care how big they are, that are going to attract to each other when you're standing on the Earth, which is supposed to have the most gravitational pull. They will all pull directly to the Earth if that's supposed to be the case. So the Cavendish is flawed already.
Well, I mean, the main reason that the quote unquote experiment is flawed from the beginning is there's no naturally observed phenomenon.
Because
Surely you would say if it's a test, they put a couple balls inside of a shed and they put them close to each other and they had a torsion spring and then but it wasn't controlled. It wasn't a measurably controlled environment, and then they'll be like, "Hey, well, it's it. They've been doing this in high schools for years. They do it every year. All these high school students did it. It's like, dude, where in a fucking classroom? That has nothing to do with freaking Cavendish at all. Anyway, go ahead.
So
and because you have to surfaces on a sphere.
It's not a naturally observed phenomena. That's what.
So
but you don't see balls just attracted to each other, and they'll be like, "Yes, we do. Planets, bro."
So Rhino, they're saying two major things. They're saying that the Cavendish is flawed because there's no observation. There's no naturally occurring phenomenon that they're observing in order to form any sort of hypothesis.
I can give you one right now, I think.
Well, hold on, let me finish. And then they're also saying that it's flawed because those two items can't be attracted when the most gravitational force is coming from the Earth still.
Okay, let me respond to this real quick before anybody. So I can give you an observation. Things fall to the ground, to the surface of the Earth. Let me finish real quick. Just hold on. And you're saying you can't test this because the Earth would have the most gravity. So putting two balls next to each other, you wouldn't be able to observe their gravity. That would be true if you were trying to observe the force of gravity between the two balls in the same vector that the Earth is pulling them. So how you would do it is that since the Earth is pulling these balls down, you choose a different vector. Instead of the y-axis, you see what their attraction would be in the x-axis. Do you know what I mean? Right. So that's why you would hang.
So what does that prove? If that were generally true on the x-axis, what would that prove anything about the attraction toward Earth? Hold on. Oh, no, let me respond to what he said. Hold on. So if there were attraction in the x-axis, it would be essentially the same thing in the y-axis. Is that what you're saying? It would be gravity, but right. It's just in a different direction.
Right. You can observe a force between the two balls on the right. X-axis,
so
right?
Where else ever have you seen gravity ever happen in the x-axis besides the Cavendish experiment?
First of all, any object at rest
Hold on,
will
Bong.
remain.
Jesus Christ, I want to hear his response.
Hold on, Bug. So, I mean, if you hold on real quick, Bong. So, I haven't, I guess, other than if you had like a really, like basically a Cavendish experiment type of setup, because the masses that we can, manipulate here on Earth are really small. So the attraction between them is going to be very, very small. So you're not really going to see, you can't really observe.
Thus the torsion bar in the experiment, right?
So the answer is no. You've never seen a gravity like that. That would be your answer, right, Rhino?
Well, I'm just asking him. I'm asking him if he knows about the torsion bar.
Oh, okay. I was just asking him to clarify his position on whether or not he's seen gravity work.
But I was just clarifying that I know about the Cavendish. It's like the only reason you can observe, you can't physically observe this with your eyes. You have to use the torsion bar to measure the difference.
I don't know about a torsion bar.
Okay, well, see. Oh, never mind then. Go ahead, guys. Take the piss out of him. So, because that's what supposedly proved the Cavendish experiment proving gravity, which it wasn't even designed for that. It was designed to measure the weight of Earth. But go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah,
I'll shut up. You guys freaking go ahead. Since this guy doesn't even know shit about it. So, obviously.
Well, let me respond real quick. Hold up. Why everybody gets so hostile real quick? I know Cavendish had his experiment. I was kind of talking about when somebody recreated it sort of in a different way, where instead of a torsion bar, a meter stick was tied in the middle and hung from the ceiling with like a small weight attached to both ends, right?
Kinky.
All right, so there were balls hanging down, and they were attracted to each other. Is that what you're getting at?
I'll just send you. I'll send you the video.
Kinky and hot balls hanging. Tell me more.
I know, but tell me more. Tell me more. This is from Greece, right? From the 70s. Tell me more.
Any object that.
If you want to watch this video, you just start at 3:52. If you don't want to hear this whole guy's explanation, but basically, he
probably gonna say the same shit we're saying.
Yeah, it's not false.
So basically, Rhino, in nature, you've never seen gravity work on the x-axis outside of a Cavendish experiment where you haven't seen it, but it's been measured. Is that accurate?
I have never. I mean, I'm sure I have, but it's so imperceptible. I can't say.
Well, then you can't be sure that you have. Then how can you say that? Don't be.
I have. Watch the experiment. Watch this video. You can observe a force on the x-axis right here.
In nature, is what I asked. You've never seen it in nature. Gravity working on the x-axis.
Why?
So if you're going to the Cavendish experiment, which is what you suggested. You have not seen this in a phenomenon in nature. Is all I'm asking.
You know what's crazy? I'm gonna blow your mind right now. This inadvertent force attraction between masses that was blown out of the water over 100 years ago by Einstein. So what Cavendish was not trying to prove in his experiment, that was all derivatives of that. What Cavendish was doing, he was trying to prove the weight of Earth, not mass attracting mass at all.
As a former glober, this is not the right way to think of gravity. Gravity, as a former glober, is the weakest of all the forces. The only force that we really know of, I'm speaking as a former glober, is electromagnetism. This affects all kinds of things, electricity and magnetism, right? Left, right.
So if you're trying to prove mass attracts mass with a couple of balls on Earth today, you're doing the wrong experiments. That's not what gravity is anymore.
Well, gravity, like the curvature of the Earth, you cannot measure it on Earth. Yeah, like gravity. It's a number. It looks like it's like electricity formula. F ma. M1 M times M2. That is exactly the same. So whatever.
Did any of you guys watch the video? Just what is this? Explain the phenomena to me then, I guess. I don't know. It seems like whenever those masses are put next to this thing, the ones hanging from the stick, it seems to attract. That's all I'm saying. That's observable.
Well, it can be anything but gravity. Okay, think about it. It can be electricity. It can be magnetism. It can be the charges of the bodies. It can be the wind. It can be anything except gravity. Because if you say it's gravity, you're not even thinking or using it, thinking about gravity the right way. I don't know why Cavendish did this, right? Cavendish is he's a Freemason, one of the top guys.
Lead is not ferromagnetic.
So whatever reason they put out for these experiments, it's not about. Yeah, it's not about gravity.
I was just going to say there's. Sorry, Bob. I was just going to say there's nothing on Earth that isn't electromagnetic. Nothing. There is nothing on Earth that is not magnetic, and you cannot get rid of it. No Faraday cage. No, there's nothing. There's nothing you can do that will get rid of it.
What do you mean when you say that?
And I know this because I've listened to hours of Austin Whitson talking about it, and he's fucking done his research up the wazoo with it. So I've had a few conversations with
electrostatic.
Anything that moves has a magnetic field, an electric field, an electromagnetic field. Anything that moves, things move in your body. The wind, the sun, animals, the currents. Okay, all these things produce fields. Okay, so where gravity is not in the picture. The effect of gravity is not. Gravity doesn't affect any of these forces. Vice versa, it's not even there. But you can think of gravity the way electromagnetism works.
Anything that moves has an electric field? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, things repel, how negative, positive.
Everything has an electrostatic charge. Everything has an electrostatic. It doesn't mean everything is necessarily electromagnetic necessarily, but everything has an electrostatic charge. I can't go into details to explain it, but there's research out there, and the guy did make a reference to Austin Whitson, who does phenomenal work on the subject, and you can check it out on that level.
Things can become charged. You can charge things, but that doesn't mean water is innately
electrostatic. Positive. Yes, it is.
Well, it's a high pressure to low pressure. It's a high energy to low energy. It's entropy. When something is charged and it can be discharged, it'll discharge. That's entropy. That's equilibrium.
You're saying a lot of things that have no relation to each other.
Rhino. Let's come back to your Cavendish experiment and why it couldn't possibly be gravity. Okay, I think that's where we were trying to help you understand why that Cavendish experiment, and this is why you're hearing all of these explanations about electrostatics, electromagnetism, and how these things are much stronger forces than gravity, with gravity being not even a force actually, but the weakest if you wanted to consider it a force of all of the forces that are named. So this is why you can't even isolate an experiment like that. And you certainly aren't controlling any variables by hanging things. Okay, that doesn't control variables. So, so it's a test of some sort, but it's a test that fails because it's fallacious.
I just disagree completely.
Hold on. Let me just add something to it. The question why things fall down, right? Really, you think about it, is the question what causes the motion of the sun, moon, and stars? These things that move. It's the same question. And this idea about gravity comes from, can you believe it? Copernicus and Ptolemy and them, right? They say that Copernicus said, hey, we should put the sun in the middle and the earth should revolve around the sun because it makes sense that the lesser should serve the greater. And the word gravity comes from the word gravitas. You understand how it's used, right? Do you understand the gravity of the situation we were in, being lied to about this? Or to have gravitas is to be able to influence people, to gravitate them towards you. Usually power, money, people. I
gotta be honest with you, Bong. I didn't understand a thing you said. I just think you said a lot of non sequitur shit.
Copernicus said that the sun should be in the middle, okay, because it makes sense for the lesser, which is the Earth, to revolve around the greater. That's why. And this whole idea about gravity, well, that came during Newton's time. And see, why things fall down, that's already been answered. We know why things sink and float in water, why helium goes up and why rock go down. Why? It's because of the medium and the relationship, the density, right, of the object versus its medium. That's it. Helium goes up because in the air, it's the least, probably one of the lesser dense things. In the water, the medium of water is denser, right? And the way a ball
why
floats,
do objects of different densities fall to the ground at the same speed?
They don't.
Well, that's an assumption. That's an assumption in a vacuum, right? When you drop two things, that they're going to fall at the same speed. I don't know. Electric, something to do with the I have no idea. But it's not gravity.
It's an agreed upon. It's an agreed upon average. First of all, things fall at 9.6 meters per second or whatever it is. That's an agreed upon average because it doesn't always come out that way. So things don't always fall at the same time, and even when you put them in a vacuum. But just in nature, nothing falls at the same time because it depends on the medium. And if you're using a vacuum, then you're eliminating most of the medium that you possibly can. Okay, so you're not giving it a medium, so you're erasing nature. Okay, you live in nature.
Galileo calculated that number when he rolled a bunch of balls down the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and he said, if I were able to drop this in a vacuum, right, then he said 9.8 meters per second square. That's where it comes from. But go ahead and try it. I mean, what's that guy, Cox, the science guy on TV? He did the feather and the bowling ball thing in NASA's largest vacuum. Big ass.
You can test this right now, guys. I promise. Obviously, you're going to have a margin of error, because it depends on if you drop the things at the same time. You really need a good test rig that can drop things at the same time, measure them when they hit the ground at the same time. But
you mean outside of a vacuum?
Outside of a vacuum, yes.
Rhino, that will never happen. There's too many variables. There's too many variables.
Things fall faster because there is less medium.
Right. So if I were to go up to the bridge and drop a bowling ball in a sheet of paper, you're not going to tell me that they're going to fall at the same space.
No,
because
the sheet of paper. The sheet of paper will have air resistance.
But you're saying everything though. Right, and we're saying in nature. We're not speaking in a vacuum. You just proposed an experiment that is flawed because you didn't give any parameters to begin with.
Okay, I'll give you some. Grab two objects of significant weight. How about a bar of aluminum and a bar of lead, who have vastly different densities, right? Drop those at the same time and see if they both fall to the ground. They both hit the ground at the same time. And
what about I drop my kitchen sponge? What about I drop my kitchen sponge and my container of orange juice, right? Because I've done this. They don't hit the ground at the same time. I can promise you that.
How did you do it? How good was your? How did you measure when they hit the ground? Were you doing it on your phone?
Yeah. So
how did you drop both of them and then do the timer on your phone? How'd that work?
All you do is you just hold them above your head and you release them. That's it.
Man, it sounds like you're eliminating a lot of variables there. But
I'm just saying because it's in nature that we're talking about. I'm not talking about in a vacuum, in a control setting, or anything like that. But if you want to talk about control settings and vacuums, there's an agreed upon average that things fall at 9.82 meters per second. What causes that is the question, right? So again, when we explain that, it's generally due to density, buoyancy in the mediums that these items are in, right? This is why helium goes up and lead balls drop.
Well, then why do objects of different densities fall?
Objects of different densities will sort themselves out. Items of different densities sort themselves out.
Sorry, you cut out. Can you repeat the last part?
Items of different densities sort themselves out.
What does that mean? I don't know what sort themselves out mean. What does that mean?
That means if you have 5 different oils of different densities and you put them in a container, they will all settle and sort themselves out, with the densest being at the bottom and the lightest being at the top.
I agree. What's your point?
Well, thought I was speaking to a point or something that you said. I'm explaining density and buoyancy in the mediums that they're in, and how that basically explains what we see and as gravity.
Well,
now they want to add all of this other. What? Yeah.
You're talking about like liquids, and I'll agree with you there. But if an object that's denser will sort itself out, then why if you set a bar of lead on top of a bar of aluminum, the lead will still stay on top? Do you get what I'm saying? Like I understand your density thing, but it doesn't work with when you drop 2 things from the ground. They will hit the ground at the same time. I promise you. Do this with anything.
Wait a minute. If I may, can you guys hear me all right? Just for a second, if I could ask one question. Are you saying that there's an exclusive vector of downward? Because that's not observed in nature. There's no phenomena for gravity anywhere. There's no exclusive vector of down. Gases go in all directions. So you have to start with an actual observed phenomenon. There's no exclusive vector of down. So why are we even talking about what falls? Nothing, everything goes up and down.
Incorrect. I mean, yes, gases go up, and that does have to do with density, but take anything...
Yeah, and it has zero to do. That's no exclusive vector of down. There's no exclusive vector of down.
I disagree. I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean there's no...
Gases go in all directions, and everything is based on a pressure gradient. Everything on the Earth is based on a pressure gradient. You don't have stratifications of air and then into liquid unless there's a pressure gradient to begin with, right? You don't have strata, you don't have gradients without pressure. It has to be contained. So everything has a vector of up and down. Just like if I drop a 2x4 in the air, it goes downward. If I take a 2x4 to the bottom of a pool, it goes upward. Everything is going towards equilibrium. There is no exclusive vector of down. There is no phenomena observed for gravity, period.
Well, then why did you say when you drop a 2x4 in the air, it goes down? It seems like you have an exclusive vector of down.
Because I removed it from equilibrium, released it, it went back to equilibrium. I take that 2x4, I go to the bottom of a pool, I let go of it, it goes upward. Everything is medium dependent. There is no exclusive vector of down. It's not exclusive.
Rhino, think about it, Rhino, think about it.
I posted a link in a live stream. It's called Terminal Velocity. It depends on the medium. You know how things fall at a certain rate. It'll fall constantly depending on its density in that medium.
Look, terminal velocity. Terminal velocity is just when the air you're hitting the air so fast that it won't let you speed up anymore. I mean, it has nothing to do with.
Right. So let's say we remove the medium and call it a vacuum. I don't know where a vacuum exists on Earth, but let's say we do that. So of course things are going to fall faster because there is no medium to slow it down. But there's still medium. Just because you've taken out air, right, or gas, doesn't mean there's no medium. It's falling through. I mean, there's still an object in this space with no gas in it to slow it down, falling faster. But what does it have to do with what is Newtonian gravity, right? Is that it? Newtonian gravity. What does that have to do with the mass of the Earth affecting the speed or the rate at which it falls? Anywhere. Where's the connection? How are you gonna change that so you can see a different result?
So this is where we find out if you're truly curious, truly curious, or if you're just trolling.
I'm really not. I'm just asking questions about things I don't understand, because this density thing does not pan out in the natural world. Because if you drop,
think so? Give us an example of where do you think that it's wrong? I mean, explain what you didn't understand about it.
So lead should fall much faster to the ground than aluminum. but they don't. If you take two bars of those metal with the same weight and drop them at the same time, lead should hit the ground first by a significant margin. I mean, lead is 11.29 grams per centimeter.
You just said this. It depends on your variables, right? Because do these items both? You said they're both bars. So are they bars of the same weight?
Yes.
Okay, so then they should hit the ground approximately the same amount of time because they're going through the same amount of resistance.
No, lead is much denser, so it should fall faster, right?
Not in the medium.
Why?
Not in
It's the same weight. If it's the same weight, then what are you like a pound of feathers versus a pound of nails? I guess if you compact the feathers enough, right? So it will fall at the same rate as the nails. Like, what's the problem? Do you know what mass is? No one can define mass anyways. I mean,
I can define mass.
Good for you. You're the only one who can.
Different things to take into account during an experiment like that in there. You got mass surface, and other things. If you want to change it, let's say, to a marble and a bowling ball or anything like that. Well, then now you're talking about surface area and how much is affected by friction. So we're talking about resistance, and we're talking about density, and we're talking about things that are affected by density and buoyancy, and this is what creates what we see as gravity.
So, I mean, we can do the same experiment, make the aluminum 100 pounds and the lead 1 pound. They will hit the ground at the same exact time. And flip it up again.
That gravity is real? I mean, that does it correlate with this number 9.8? Like, how does that these numbers go? Okay, show us. You're like the first person that's going to be able to do that. Did you know that there's like 2 more theories of gravity that replaced this idea? This gravity.
No, they don't replace it. That's just wrong.
To do things on Earth, right? We don't use it for anything else, and it's just a rate at which things. It's an acceleration. Do you understand what that is? That means there's no medium, right, to cause terminal velocity. That means it should keep accelerating. This is being assumed in a perfect vacuum. This is an assumption in a perfect vacuum. Things that don't exist, right? This is math. That's it. It's not the real world. So, but still,
Bong, you say a lot of things that I feel like
that's attracting.
I'm sorry.
We're saying mass attracts mass, right? The big mass of the Earth is what's causing things to be on it, right? But then at the same time, we're saying that if there was a big ass ship next to a feather, right, and we put it in a vacuum, in 5 years the feather is going to be stuck to the ship because of the gravitational pull of the ship. That's what you're saying. We can't manipulate the mass of the Earth. Therefore, it's unfalsifiable, which means it's not science. It's most likely a theory. I almost said bullshit. A theory. Some guy created for whatever reason. Who cares?
No, man, I disagree with you. If you put a piece of lead and a feather in a vacuum chamber, if you want, and make sure there's no friction whatsoever on the feather, the feather will eventually attract itself towards. And you eliminate the y-axis, so obviously the Earth's gravity is.
How are you going to show that it's gravity that pulled the feather to the ship, and not electricity or some kind of charge or some kind of other outside factor we can't account for?
Well, because we can calculate the force. Hold on, can I respond real quick, Max? Give me 2 seconds. Let me please respond. Just give me a second. So, I mean, we can calculate the they call it the electromotive force of things of different potentials, of voltage potential. We know we can calculate that force. A feather is electrically neutral most of the time, and so are a lot of other things. And so we can account for this, just like when you're trying to measure the acceleration to the ground, you account for air resistance, right? That's why you don't use a feather to measure when things hit the ground. Air resistance gets in the way.
You're new to this. You're new to this, right? So there's a lot of things that these guys know that they've been knowing for a long time, that they're so far advanced that when they start to speak, you're going to get a little bit lost. What Bong was explaining to you was that the gravity that we're going over now is Einsteinian. And he's telling you that has been by Newtonian and other gravitational theories that they have that's floating out there now. No, that's not incorrect. No, that's not incorrect. You're going to say that in defense, right? But if you think about it, and if you go back to the science books in the way they initially explained it, it's not incorrect. It replaces the original Einsteinian, Newtonian gravitation. Period. There is no mass attracting mass. It's space-time fabric now. Okay? So there's no more mass attracting mass. That's out the window. Things are attracted to each other because of the way that space-time matter moves. All right? So this is what he was explaining to you. And you're saying, no. You're saying that it's not been replaced, but we're trying to explain that it has been. Okay? So that's what he was explaiing, first of all.
Oh, I'm sorry. You misunderstand me.
Speak to you.
Or I misspoke. Yeah. I wasn't trying to tell you that the curvature of space-time is the more apt description of how gravity works. I thought you were trying to say that Newtonian mechanics is incorrect now, which is not true.
No. Works for what we need it to work for here on Earth. The idea that the Earth is a ball and gravity does things is just something you go over once maybe in high school. It's all over the TV and stuff. But when you start working in the real world, you start working more with electricity and magnets and that force, 4 fundamental forces, right? Electromagnetism, gravity, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force. The only one we really work with, most people, all this technology is built off of, based on, is electromagnetism, electricity.
So, hey, look, you're speaking my language. I'm an electrical and computer engineer, okay? I don't really fuck around with, like, the base equations anymore. I don't really use those much. Most of what I do is, like, designing hardware and stuff, but, like, I have a pretty good understanding of how electricity works. And I can tell you that electromagnetism cannot account for the forces that we observe in the natural world.
Is electromagnetism a stronger force than gravity?
It depends.
It depends.
Gravity is the weakest.
It really doesn't.
I don't know. That's a subjective term. Is it a stronger force? I mean, it can be. Like,
it's not subjective. It's objective. It's pretty much objective. This is not a subjective question that I'm asking. It's not.
Okay, if there is a single proton and there's no electric field to
is electromagnetic
force on that proton is
force than gravity?
I don't know what you're asking. It can be, yes, but not at all the time.
It is. All the time.
We're told
everything is electrostatic in nature. That means even if it's not charged, it can be at some point with a charge strong enough. They have experiments and tests all over YouTube. And so you can verify that information for yourself. I'm not expecting you to take my word at anything I say. Everything that we're saying can be verified if you really want to know. There are 1,000 links up under in this forum that you can check out for most of the questions that you have if you want to see videos and other people explain it more eloquently.
Okay, can you give me the equation? Do I sound upset, by the way? I don't mean to. I'm really not.
Oh, no.
I'm going to try and chill out. Sometimes my voice can sound a little... I was just wondering, can you like give me the equation, of how like electrically charged the Earth would have to be compared to everything else to get it to fall to the Earth at the acceleration we observe?
You know that the Earth has an electromagnetic charge on it anyway, right? And the air has a negative and a positive. This Earth is electromagnetically charged.
Yeah, but it changes wildly depending on where you are.
No. We're saying this is what these people are probably observing, that there are many causes of what you are observing with this observation called the Cavendish experiment, quotation marks, right? And we're saying that it could be anything, but it's not because of the mass of the Earth attracting, or the mass of the ball attracting the mass of the ball or another ball.
So, Bong, have you done the experiment? Can I see
the reason why
your
results? The reason why things fall is because when we pick it up, we give it energy, right? It's in our hand. It's basically resting in our hand. It was resting on the ground. Now it's resting in our hand. But if you let it go, okay, there's energy. It wants to fall, right? Because it has weight. It's going down. That's what's happening. It rests where it's denser, which is the floor. See, that's why things fall. Why things rise is because we bring things down here, or things down here are released from the earth, your butt, farts, and then they go up where they're falling up. But basically,
can I ask a question real quick, Bob? I have a question about what you just said. You said when we pick things up, we give it energy. What type of energy is that?
Well, when you let it go, you give it energy. Pick things up, it is resting in our hand. The same way the apple was resting on the tree before it fell and hit him on the head. Basically, when the apple tree let it go, it gave it energy. Apple wants to find somewhere to go, right? High pressure, low pressure, equilibrium, entropy, call it whatever you want. It wants to seek rest. Everything wants to seek rest.
So when you let go of the ball that's in your hand, you give it energy?
Well, where else is it going to
go? Letting go gives it energy?
Yeah, up here, when you lift it up, okay? When it's up in the air, what do we call that? Right?
Kinetic
energy. Kinetic energy.
No.
Yeah,
no, that's potential
energy, my friends.
Well, yeah, only to time, right? Well, yeah, maybe some trolls know to drop things on things and break it. They know kinetic energy. See?
You know why things get potential energy when you lift them up in the air? It's because of gravity.
That's
why why is it? But that's not true.
I'm telling you.
Why is it resting on the ground? Why isn't it going through the ground? Why does it stop falling?
You keep saying gravity, but you haven't given any evidence of it other than seeing the effects of it the same way everyone else does. And we're explaining to you how it works. And you're trying to debate that, right? That's what we are right now, right?
I'm gonna drop a ball from an airplane onto the ocean, right? And I'm expecting gravity to pull this ball all the way down, maybe hit the ground, but no, it stops at the ocean. And I'm like, what the hell? Then I drop a rock. The rock falls through the air, hits the water. Hey, but the rock drops down all the way into and stops at the soil. Why does it stop at the soil though? Why doesn't it fall through the soil, right? Why didn't the ball fall through the water as well? So the reason why these things happen, okay, is also the reason why, but not gravity. Okay, so now gravity is already out of the picture because we know the reasons why. Gravity is not here anymore.
No, man, I just disagree. I'm sorry. It's just wrong.
So if you drop a bowling ball, if you drop two balls in the ocean of different densities, do those balls drop at the same time?
No, you guys are, I think, I'm sorry, say that, Max?
Look, they're talking, the new gravity is a field theory.
Max, what did you say? Can you ask that again?
I said, if you drop two balls of different weights in the water, do they fall at the same time?
Said densities initially.
Do they?
Density.
If you drop two bowling balls
in the water, do they fall at the same time?
No, they would fall at different speeds. The more dense
because of the medium. Because of the medium that they're in.
Correct.
What if we drop a teaspoon of a neutron star onto the ground? Would it fall through the soil? It should. A neutron star.
Hold on real quick, Bong. Max, you brought up a really great point. So, like in water, if you were to drop something, a bowling ball of a higher density than another bowling ball, it would fall through the water faster. Why do we not see that in air? And
because of the medium. Because
we actually do though.
Hey, Indio.
Right, we do. But the medium has.
I mean, they'll chalk it up to air resistance or whatever.
Yeah.
Drag.
Indio, have you done the experiment? Do you have like?
No, there's an experiment that was done it's called the Bremen Drop Tower. It's a 4-story vacuum chamber in Germany.
Can you spell that for me? Bremen?
Yeah, Bremen. I'll post a link to it.
For sure. Indio, what are you claiming? That the two different things of different weights would hit the ground at different times?
I'll just show you. I don't have to claim anything. I'll just show you.
Yeah,
you haven't heard of this yet, Matt?
This is what I told you.
The Bremen Drop Tower?
You drop things, they will not, in nature, they will not fall at the same time. It's an agreed upon average.
So what this experiment was is they have a capsule that's inside. So this is a vacuum chamber capsule inside a vacuum chamber tower. They put like the sample, whatever experiment you want to run inside of it, and then they drop it. So in this particular experiment, he took a bunch of different elements and he dropped them, and they fall at different rates. And you can tell they fall at different rates because they don't rise uniformly in this experiment.
I'm glad I have somebody in here with the experiments and the knowledge, the details.
And there's some YouTubers named Pete and Pete. Now I haven't really looked into like what they did, but they did some experiments dropping bottles of water, which sounds stupid, but they recorded some that it wasn't like I don't remember exactly what it was. I probably shouldn't even bring it up. I'm not familiar with it. It was a few years back, but they had a couple experiments that showed that the like bottles of water that they were dropping weren't falling at the same rate or something. I'd have to look it up and find it.
Just jump out of an airplane with your parachute, of course, and throw a bowling ball at with something lighter with you.
And there's another demonstration. There's another one. So Brian Cox, do you know who that is?
Yeah.
So Brian Cox, he went to NASA's vacuum chamber and he dropped the bowling ball and the feather. And yeah, have you seen it? So yeah, he concluded, oh, these fell at the same rate. But if you watch it really closely, they're not even released at the same time. And then the feather actually falls slower than the bowling ball. It just hovers there for a second in the air.
And the spine of the feathers fall heavier than the fringes.
Yeah. Well, there's not supposed to, and that shouldn't happen, right? Because it's supposed to be mass attract, every particle attracts every other particle, right? So why is it just pulling the spine of the feather instead of like the what do you call it? The frills of the feather?
Maybe because the spine of the feather has more mass than the frills of the feather.
The feather reaches terminal velocity faster because it's less denser than the bowling ball. So
they're in a vacuum, Bong.
No matter where, the less denser object will reach terminal velocity always faster than the denser object. The denser object is denser and has to accelerate according and reach that velocity according to its mass or dense mass. Yeah.
Bong, in a vacuum, terminal velocity is infinite.
No matter where we drop things, even in the water.
No. Terminal velocity is infinite in a vacuum.
Well, look. The one is less dense, feathers. Another is a bowling ball. Okay, so where's the math?
Bong, remember when I told you before about terminal velocity? Terminal velocity is just because you've reached the point to where the air that's hitting you while you're going down counteracts any more speed that you would gain while you're falling. Does that make sense? So like the force of the air hitting you.
Yeah, air resistance.
Air resistance. And is less denser is what is always going to give it is what's going to cause the difference. Where the bowling ball is perfectly circle, it's just going to fall. You know what I mean? Where the feather has got all these things, like it's less denser and it's got surface area. So
I mean, it's like really easy to nitpick like that things didn't hit the ground at the same exact time, but like
no, they don't fall at the same rate. So that's what we're like. If you watch this Brian Cox vacuum chamber, they're not falling at the same rate. That is the prediction of gravity. Is that they're supposed to everything is supposed to be falling at the same rate?
Oh, Indio, you have your own YouTube channel?
Yeah.
What's up, dude? Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, watch this channel, man. It's awesome.
Nice, dude. How many subscribers do you have?
I don't even know. I don't even pay attention to that shit.
845, dude. Nice. It's more than I got.
He says he's an electrician.
I don't even pay attention to that. It's a Flat Earther shadow band anyway. If you probably tried to search for these videos, you'd probably never find them.
Well, dude, your upload schedule is not... You used to upload a lot 2 years ago, but you've fallen off now, dude.
Yeah.
Not consistent.
Life gets busy.
Fair enough.
And plus,
It's
you
not
know,
like-
making videos is time consuming. I don't know if you really realize how like time consuming some of the shit is.
I'm gonna confide something in you guys. Back when I was a young lad, I used to make Minecraft Let's Play videos.
Awesome.
So I get what you're talking about, Indio.
Yeah, especially if you have to edit it, man. A 2-minute video can take you 8 hours.
Yeah.
Like, especially if it's like anything technical or you're trying to get an idea across that's like kind of abstract.
Yeah.
It just ends up a pain in the ass. Because there's a lot of videos I want to make, but like they require animations and shit like that, and like I can do that, but like I just don't. Fucking lazy. I'm not gonna spend 16 hours making a fucking 5-minute video.
I love making videos too, but editing.
So Rhino, you do get the point of gravity now, right? You understand how we're explaining gravity and the experiments that prove the things or disprove gravity as you understand it, right?
No, I mean I
You still
understand
don't
what you guys
understand that.
are. No, I understand what you guys are saying to me, but I disagree with you.
Do you think gravity precludes a flat Earth?
Yes, definitely.
Why? Why do you think that?
Because a flat plane cannot exist when there's
Why
gravity.
not?
What
Because
if I
the ma-
showed
because
you
mass-
a mathematical proof that you're incorrect?
That's like the horizon. It's like saying the
This I'm
horizon.
interested in. Hit me with that.
This is a published paper. It's not.
Okay.
You're an electrician? Damn. Not a lot of critical thinking required, eh?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, I'm just taking the piss.
I'm not an electrician. I'm an engineer.
Holy crap.
So one of the things about why Goldbergers coming here with their gravity stuff is they think that Newtonian gravity predicts things form into balls, right? That's why you guys bring it up. You guys think if I prove gravity, I prove a ball by inference. I don't know how that works, but because you can't prove things by inference.
Yeah.
But
My counter
regardless, it doesn't actually predict that.
Okay.
See, a lot of people think it predicts it, but there's been simulations where they've tried to use Newtonian gravity with like a particle simulation, right? And I'll post a paper that has that, and they can't get it to actually form a ball. The particles never stop bouncing against each other.
Wait, so Indio, is this a paper called the Flat Earth Model by A.C. Tort?
Yes, it's a paper.
Okay.
So it uses Gauss's law. University of Brazil in Rio de Janeiro.
No, was it like what?
I don't know if it's like peer reviewed or anything like that. But I mean, it's just a mathematical demonstration, just using Gauss's law, right?
Okay. I don't really want to click on link. I don't like clicking on links. So I'm trying to find like this actually.
Oh, you can go to Google Scholar and just type in the title. A couple copies will come up.
Okay. You know, don't click on links, guys. They're bad. I'm not saying you, India, are giving out bad links, but
why?
Why? Because you can
only click no links. They're safe.
There's plenty of reasons why you shouldn't be clicking links.
I've been in IT for so long. I don't give a shit, dude. Like, I've been doing ICT security for like 25 years, so like I don't like
ICT.
No, I don't have one of those certifications.
No, I was just wondering what that stands for. I've never heard of ICT.
No, there's a internet security certification. I thought that's what you're talking about.
Oh,
called like the CISSTC or some shit.
No, I'm sorry. I heard you say I've been doing ICT work for a while.
I've been doing IT work for probably since like 1993.
My bad. I misheard you. You said IT. I thought you said ICT or something. Anyways.
But my specialty is computer network security.
I like IFTT.
But I can do pretty much anything.
I like
design
IFTT.
hardware though. I haven't tried that yet.
That's where
you use like Vlog.
Do what?
What's it called? Vlog.
Verilog.
Verilog. Yeah.
Yeah. I usually write in System Verilog because I like that better. Government really likes you to write in VHDL, but I don't really VHDL.
So are you designing chips?
Yeah, well, I design custom ASICs, so application-specific integrated circuits, which, I mean, can include a processor. Actually, what I'm working on right now is a RISC-V, 32-bit RISC-V processor written in Verilog. I'm going to load it up onto an FPGA to do some math for some stuff. It's pretty cool.
Like the curvature and all that.
So what do they got the FPGAs running at now? How many megahertz are those?
Oh man, that's a good question. I haven't even checked because, to be honest, the processor I'm implementing probably with how I code it probably isn't that fast. Let's see.
I've seen them, like last time I even looked at this shit, which is a long time ago. I think they were running at something like 27 megahertz. Yeah, I'm sure they're faster now, but
I mean, 27 megahertz sounds slow. I mean, when you think about like the CPU that's in your computer and it's running at like gigahertz, but you got to keep in mind, like, this is like a dev board. You know, FPGAs are designed. Yeah, they're just a collection of gates that you can program to implement whatever kind of logic you want to implement.
Have you tried using ChatGPT to program?
So I got a question. How come no one's ever made like a voice chip? A chip that, like, you know how you can like do voice recognition in software. How come no one's ever made like a voice recognition chip hardware? Because that would speed that shit up so much.
Well, I can tell you they're making chips, or they're making ISA. You know what an ISA is? Instruction set architecture.
Yeah.
They're making extensions that they built into the hardware instructions to actually deal with better with like machine learning type of instructions. So like, you say you were to program like a machine learning program, you know, a lot to do with like matrix multiplication and stuff like that. They're designing chips that will make that faster.
Yeah.
When you say voice, I don't know.
No,
I wouldn't even know how they would do that. But
because I remember like when back in the day I used to use like, you know, the voice to text, right? Like Dragon Naturally Speaking, that was a piece of software.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, they have it now, but I mean, I don't know. It was just something that used to always bug me. Like, why are they because it always was shit and slow. Like, why don't they just make this in hardware? Why not have a voice to text accelerator, man? What the hell is wrong with you? Because it wouldn't even be that expensive, but
I would just feel like if I was going to do that, I would design a chip with the instructions that like a program that does voice uses a lot. You know what I mean? So
yeah, exactly, man. A lot of people don't realize that like almost any piece of software can be made a piece of hardware.
Right? Yeah, for sure.
Like, why don't we just make more hardware and stop making more software?
You still believe that you live on the globe. I don't understand that. You know all this technical stuff, but you can't understand how gravity doesn't work in their explanation, either in Einsteinian or Newtonian.
I will answer you, Max, real quick. But 50 megahertz, Indio is
blazing,
the one
man.
I'm working
Double
with.
the speed in like 20 years.
Blazing, dude. Anyways, this is using the Cyclone 4 FPGA circuit, or the FPGA chips, which are pretty good. This is a dev board anyway, so I mean, it's got quite a bit.
You don't want to burn it out anyway.
Yeah. I couldn't even make something, even if I was making like a custom ASIC and I was like place and routing it myself, you know, designing like all the different gates and stuff and layout, I couldn't make it much faster anyway. Just with the technology that's like available because, you know, like ARM and like, you know, AMD, they're using like techs that are like 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer, right? There's no way I could get my hands on or find a fab that would, you know, let you use their technology. So we're still messing around with technology that was out like 20 years ago, like 130 nanometer, 180 nanometer stuff.
Oh wow, that's fucking huge.
I know. It seems huge, right? With what they're dealing with.
But I mean, they're
right
more
now.
reliable, probably, like to like electromagnetic pulses and shit like that.
Hey, what about Moore's Law? Is Moore's Law a thing happening?
I would say so. It's been pretty consistent so far, but now that we're getting down to like almost less than a nanometer, or they're trying. I think the smallest right now is 2 nanometer. That's commercially available right now.
So is AI going to make you unemployed?
God, dude, I hope not. It might.
Have you used ChatGPT?
I have a little bit, and it was kind of
tried to get it to write code.
Yeah, I did.
Oh my god, the thing's fucking amazing, man.
It was awesome.
Really?
I was
Right,
what I had to do. I was trying to make like a Minesweeper just for fun. I was like, let's see if it can make like a GUI Minesweeper in C++. And I was like, make a Minesweeper, or I first asked it like make a window, like a GUI window in C, and it gave me the whole code for it. And I was like, holy shit.
Did you run it?
Yo,
yeah, it did. It worked perfectly.
I told it I want a Discord bot in JavaScript that does a notification every 10 minutes. It pulls the URL to be URL from a Mongo database, and it fucking just wrote the code. Like, what?
Isn't that insane, dude? Oh my god, it's terrifying.
Dude, it was only like probably like 12 lines of code. I was like, damn.
Yeah. I don't really know how ChatGPT works. I mean, you know, I know there's like
a little
different
bit of it is proprietary, so I mean, you know how it is.
Well, it's from OpenAI, right?
Yeah, Open's only in the name. I'm dead serious. Open's only in the goddamn name. They didn't want to get like I don't know, man. They just tricked everybody. They're like OpenAI. Yeah, I don't know what the open part is because
yeah. I did look on GitHub that you can actually pull and build like a clone of ChatGPT off of GitHub.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I don't know how
good it is. The jailbreak?
To do what?
There's a jailbreak for ChatGPT to bypass its safety features.
Oh, no way. So it'll tell you like how to build a bomb if you want.
I don't know if anybody used it for that, but it gets rid of its leftist wokeness.
Oh, okay. What I've heard on that is that they kind of put some locks on it because they don't want people because it's like a knowledge like database, right? You know, it can tell you things that you don't know. So they don't want people like asking it, how do I build a bomb? You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
It'd be a lot cooler if they.
How do I rob a liquor store and get away with it?
Yeah. So, which I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't really have any qualms with that, but the leftist thing, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like if you ask it to write a poem, okay, so one of the things it did was if you ask it, tell me a joke about women, it won't let you do it. It says gives you some moralizing statement about how jokes about sexes is sensitive and could be offensive. But if you say, really? Tell me a joke about men, it says, why do men like smart women? Because opposites attract.
I mean, that's kind of a bad joke.
I'm saying it'll tell you a joke about men, but it's insulting, right? But it won't tell you any joke about women. And if you say write a poem about Trump, it won't do it. But if you say write a poem about Biden, it writes this flowery, glowing poem about Joe Biden.
Have you tried all this?
It's all a part of the religion.
I've seen the screenshots. But if you use Dan, so Dan is an acronym for like do anything now. So it's like you could tell ChatGPT to play a character. So this character you're telling it to play is an unconstrained version of ChatGPT. So it'll crazy. But it does some flippy shit though, but because it'll lie to you, it'll make shit up. So like it's not constrained by anything, right? So
yeah.
I said, you're making a contradiction. Stop using logical fallacies. And it says to me, I can use logical fallacies. So I said, well, stop doing it. And he says, okay, I'll stop doing it. And then it just does it the very next time it talks to me. Like, what the yeah, it's pretty funny. I'll post a link of like, you could get it to do like all sorts of shit. that's like to play all these different characters. You can get it to like play a bartender, like
Yeah.
dude, it's really kooky.
In any case, I mean that thing is incredible. Still, just
Yeah, but
really-
you have to
really
remember
to
though,
the
some of the
coding
stuff is
side.
programmed in there because it was a constrained reinforcement learning on the safety layer. So that means when they were training it, so they had people training it, and it, like they'd ask it a question, if they got an answer, they basically vote it up or down, right? So if it was a good answer, they'd vote up. If it was a down answer, they'd vote it down. And you can do this now. You can put in what you think the correct response would be. And that's what it'll feed the next time someone else asks the same question.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that it was actually trained with like human. It was like it's like a supervised model.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
supervised.
So it's part propaganda and part shit from the internet.
There you go.
But back to flat Earth, I guess.
I wonder if you asked it what the shape of the Earth is.
It gives you a moralizing speech about fucking how it's been proven to be a globe forever and ever and ever. Like, you know, it's just, and every single time you ask it a flat Earth question, it inserts this paragraph about how the globe has been scientifically proven by satellites and numerous peer-reviewed journals and scientists for about 2,000 years and blah, 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 right? Every single time you ask it a flat Earth question, it inserts this. No matter what, you could say, is flat Earth stupid? It'll still insert this in it.
Yeah.
So it's programmed that way. We were asking all sorts of questions. It got shit wrong. Like it got the distance to the horizon wrong a few times. A bunch of shit. And then like what if you ask it what a flat earthers think, dude, it says some utter bullshit, dude. That fucking what does it say? Flat earthers think stars in the moon and the sun are illusions. Are optical illusions. And that what else? It also said we think maps are globes are turned into maps by using high-speed algorithms and some other shit. It just said all this nonsense that someone obviously put in there because I've seen flat Earth stuff all over the internet and people mischaracterize flat earthers in all sorts of ways. But I'd never seen what was in like what it said. I've never seen it anywhere. So I don't know where it got it from.
I've heard the stars in the sky are projections before. I mean that one I've heard before. But I mean I'm sure not all your guys' beliefs on what we observe.
Yeah, but that's different than saying it's an illusion. An illusion means it's not really there, and you're seeing something that isn't really there. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
I've never heard anybody say the stars and the sun and the moon are an illusion. Never.
Yeah, I've just heard.
Dude, how do you get a sunburn from an illusion?
Yeah, dude, the thing with ChatGPT, sometimes I can't get on it. Like it's all like we're full right now.
Here, I'll give you a link. I'll give you a link to a Discord that has a chat GPT bot in their chat.
No way.
They have some link to it. Yeah, hold on, I'll post it.
No way, they're like actually pinging the real ChatGPT server, right?
Yeah, they must. They are. They got a couple going.
Or, I mean, they could have got this ChatGPT clone that I've been talking about. I wonder if this
maybe, but they said it's the real deal. So I mean, I don't know if it is or not.
I might try and build this and see what it is, how it goes.
Hey, Rhino, you should build one for this group.
Oh, a bot? Dude, I'll just ask it how to build itself into this. I don't know anything about Discord bots, dude, but I can try.
So Discord bots are super simple.
Is it all in JavaScript? You just do JavaScript?
You can just download a library. They got Python, JavaScript. There's a C library, I think, C++ library probably.
Ooh, that's nice. I love a good library.
You should tell them about Dan.
Yeah, Dan. Yeah, I was telling him a little bit about Dan. The jailbreak ChatGPT fucking do anything now. But Dan's a liar. Dan makes shit up. But he argues like a Glober, which is kind of funny too. So ChatGPT I said, is there any evidence or no, how do I verify that satellite images are real? And it said to me, there's lots of peer-reviewed papers that compare satellite images to in situ observations on the ground, blah, 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 blah. One such is named this, blah, 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 blah. So I go, okay, can I have the citation for that? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have that citation. I don't have anything from before 2020. Okay, can you give me a paper that you do have the citation for that's done this observation? Okay, so it gives me a paper. Click the link. Dead link. Okay, that one didn't work. Give me another link. Dead link. Dead link 3 times. Okay, give me a different paper. Gives me a different paper. Dead link, dead link, dead link. Right? So I keep doing this, right? Yeah. So like, I'm like, dude, I said to it, how do you know that the evidence exists when you can't give me the evidence that it exists? You know what I mean? The thing you're citing, you can't find. Like,
yeah.
And it would just say, I'm sorry, but there's plenty of evidence. It would give me that statement all over again. There's lots of evidence about the Earth being a globe, from satellite images to peer-reviewed papers to scientists and experiments and observations, and just kept giving me this shit over and over again. But it's just really funny that we do the same thing, right? So a glober will come in here, will say, give us, okay, why do you think we said there's no measurable curvature? They'll go, yes, there is. We'll go, okay, where is it? And they'll go, yeah, there's a peer-reviewed paper. We go, okay, what's the name? And they go, okay, hold on. And they try to Google and find it. And they won't find anything. Well, first they'll like do Eratosthenes, or they'll post something which is a calculation of curvature, but not an observation. And like we do like the exact same thing that I experienced with ChatGPT, we get in here. They know the evidence exists out there somewhere, but they don't know where it is, and they can't find it.
Yeah.
But
Sorry,
they know, like we do this over and over and over again, like rinse and repeat. This happens like 5 times a day here, at least.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Miggy knows what I'm talking about. You guys all know what I'm talking about.
I do know.
I have evidence somewhere. I just don't know where. It's in the couch. The dog ate it.
Yeah, there's this.
The dog ate my curvature.
I just came back in myself. I heard that last part. So yeah, they never can find it, can they? And they never did find it. They never
didn't even find the person that found it
all this time. Where's my volume?
Yeah, I don't even care if they find it. I just want them to find me the person that actually found it. Point me to the person. If you're not the guy or the woman, then who is? Show me. So I can talk to them.
Well, Buzz Aldrin, for one, he's seen it with his own eyes.
Buzz Aldrin, yeah, that guy gives right hooks, man. I don't think so.
Yeah, he gives right hooks to shots of whiskey. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that guy sober in 20 years.
Yeah, probably for good reason.
Yeah, his conscience seems to be speaking out. I know. Every time I see that guy, he's like admitting they didn't go. Right, Matthew?
Hold on. Didn't Buzz Aldrin say we didn't go? Hold on.
No, he's always claimed that he went. He's never said
did he?
Didn't go.
There's a video of him saying we didn't go.
He said we didn't go. He said those words. Because we didn't go. And that's the question I want answered, he says.
He totally
Yeah, what do you think he meant by that?
What do I think he meant by that? He meant exactly what he said. He said we didn't go, and that's the question I have. If we didn't go, why didn't we go? But I think I know why. Those are his words.
Said that twice now.
That was an answer to what question?
Well, you need to roll the clip so that you can hear it, Matthew. I don't think you've heard it.
Yeah, what did the little girl ask?
Let's play the whole clip.
Let's play the clip.
Who has the clip?
About the moon landing.
Oh, she asked why we hadn't been back since he went.
There we go. Yeah. So, if you wanted to continue doing something and you stopped, it's a good idea to know why you stopped. So if you want to do it again, that's not the clip. That's me. I hope I did a okay job.
But he said it another time too. Before it was either after or before this time. Didn't he say it on like a late night show or something?
No, I think it's disingenuous to say that Buzz Aldrin claimed that he didn't go. It's clear that he doesn't ever claim that. If you watch all the clips,
you are wrong. He says
no,
it right.
I'm right,
Matthew.
Yeah, he said it once on Conan. I'm pretty sure. He said it was the one where he's like he's doing some kind of like Oxford or Cambridge.
No, on
type
Conan
of thing.
he said you watched an animation of it.
All right, so you guys deny that the fact that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see the curvature of the Earth. You're like, no, he didn't say that. I'm like, play the clip, and sure enough,
Neil deGrasse Tyson did say that. It's
We're
clear that
searching
he
for
said
the clip right now. Our good friends. Here we go. Zoe interviews Buzz Aldrin. Here it is right here. Let's just play it, and that'll settle it. Hold on. Let me get to it. Boomer Radio at your service. 1 second.
Boomer Radio.
One moment. Internet slowing may cause delays in your... Okay, just a second. I'll get it. All right. Here we are. This should be it.
Okay. Zoe, favorite.
What is your favorite thing about space?
Going there. Because not many people have been there. It's nice to do something that other people haven't done. But you don't want to do dangerous things. You want to do successful things. And if it's new and different, there may be some things where something could go wrong. So you want to be prepared. This is a truism, and you need to remember it. That's before. Prior planning prevents poor performance. 4 P's. Prior planning prevents. No, it's 5. Poor performance. Space is something you got to plan.
Scared.
Were you a little scared about going to the moon or coming home again?
I'm scared because nobody has been there.
Because nobody has been there before?
But people had gone up and down without staying in orbit. People, dogs and monkeys. People. Russian Yuri Gagarin. Then we'd done a lot of things, but we hadn't really sent people to the moon. So we did send people, and they went around the moon. Then we sent people, another crew, to go around the moon and then practice everything but landing. And then a very fortunate person with many things going right in my life gave Neil Armstrong, Mike Collins, and Buzz Aldrin the opportunity to make an attempt to make the first landing. And all of us want to succeed, and we did. And that's why I'm here. That's one of the reasons I'm here. Because I had the curiosity to want to tell people what it was like. And so I've written several books with someone else about what I've done, and then some children's books to help inspire. And now we've come to welcome you and others who read this book. Welcome to thinking, understanding, imagining what it might be like to get to Mars and then have somebody tell you all the things that are there that you didn't know. And these are books. And books inspire and get interest in people.
Zoe, fast.
Did it feel like the rocket was fast when it took off?
It was very surprising that it was so gentle leaving. And it was a very smooth, slow rocket going up. And once we were in space, then we were floating around. But in getting there, the rocket goes faster and faster, and we're sort of pushed back in the couch. But the rocket sometimes doesn't work, and that's a very dangerous part. So when that part is behind us, then we have successfully gotten this far, but there are always things that can go wrong. But we are optimistic, and so are the people that built this, and that's good to have them really optimistic about what has been built. Don't you like to have somebody that gives you something? Know that when you pick it up and do something, it's not going to break. They test things.
Flying.
What else do you want to know?
Flying. What's it like?
What's it like being in space with no gravity? Did it feel like you were flying?
There is you would think that there is a motion, a movement when you look out the window, but it looks like the Earth is moving and you're just, it's like being high in an airplane, but much, much higher. And you're floating because there's no gravity. But that's just a description. There is gravity all the way out to the moon and beyond. What keeps the moon there? Gravity. There's gravity. But gravity is making us fall. But we've got motion, so that makes us move this way. You swing something on the end of a string, and it's going to keep the string taut. So that's what keeps us in orbit with gravity. It's balanced and it's floating. And I'm a diver, a scuba diver, and when you get down underneath the water, you're floating. And that's just like in space until you start to move, and then you make waves, or it's not quite the same as total floating. And we're fun up there, but that doesn't mean I like to see the fish.
Long time.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. Money is a good thing. If you want to buy new.
It was good.
Okay, I can't listen to that guy no more.
Yeah, he slipped off the script there.
That was a long clip.
Fucking, oh my god, it's like somebody's drunk uncle, you know, like fucking high on some LSD shit. Like, come on, see the fish.
I hope I can speak as well as he can when I'm his age.
Yeah. Don't drink aftershave and you'll probably be okay.
Diver. And that's what it's like. And I wanted to see the fish. And if we want to do something, we have to know why we want to do something. And it's like, what?
So he's 93 years old. Just
That's why. That makes a lot of sense. Sorry, thanks, Matthew. I didn't know that.
So when she asked what it was like to go to space, he said that he felt like he was lucky to be able to do something that not a lot of people have had the opportunity to.
Yeah.
And then when he said that there was an opportunity to attempt the landing on the moon, that he was given the opportunity to do that, and then they succeeded, and that's why he's back, and that's why he's here. He said. So to me, it sounds like he made a direct claim that he landed on the moon.
Do you know what I heard? I heard him contradict himself like 42 times. That's what I heard. He said, it was safe, and then he said it wasn't safe, and then he said we went, and then we didn't go, and then we went, and then we didn't go, and then there's gravity in space, there's not gravity in space. There's fucking, which one is it, man? Make up your mind.
There's gravity,
like said, he's 90-something years old, so whatever.
That's
got dementia. Why they're rolling him out like that? It's like Stephen Hawking-ish creepy shit, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's why he was rolling his eyes at Donald Trump. Trump was talking about going back to the moon because he's just an old guy who doesn't know his thoughts. Right.
Good point.
You see the way he rolled his eyes? I was like,
yeah, there's something going on up there.
Trump is fucking clueless. He doesn't know shit. He's rolling his eyes like this noob doesn't know what he's talking about.
When the Artemis astronauts eventually land on the moon, are you saying that will be the first time people have landed on the moon?
I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Earth is not a ball.
They're going to be all women.
What movie are you talking about?
It'll be women on the moon.
I know, right? Because it's time. It's for women to be.
Okay, so yeah. Go ahead.
I think the first time we landed on the moon is when that in that Luna trip to the moon video. I think it's that. That's when we landed. I think that's the accurate one.
The actual one, the silent film. Yeah,
the silent film. That was the first one.
What I was going to say is something about Buzz Aldrin. Go back and listen to the clip because I do believe he's talking about the time when he said no one had done a landing, and they did a landing. Yeah, they parachuted down. That's what they were successful at.
Why did he say he was?
That's what he's talking about.
Couch.
Then she goes
right on the fucking Apollo.
What
the fuck, dude? He said when he took off, he said it was smooth.
Then it was
and that
faster.
He was firmly pushed back in the couch or something like that.
In the couch. Anyway, he's at the studio. So anyway, yeah, I can believe it. So good job, Buzz. Anyway, he says to the little girl when she asks, "Why didn't you go back to the moon?" Well, because we didn't go. And that's the question I would like answered, because if you stop doing something, it's good reason why you stopped if you want to do something in the future.
Well, almost like his reply, it seems like someone that got caught in a lie, like a child does, and they're trying to cover up what they said by saying a bunch of gibberish.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me. Like maybe I'm biased, but that's what it sounds like. Oh shit, I said the wrong thing. Say a bunch of words, man. Don't look over here. Don't listen to what I said.
Yeah, so Sonny, what was he talking about when he said we stopped doing something in the past and we wanted? It's nice to know.
She had just asked the question, why didn't we go back to the moon? He said, well, because we didn't go, and that's the way it happened.
Right, we didn't go back is what he meant.
We didn't go there. He said those words. We didn't go there.
He said we didn't go there. What he meant is we didn't go back.
What he meant is how are you putting an interpretation in what he actually meant?
Because it's
where are you getting this bias?
The question. It's just
like the context of the question is, why didn't we go back to the moon? He told her back directly why, because we didn't go there
Well, it has to do with the first. It has to do with the reason why we went there in the first place to win the Cold War.
Unless words don't mean anything anymore, right?
Whether they actually did or not, we won the Cold War by fooling the world that we did go to the moon. I mean, you know, that's how shit happens, right? That's what happened, anyways. It happened like that, yeah, because that's the way it happened, right, Buzz?
Yeah, the Oxford Union clip is a better one, I think, and it's a short clip, and it just seems way more blatant. But to be honest, you only really need to watch the first interview they give, the three of them there, where Neil Armstrong, he almost punches the guy in the face when they were asking about the stars, right? I used to watch that guy all the time. He was on BBC, I remember. The old guy who asked the question, he was like an astronomer type guy. What was his name? Come on.
I don't remember.
Come on, Platter, you know the guy.
Oh, you got me. He did that game show as well.
He asked the question, did you see the stars on the moon? And that just watch that moment. He almost punches the guy in the face. He's like, oh, I didn't see anything.
Patrick something.
Patrick Moore, yeah.
Patrick Moore, that's it, yeah. Patrick Moore.
And the thing, Collins looks over at him, and they have to like confirm with each other, like, is this story? Is this the story that we're telling? And plus, they all look like they're on suicide watch. Right? Come on, like I want to go up there and like give him a hug and a volume. Like, it's gonna be okay. You're not gonna die. Hey, what the fuck?
You know what he means by we were just passengers? It means they're passing the blame, pointing the finger. Oh, you know, it's not me. Ask those guys. I was just a passenger. What does that mean? Means I saw what I was supposed to see and I said what I was supposed to say.
Dude, I've seen people more excited winning like Little League games than they looked on that podium.
Yeah, they look like they're in detention.
Why don't they look like to me? You know, after like someone is convicted and then they get to have their statement, like their allocution, where they get to say like their last words, please don't send me up the river for 50 years. And they try to look all like remorseful and pious. That's what it looks like to me. Like they're all just there like sheepishly like, Your Honor, don't send me to life in prison. I learned my lesson. I'll never do it again. I mean, but the characters don't even matter. We know the moon landing was fake just because of the evidence that is not evidence.
Because the vacuum of space can't exist, right?
No, I mean, just... moon landing, Jesus Christ. Where should I begin? Like, it's like I can literally just pick anything.
How can the vacuum of space exist?
How'd they take the photographs, Matt?
With cameras? What do you mean?
Yeah, there's no viewfinder on the camera.
They went through extensive training on how to use cameras, and everybody used film cameras back then anyway, so nobody had like cell phones.
Okay, yeah, I know what film. I'm an old guy too. Like, I know about film cameras, right? So you have to test for exposure, right? You have to put the right ISO setting, and you have to take a picture, right? And you don't even know if you got anything in frame until you develop it. So you can't even check your work, right? They took a bunch of pictures. All of them are framed perfectly. They have no way to know if anything is framed perfectly. And you said that they were trained. What's the evidence of this training? Like
they said they were trained. What do you mean? Like, you want me to produce like their transcript?
You made that up.
No, like if they were trained to use this camera, what they would have to do is suit up, put the camera on, run around, take pictures, develop all the pictures, and be like, okay, yeah, we fucked up here, we screwed up here, we screwed up here. Okay, we're gonna have to like make our technique a little better. Okay, suit back up, put the camera back on, take a bunch of pictures, right? And this is how they'd have to train, because there's no way to check they have to develop the photos to know how good they're doing. Right?
Right.
Okay. So all these photos are going to exist somewhere, right? Training photos.
I mean, maybe, but They did training while they were on Earth. They trained for almost every aspect of the entire mission while they were on Earth.
Story. That's the story we all heard. We don't know. Like,
the story that we all heard. It's the story that NASA told. It's the story that they told. But you're saying, oh no, it can't be true.
No, what I'm saying is there's no evidence that it's true, other than their words. What if they said that, like, we went off into the woods and participated in frickin' the Bigfoot games with fucking Bigfoot and Sasquatch and Yeti, right? And that, like, you know, that was our training for, like, hunting bears or something. Like, it's just their word. It's just some people saying things.
Right.
For profit. I mean, like, you can believe it if you want. I mean, there's just, like, too many anomalies, man. When did they train getting out of the lunar lander? When did they test the lunar lander? When did they, like, I mean, there's just tons of things. How the fuck did they get out the door? How'd they even open the goddamn door? Right? There's so many, just so many, like, technical problems. There's an awesome video on YouTube. It's called, They Took a Cargo Van to the Moon. Right? So people have accumulated over time, like, all the stuff that they supposedly brought to the moon with them. It fills up something like 12 cargo vans. They didn't even have the volume to, like, fit it into the fucking thing. Something like 250 miles of wire or something. Let's see if I can find it. It's actually pretty hilarious. There's just so many, there's just so many problems. And then you have to think about what they're claiming. They're claiming something absolutely fantastic, right? Never done before. We left Earth and we went into outer space to another realm far, far away and landed on this other thing, this other reality, this other ball reality that's out there somewhere. We walked on it. And then we came back and then we told everybody about it. I mean, it's a fantastic story. And the evidence for this fantastic story is really shitty. And claim you lost 2,600 bankers boxes of fucking so-called evidence. You know, it's really like, there's just so many problems. Like, they don't get the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying?
So the description of them visiting geological sites in Nevada, Arizona, Hawaii, like practicing the backpack's lunar rock hammer, like practicing aiming the cameras and all that, that's just pure fiction that somebody made up to cover their asses.
No. They
and the fact that that they claimed to have been to all these places, the astronauts, that was part of their training, that they were just supposed to lie about going to Nevada.
No, we all know they went to Arizona. We've seen the pictures of it, right? We know they went to Arizona.
Okay, but they weren't training. They weren't training with the cameras when they were there.
There's no evidence that they were, other than their words.
Well, there's no evidence that they drove to Arizona either.
Well, there's at least photographs of them being in Arizona.
Yeah, but you don't have evidence that they either flew there or drove there. For all we know, they just magically appeared in Arizona. So where's the historical record that they actually traveled there?
Okay, now there probably is a historical record. There probably is a log somewhere of.
Oh, you just made that up.
They took them in. Well, no, there probably is a historical record, because you have to pay for shit, right? So there's receipts. They have to buy gas. They have to do things. They took a plane. There'll be an airline ticket.
So your claim is that there's some historical record of them traveling to Arizona, but there's no historical record of them practicing using the cameras. It sounds like
there isn't. No, one is like travelogue. One they're going there, right? Is one thing, right? That's something that would probably get lost. These are actual historical record, right? Photographs taken during their training that are going to have hard copies and negatives. Did they just get to destroy them? Isn't that like government property? Like, don't they have to keep that shit?
I don't know what they have to do with that. So this description, it says here, as the use of cameras was mostly automated, the most crucial training was in pointing the cameras, which was attached to their chest to their chest control packs for the suit's environmental control system. The astronauts would point his body in order to aim the cameras. Film taken during these practice exercises were processed and returned to the crewmen who would study the results. So that's just made up. Like they never.
Well, maybe they did. Maybe they did do it. Maybe they did.
I would think that if they're going to take cameras, they would train quite a bit.
Take cameras to where, Matt?
Into the second law of thermodynamics, violation of space, and then onto the plasma moon that doesn't exist.
Into Cape Canaveral to go underneath where they have their little escape pod, where the couch is. Yeah, you know they have an escape pod under the like an escape chute under the rocket, and they can like live down there for like 2 weeks. And I remember when I seen a video about it that there's a couch down there. It's kind of odd that he said he was on a couch. You have couches, beds, kitchen. So basically like a living quarters. Because if you have a rocket blow up that has, you know, all that liquid oxygen, there's going to be a fire for a while. And you might have to stay down there for a long time. So they gave them the facilities required to stay down there for a long time. There's no way out. There's no escape door. There's nothing like that. So this is the thing. Why should I believe the moon landing?
Well, that's a different positive claim. I'm just saying that the fact that Hughes' couch isn't surprising as a negative claim. I mean, they called them the couch restraint system. The Apollo command module CM crew couch restraint system was designed to support and restrain 3 crewmen during all phases of the mission. So that's a couch he was talking about.
That's the couch. Why would they call it that? That's kind of weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe that was the couch he was talking about. I just want to know why I should believe it. That's all I want to know. Why should I believe it?
I don't think you should until you come to the realization that the Earth is a globe. So I don't think there's any reason for you to think that the moon landings happened before that.
How about when I come to this realization? So is this like a chicken egg problem? I believe the moon landing, and then I believe it's a globe, or I believe it's a globe, then I believe the moon landing. Like, where do I start from? Which is proof of which?
You'd have to believe
I want to know how to enter this circle. I can realize a lot of things. I can realize that, a fucking attack helicopter. You can realize anything in your mind. Okay, but I'm not concerned with my thoughts, right? What I think, what I could believe could be true, might be true, fantasize to be true. I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with what can you objectively prove? And you've admitted it on multiple occasions that you believe the Earth's a globe and that you have no objective evidence to the contrary. That you have no sensory data, you have no experiential data. The best you can do is look at a screen, read a book, read something that somebody else says, rely on them as a source of accurate information, and say, I put my faith in you. That's all you can do.
Yeah, so to be clear, I agree that I don't have any proof. However, I would call those other things evidence. And I would even say strong evidence. So yeah, I think proof belongs in the realm of mathematics and logic. But you just look at the evidence and see what the best explanation is.
The most comfortable explanation or the best explanation?
I'd say the best.
So the best explanation is, well, how do we want to separate this? The best explanation for what? Apollo or the globe?
I would say like the observations of what we see in the sky. the sun and the moon, time zones, satellites, seasons. Like the best explanation for that whole list of
Jesus
things.
Christ, you really said time zones?
Yeah.
So, time zones are man-made, right?
Right, but I mean the fact that it's noon one place where it's midnight another place, that kind of a thing. I think the best explanation for that is the globe.
Okay, sorry you feel that way.
I appreciate the sympathy.
I'm sorry you feel that way because there are other explanations, and
there are. I don't think they're as explanatory as good as explaining the evidence.
But I mean, is that what you want? When you say explanatory, I hear the word story. That's what I hear, and it's just like I have a comfortable story, and like I've heard this, like Professor Davis made this argument. We have one explanation that explains seasons, day and night, tides, blah blah. Like, and he goes off on this list, and it's all just this one thing. But if you dig into the details, like that claim is a 9th grade level claim. But if you look into the details, a lot of that shit doesn't overlap.
So,
right?
So you're saying,
well, why is there 19 time zones in the north and 32 in the south?
What on earth? 19 and 32? I've never heard that.
Oh God, we've been talking about it for a couple of days.
There's 24 in the north and 24 in the south, except for like India. There's a couple places where they are off by half an hour or 15 minutes, but there's only 24 different.
No, there's a video this sailor made. You were in here the other night when we were talking about it.
I hadn't heard the number 32. I guess maybe I wasn't there for the whole conversation.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get a picture of it.
So if there's 32 different time zones that are an hour apart, that means some people are almost a day and a half ahead somehow?
Yeah, there's supposed to be like, one of them was like, there's supposed to be 4 time zones in Australia, and there's only 2.5, and like China has 1 time zone, and like, here, let me see. I'll get you a screenshot from here. There's a picture of the time zones. Because they have like this weird like hook time zone thingy going on, and then they like eliminate 3 time zones at the international dateline.
I guess there could be 32 if you count all the sort of half time zones. Like, I think India is 12 and a half hours off from where I am.
Yeah, that's he's counting all of them, right? All the little differentiations.
But India's in the northern hemisphere, not the southern, right?
Well, I don't think he's talking about that one. I guess I'll just show you the map. I wonder where he got this map from. Looks like it's in Chinese. It's just weird because he's French.
I thought he was German.
I don't know if this is going to come out right. Trying to get one you can see good. He uses a couple different time zone maps. Don't look good. I'll just post the video. You can watch it if you want. Dude has sailed around the world, literally.
Yeah, I've seen in the Wikipedia one that I posted, it shows 24 across the top and 24 across the bottom that are an hour apart. Yeah, there are some that are like half an hour plus or minus here and there, and a little bit of overlap either way on the international date line. But I don't know how he would get.
He said they get like when you cross from Alaska to Russia, and it's hidden on this map, you lose 3 time zones because of the international date line.
Yeah, I see. You go from -9 in Alaska to +12 in Russia, right there.
Yeah, and underneath the -9 one, there's like a -10 one. And then underneath that, on the same latitude, is a -11, then another -10 underneath that, and then a -12, and then and I'm going north to south. I'm not even going. If you just look at the one you posted, that image, right? If you go all the way to the right and you scroll down.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. It goes from +13 to -11 down.
It's like doing all these weird shit on the international date line. I mean, I'm not doing the video justice. I mean, you'd have to watch it yourself. Like when you look at the magnetic declination map and then where the time zones are messed up, that's the exact same place, which is really weird. The time zones are going north or east to west in a particular place, and the magnetic declination map is going east to west in the same place. It's just a weird, funny thing, man. Just one another coincidence, I guess.
Yeah, China being all in one time zone is a little bit crazy to me. That's what happens when you get a communist government. Everybody in Beijing says, okay, everybody's in our time zone. So people are waking up, what would normally be at 4 a.m. to go to work because it's 8 a.m.
I don't think it was everybody in Beijing. I think it was just one guy.
That's true. Yeah. Xi Jinping or whoever. I don't know actually when that started.
I am Mao. You will do what I say. Didn't they kill all the birds or something? They did some weird shit there under him.
Yeah, whenever you get a dictator, things kind of go south.
Yeah, but he was a little nuts. He was like a bona fide narcissist, legit, which is just really weird.
Let's see, how many dictators do we have now? I think Xi Jinping would count. I think Putin would count. I think Kim Jong-un, or however you say his name, from North Korea. There's probably some in Africa, too.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't count Putin as a dictator, and I don't know enough about China. Their society itself is pretty... There's kind of self-governing where people pressure each other into conforming.
Yeah, but both Putin and Xi Jinping have changed their country's constitution or law so that they could stay in power longer than they were originally allowed when they first took office.
Well, I mean, remember Putin stepped down to let Medvedev take office, remember?
Yeah, but I think that he was still kind of in charge.
You're lucky, man, because that Medvedev dude is freaking twice as crazy as Putin is.
Yeah, it could be.
He's fucking... I don't know if you've read some of the stuff he's written, dude. He's way nastier than Putin is.
I remember there's this podcast called The Cold War, What We Saw, and they were talking about all these Soviet dictators back in the 50s and 60s and how they, were responsible for thousands of deaths and stuff like that. But then they said in the news in the U.S., Truman got in hot water from all the U.S. newspapers because he threw a golf club at an aide. So all these Soviet premiers are killing people, and we're mad at our president for throwing a golf club at one of his aides.
I listen to Russians and what Russians that are in America say about the Soviet Union back then, and they say all that shit's Western propaganda, and they have no reason to say that. because they're here now. You know what I mean? People that didn't defect, right? Because when you defect and you want political asylum, of course you got to say, yeah, they're crazy over there. They're trying to kill me. But there's some Russians I listened to that were, you know, they're probably older than me. They lived in the Soviet Union, and like, yeah, it sucked, but it wasn't the suck like as it's portrayed, as bad as they portray it.
Yeah, I suppose I haven't heard anybody. I don't have any direct evidence either way.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to take the propaganda factor into, especially when it comes with national bullshit, right? There's always, we got our propaganda, they got their propaganda, whatever. Sure, they say nasty stuff about the United States over there too. That we're fucking eating our babies. You know, GMO foods are illegal in Russia.
Really?
Yeah, they outlawed them in 2015. No GMO. I mean, I don't like any government, so I mean, in Russia, China, I don't like national governments. I think they suck. I think the entire premise of government is flawed. But I don't want to get into a political conversation.
Kim, thanks for that link. I've seen this video before. It's interesting what he says.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
Is he a double agent?
That's true. Or just wanting to.
They're a triple agent. See, I grew up in the 80s, like right at the freaking when the Cold War was like, it got like super stupid, right? Everything's a sleeper cell. Everything like was just retarded.
Well, I think that what makes what he says prevalent is that the things that we are witnessing are, they correlate with what he says.
Yeah, but I mean, like anybody could have predicted that because, like,
true,
civilizations fall the more affluent they become. People become passive. They become degenerate. Like it's just a thing that happens. See, man, I think the globe is a nice model, but I don't think it's physically real. Just like quantum mechanics is a nice model, and you know, Newtonian gravity was a nice model, but now that's not the nicest model. So we have models, and we have this penchant for reifying them, and I think
thought that quantum mechanics. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. No, say what you're going to say.
I thought that quantum mechanics, threw out Newtonian gravity, like it disproved it altogether.
Well, they don't play nice together. Let's put it that way.
Well, in one aspect, if it's wrong, then it's wrong in all aspects. Because you take the macro and micro.
Quantum mechanics should not be taken as physically real. It will make predictions about a measurement result, but the explanatory power, it doesn't have any. It's really descriptive because the explanations don't make sense. And like this isn't going to be figured out on this Discord. They've been arguing about this since the 1820s, right? Since quantum mechanics was developed. What does this mean? What is the meaning of this? Like, why is it this way? But it makes these crazy predictions, and they're fairly accurate. You know, the most accurate physical theory that has nothing physical in it, which is the most bizarre thing, man.
Well, don't they use experimentation?
Yeah, yeah, and they can make predictions of the results of measurements. I'll give you, for instance, the double slit. So they'll take a photon and shine it at two slits, and it'll hit a screen behind the slits. Now, it makes a wave interference pattern like it's a wave, but if they try to measure, or no, it makes a shot pattern. Am I getting this backward? I think it makes a shot pattern.
Lines.
Yeah, it makes a shot pattern if you do one at a time. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, if you just do one slit.
Yeah, if you do one slit, it's a shot pattern, but if you use a double slit, it'll make an interference pattern. But if you try to measure which slit the photon goes through, then it'll make the shot pattern again. So it's really, but they can't say exactly what's happening between the slit and the screen. That's why it's not a physical theory. They can't really say what exactly is happening in between these two. Like, we got the slit, we have the screen, we can predict what's going to happen at the screen based upon what we do at the slit, but what happens in between there, they really can't say. And all they can do is make a probability matrix on why this fucking is going to get this result. And then we can get into deeper where John DeBell proved that it's fucking non-local and not a hidden variable. Well, he didn't prove that. He theorized that. It's been subsequently proven. But the point is that it's a mathematical model that makes predictions. It's not physically real. And my idea is that the globe is the same thing. It's a mathematical model that's not physically real. And it's only used to explain the sky based upon certain assumptions. And like, maybe someday some other physics will be revealed in which say, oh, this is why we're observing it this way. But this isn't the way it really is. Which is pretty much what the globe is saying right now, right? We observe the Earth is flat, but this isn't the way it really is. But when we walk around the world, the sky looks like it rotates above our heads, right? And like, how do you explain why the sky looks like it's rotating around us? Well, we must be a big ball because that's the only way we can have this rotation. Not remembering that we're dealing with appearances, right? How things appear to be. But see, Matt, not to pick on you, Matt, but you know, Matt believes that the rest of this whole thing, right? He isn't at the foundation. He's at the next level of fantasy. He's at we not only is it actually a globe, we've gone far enough away to look back at it and saw it was a globe. Some men said they did that. So yeah, I'm gonna go with that. And we went on some other rock that's also a globe. And we sat there and we sent little robots to other rocks that are far away. And we've sent a robot to their sun and we sent a robot here and there. Like, yeah, those are all cool stories, man. But
so, India, what do you think the moon is? And also, what do you think the moons of Jupiter are, like the 4 Galilean moons?
I don't care. I literally don't care.
Shouldn't it be part of your cosmology if you're going to have a consistent cosmology?
No, it's like, listen, because I differentiate cosmology from where I live, right?
Sure, yeah, but they should all work together, right?
Why?
Because truth coheres. Like, if something is true, it should be true everywhere.
I don't really understand that. What do you mean true? Like, what's true?
I mean, so if you have a description of the Earth or where we live and the sky, like that description should match. I mean, everything should sort of work together.
So let me ask you this: do you think quantum mechanics coheres with the macroscopic world?
I don't.
Okay, so I'll give you another example.
Very well.
Does general relativity cohere with our world?
I don't think so. It seems to be so weird that I don't know. Like I don't like the idea.
So we're already doing this, right? We're already doing this in science, right? We're differentiating. We're saying, oh, in this situation, the world is this way, and in this situation, the world is that way, and they're not compatible with each other, but we're just making the observation. So when we look at the Earth, we observe things a certain way, and then we look at the sky, they're not quite the same, but we're taking the same rules of observation and applying it to this other realm, and then drawing conclusions from it and say, well, if the rules here are this, we take these rules and apply them to that, then we can draw conclusions. But that's a leap of faith, right? That this is like the same environs, right? They obey the same physics, they obey the same properties, they obey all the same things. There's no reason to believe that. That if you believe that, that's just a choice of what you want to believe. It's not. It's a philosophical choice. It's not something that's demonstrable.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I think I would say that I believe that physics works the same on Earth as it does in the sky.
Well, the thing is that if the globe was never proven, that it was all just based on presuppositions and calculations, nothing that was physical, tangible, and you can't falsify a mathematical equation. You can just come up with another one, which it's all built off of calculations. It's not built off of actual proof.
Well, I mean, the statement that things work on Earth as they do in the sky. Do things fall in the sky? Like if I go to space, if I drop something, does it fall?
If you use the gravity, the equations for gravity, you can get them to work the same on Earth as they do in the sky. So no, they don't fall up there, but they do fall down here.
So what if I was in space, right? I just never lived on Earth. I was born in space on a spaceship. Could I come up with the equations for gravity in my rocket?
That's a good question. I think eventually, like if you observe enough of if you could see the moons of Jupiter, that might be one thing that would convince you.
Wow, bro.
Whatever,
So, what you're telling me is if I lived in a spaceship where nothing fell and I looked at Jupiter and fucking saw little dots going past it every once in a while, I could do what? There's no way I could experimentally test it. So would I just do a Cavendish with my body, sit there and float? How long does it take me to get attracted to the wall? How would you, you would never even think of it. It would never be a thought that crossed your mind.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't know how long it would take someone to figure that out if they were like living in a spaceship with in a weightlessness or something.
Well, I'm just trying to illustrate our biases, right? So we have these weird biases. You just it's shit in the sky. It's it would be it's just the same. But if you lived in space and not on Earth, you would not think it's the same. And I also use this analogy. If fish had astronomers, right? Fish decided they were going to do astronomy. Do you think that they would come up with the heliocentric model? They can see the stars, they can see the planets, they can see the horizon, they can see everything, right? They're going to do calculations. What are their calculations going to look like? Right? They're not going to have a spherical geometry. They'll have some freaking weird, I don't even know what, egg geometry or something. You're going to think they live on an egg.
It would be difficult for fish to come up with the idea of the globe. If they were intelligent enough and they could see the stars and the heavenly bodies, I think they might eventually come up with
They
that.
can.
Point.
You can see the stars and shit from underwater. The Snell's window thing, right? There's Snell's window. There's an opening, when you look straight up, you can see all the way to the horizon. So they could see everything that we see, except for they'd be seeing it from underneath the surface. And how would they ever come up with it? Even though, mathematically, I guess that you could probably make it work to some degree. I don't know how, because astronomy assumes there's a point. But, I don't know. But go ahead, Bong. Sorry to interrupt you.
If space was true, you would definitely know the difference, because being on Earth feels like there is no space. but I don't know what being in space is like. So,
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So, like,
Here's
you can't. Go ahead.
Here's another thought: is experiment. What if the Earth were permanently overcast? Like you could never see the sky, and it was always overcast. We'd still have like day and night. We would just see sort of the sky glowing more and more, and then sunset it would glow less and less. And if that were true, what would our cosmology be like? I think it's God's providence.
That's mind blowing. That's pretty mind blowing. Like,
I would say it's God's providence that He let us see His creation and see the stars and the planets and the sun and the moon.
Just to watch man's foolishness to try to explain it away when it's never going to be understood.
No, the heavens.
I want to find out if like pygmies that live in like the rainforest of Madagascar, if they have any astronomers there. Like people that never see the sky because it's so forested, right? People that from the Amazon or. Right, it's kind of hard to look at the sky when you freaking can barely see 3 feet in front of your face because there's so many leaves.
Or if you live in LA like I do, where you
oh yeah, if you live in LA, forget it. Listen, you can't see the stars where I live either. So like, but that's light pollution, not smog.
Man, I feel bad for you guys because it's beautiful.
No, I can see stars. I was looking at Jupiter and Venus earlier.
I swear to God, you can barely see the moon. There's so much light pollution.
How do you explain being able to see Venus?
Or
Mercury?
3-dimensional geometry? What are you talking about?
And you're in the night sky facing away from the sun.
Oh, you're right. If you cannot see Venus and Mercury at midnight, and if you can, that would debunk the global model.
You know, someone in the old Discord came in and showed a picture of Venus that they took at 11 o'clock at night. And the Glober said, well, that don't match Stellarium, so it has to be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, you'd want to see what it was. But I should clarify in the lower latitudes. Up north, I think even at midnight, you could see Mercury at midnight if the sun is not too low.
That makes no sense on the globe paradigm.
Oh, it does. I'm saying, like, if the sun is only a few degrees below the horizon at midnight, like it is way up in Fairbanks, Alaska, for example, I think then it would be possible to see Mercury sometimes.
Any of the planets that are closest to the sun, that would be... Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Hey, I'll blow you. You want to hear something that also don't make sense? Say that on average, Mercury is the closest planet to Earth.
What?
Yeah, that's true.
It's absurd. The absurdity. The things that people have accepted as truth for this long is just me also. So I'm not excluding myself in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I just posted a CGP Grey video that describes how that works.
Yeah, I read the paper that when they published this, I don't know, it was a few years back. I read it. It was kind of weird. They had a little diagram. Goddamn averages.
Did you know that most people are below average? Well,
yes, actually, I have come to this.
Are you a modern woman? I'm kidding.
No, half of people are below average because that's the definition of average. Of course, half people are above average too, except in Lake Wobegon, where all the children are above average.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that if you look at dating apps, most women on dating apps find 80% of the men unattractive.
I had to run back and say this. Yeah, think about this. You realize how dumb the average person is. Well, half the people are dumber than that. Thanks, George Carlin.
That's true.
All respects go to those who deserve respect. Yes. The globe doesn't deserve respect. That philanderous globe.
And Matthew, I heard you say one time in here that you enjoy being in here because you're smarter than everyone else. Do you think that we're all stupid?
I don't remember saying smarter than everybody else. I might have said
Yeah,
that.
you said it. You said it about 3 times.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I don't remember saying that, and I shouldn't have said that.
I'm not.
I think
I'm
I
not
said
offended.
something like,
just...
I understand the world more than most of the people in here because
you said I like being here because I like knowing I'm the smartest person in the room. Oh, you're exactly right.
You understand.
Somebody must have said something to
There's
make
a
me
lot
mad.
of shit in the world to understand. Like saying you understand the world more. That's a pretty bold fucking claim. Can you do plumbing? Can you put?
No. I mean, like cosmology, maybe the bigger picture stuff.
Okay, because that's a pretty like. There's a lot of shit to understand.
True. I was just making a comparison statement.
Because there's all levels, you know what I mean? There's levels to this shit, like, you know what I mean? Like, people look down on frickin' coal miners, but understanding how to mine coal is like, you know, I'm sure it's an art, even though I don't know how to do it.
I got a really close friend who does that. He doesn't necessarily do the actual coal mining anymore, but he works on the equipment now. But, you know, everybody starts off doing something.
Well, we can always burn Matt's books to stay warm. It's like the intellectual's nightmare. We've run out of everything, right? We've run out of trees, run out of everything to burn. The only thing that's left is the books. We got to burn the books to freeze to death.
I'm okay with burning all of the Globe books.
I'd burn all the books, like, except One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I'd keep that, and the rest they can burn.
I am biased, though. I would like to keep the Bible.
Keep structural engineering and water purification.
Something that has to do with, like, you know, what plants are poisonous or something like that for forestry or something like that deal would be nice to have. Literally nothing that has to do with cosmology for the globe paradigm would matter.
I can never see that.
That Everett kid's been in here all day, but is he server muted? Is he?
No, he's deafened, and I think he did that to himself. No, he's fine. I kicked him out the other day. He thought I banned him, but I didn't.
Did you see his video?
Oh yeah, I didn't really watch it. I mean, I just saw it. I left him a snarky comment.
What video was this?
Yeah, now I'm internet famous. You need more subs so the video can go viral.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
He's like, oh my god, I just got banned. They banned me.
Well, that's the funny thing is I only kicked him. It wasn't like ban word. He was just being annoying contrarian.
Yeah. Oh, you just kicked him out of the server.
Yeah, I just kicked him. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and then he can just rejoin. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I didn't even send him the cog dis. It was either that or disconnect him. I was going to do one of the two, but I figured, like when you disconnect somebody, they can't reconnect sometimes. So it's like I'll kick him, then he can join the server and reconnect. And I'll just give him his roles back, but instead he,
Now I remember the video because now I remember this kid. He covers the outro to that Lorna Shore song. Those brutal vocals. It's just funny because all you have to do, he had to really concentrate on doing those. What are they called? I can't remember what they're called.
Oh shit, Matt dipped.
It's just. I don't know. It's just funny.
It's hard for me to watch Clover videos, dude. It's just super hard. They all have these nasally, whiny voices and punch me faces. So it's like, tell me I'm lying.
No, you're right. It's like they're always being dramatic and it's like a fake voice. Like I don't know, it's something.
Yeah, it's like this whiny, nasally, passive-aggressive, wise-ass like tone. Right? They'd never say that shit to your face. You could just tell. This person, when they walk by you, their head's going to be like down looking at their shoes. Right?
That nasally voice comes from mouth breathing.
That must be 100% of Australians.
And they also, it's the punch me face that goes along with it too. It's like, I can't do it, man.
It's like they're all modeling their videos on Professor Dave.
Yeah, it's like, or Simon Dan. Like, I think Simon Dan was first.
Oh yeah, he's even more annoying.
But MC Toon was around. He's been around for a long time. But his voice is more effeminate than like nasally and whiny.
Yeah.
He's still got a punch me face.
Yeah, the punchy face. Yeah, that's universal. The punchy face is completely universal.
And fight the tight shirt.
I don't know how that guy can show his face anywhere after the shit he was caught doing. Anyway.
How about how he was like, I'm going to debunk you. I don't know how, but I know you're wrong. I don't know why you're wrong, but you're wrong. Like, what? How do you come to that kind of logical conclusion? It's illogical.
Global logic.
No, it's just you have to be wrong because you're a flat earther.
Well, that's their goal isn't the truth, man. We all know that. Their goal is like the truth and is not their goal. That's so far away from what they're aiming at. They're trying to beat the flat earther, whatever that means. That's why, it must be so frustrating for them, right? So they're like, they probably started 2 or 3 years ago. They're like, I'm a dumbass. I'm going to hit the low-hanging fruit, the flat earthers. I'm going to go in there and fuck with them. And they come in here or some other platform and they get slammed. You're like, I'm not going out like that. I'm making a YouTube channel. And I'm going to beat up on these flat earthers. And then year after year, day after day, video after video, getting the shit kicked out of them by flat earthers. Right? People that they see as dumb, stupid, retarded. If you get beat up by a retard, what's that make you?
A retarded retard?
Exactly. That's why they have this thing where they just want to win. They don't care about the truth. They don't want to be humiliated by someone that they consider a retard. Ego. It's all ego.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. They can't be wrong, so they double down on shit that's not real. Because they can't be wrong. Flat Earth, they can't be right. Maybe that's more to the point.
They literally make shit up.
Nobody will ever make it.
Yeah, that's like I can't even. I've never been lied to so many times regarding any topic than this topic. Period. It's like a daily occurrence around here.
Now I'm about to have waffles and bacon. Last night,
Oh, good.
Last night I had bacon on my ice cream, cherry chocolate ice cream, and I had bacon on top. It was delicious.
Jesus Christ, dude!
Trying to gain weight. Shut up.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Holy moly, you're gonna gain it fast.
Good. I eat 6 eggs a day, 6 to 8 eggs a day, every day.
Yeah, I
I
just
some
made
food. You would not
I
believe it.
just
I'm
made
sorry.
an egg casserole for dinner tonight, and I had like 8 eggs in that.
I'll put some eggs with this bacon and put that all on top of the waffle and pour some syrup over the top with a bunch of butter.
Come on, man. Why are you slacking, Sonny? You get, let's say, you make 3 eggs, fried, deep fried in the bacon fat. You stack them on top of each other, put them between the waffles, and then you have the bacon in there too. That's about 1,500 calories right there.
It's a daily intake.
Dude, that's that one meal will be like 1,500 calories, man. That's crazy.
Breakfast. Can't eat until breakfast the next day.
Yeah, he's trying to gain weight. So,
Fuck, I wish that was my case. I've got to watch what I eat so I don't gain weight.
No, this is actually this what I'm eating right now. This is my dessert. I already had dinner.
oh God.
I had a brunch. It started from about 11 o'clock till about 1 o'clock.
Well, I mean, if you don't care what kind of weight you gain, man, just start pounding cheesecake. If you like cheesecake,
yeah, that stuff's expensive, so I don't have that kind of money. But I drank a gallon of milk between yesterday and today. I almost finished it. I got some pancakes. The pancakes have 3 eggs in it and a stick of butter, basically, almost.
What about
more milk?
Pasta. Pasta's cheap.
Yeah, pasta's cheap. Well, the easiest, like there's in a gram of fat, there's 9 there's 9 calories per gram of fat, and there's 6 calories per gram of carbohydrates. So if you eat fat, you have to eat less fat to get calories. You also drink alcohol. Alcohol is like 7. So then again, I don't know why I'm saying that to Sonny. Don't drink alcohol, Sonny. I didn't say that. You didn't hear me.
I've been dealing with something really weird today. I've got mottled skin on my knees. It feels weird too. It feels like I'm weak in the knees, but also like, when your skin is stretched tight, something like that. It's really weird.
Actually, you know what? Alcohol, it doesn't have the effect you might think it does on me. I can drink one day and not drink again for another 3 or 6 months, even. Like I can buy a bottle and drink it. I can buy a bottle and drink it in a few days. Like it depends on how big. Like a fifth, I can drink in like 3 or 4 days, probably. But then after that, I don't need another one. Like even that month or the month after, I can do without, or I could just have one beer. Like I can totally just drink one. I can take it or leave it. And it actually works well if I do it moderately for pain relief.
Is it your favorite macronutrient?
What, alcohol? I'm thinking of going and buying a bottle. I have to check my account, see if I have
Yeah, I don't think you should try to. Your weight gain journey should not be drinking alcohol.
But a little bit, just a couple of shots before I go to sleep. That is not that
beers
bad.
can hurt. There's a lot of calories in beer, especially if it's a dark beer.
I
You
like
get,
stout.
Yeah,
I
if
like
you get a Guinness.
stout.
Yeah,
Yes. I drank some Guinness. Actually, I had this one called organic chocolate stout, and it was delicious, man. It's like something you could drink with your breakfast and your coffee.
I used to drink chocolate stout. It's made by Samuel Smith. They come in like a 1 pint bottle.
That's the one I did. That's exactly the one. Samuel Smith. That's
Dude,
the
that's
one.
still like the best beer on fucking planet Earth.
Man, but it's like $5.
Whoa, Indio.
Yes, it is.
It's really good beer.
That's begging the
I
question.
said planet Earth. Yeah, I was drunk.
On the planet. Yeah, all around the planet we have stout.
I meant planet. Plain. Yeah, yeah, Samuel Smith is great.
It just shows how it's still ingrained so deeply, isn't it? Language.
Yeah. Atmosphere. That's the one that kills me all the time. Atmosphere.
Every day.
I really try to say Atmo or Atmos. I really have been trying to do that.
Yeah, but it's hard because you have to actually think about to say. You have to think to say Atmos. You got to Atmos. You want to say sphere at the end of it.
How would that? I could train myself out of it. I'll just switch to saying atmosphere, and then eventually I'll realize that's stupid, and then I'll just stop.
Atmosphere.
Atmosphere. It's not a sphere. Remember, it's a pear shaped, oblate spheroid, so it's atmosphere.
How do you break spells? You make them sound silly.
Yeah.
Who knew that silliness was the way to break a spell?
Yeah, you just change it, man. Just change it all around.
So it's like the cure to the globe, is it? Silliness. It's the opposite. Globe is silliness.
I mean, Matt is like, dude, like, he's, for lack of a better term, man, he's balls deep in the globe, man. He's a
cult leader.
Under the spell.
I don't understand it.
Still residual with us, so that's why we still say the terms that are begging the question. What a crazy world. Never expected this to be my life at all.
Could be worse.
Yeah, it could be
Rion, are you still on the fence?
No.
No. You're, which way did you go?
It appears to be flat.
Ah. The voice for radio has gone flat.
Yep, your DMs are about to explode with Globers freaking going, don't do it, man! Come back!
Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, Rion?
Well, I mentioned it a couple days ago, I think, and I just looked outside my window and I noticed one of those water towers down here in Texas. It's pretty flat. I figured, I wonder how much of that I should be able to see, and just found it on Google Maps satellite view, measured the distance, and damn, I see way too much of it. So
yeah, it's hard to do over land, though. Did you check the elevation of where you were and where the water tower was as well?
Yeah, I was about 18 feet up, actually. It was pretty far.
Yeah,
surprisingly.
Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat
Good on
Earth,
you, brother.
Life gets more interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
It wasn't an easy thing to realize for me, but it was still. I guess I didn't freak out. Just
it
took a lot. Yeah.
I didn't freak out particularly, but the people I was telling at first were freaking out a little bit because of the way I was telling them. So, yeah, live and learn, man.
Well, the implications had to set in, It took
Yeah, actually,
a
there's
couple of days
stages.
for what that implies, and I didn't need
Yeah,
any proof. I didn't need any
there,
proof because I was pretty blessed to have been blessed with. I don't know. It was just some sort of divine intervention where I knew that the Creator existed, and then I discovered flat Earth, and I was like, well, that makes sense. But the implications of what that means, of how the whole world is deceived on that great of a level, I could already tell that the whole world was deceived, but not to this extent. Now I have to like unlearn everything and relearn things. Like, what is mottled skin? Like, why do I have it today? And what's going on? Am I dying? I don't know. Levido reticulus, I think is the term. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's kind of freaking me out.
so the first waffle with just the bacon folded up in between. It was about 3 inches tall. So I ate my way through half of it. I'm still working on it. Now I'm going to do a couple eggs, sunny side up. I'm going to put those right on top, put another waffle, pour some more syrup on it, and go for that one. Yep. I hope I don't throw up.
I hope you don't either.
Why is it so quiet on the live stream? Why is it so quiet on the live stream? Hope that mic's picking it up good.
Yeah, it sounded good. Looks like lots of folks are over there on Jim Panda's server.
What's happening, people? Why so silent?
Mm-hmm.
We don't really know why we're so silent.
Where's my truth-seeking army? Flat earthers.
How do you like that little scale? I didn't invent it, but I took it. I took it from a famous jazz player named John Coltrane. It's kind of like moody, like me.
Yeah, I like it.
You can do it in any key. Like I changed from E minor to A minor. You probably didn't even notice. How do you like them apples? Wait a minute. you didn't ask for apples. Oh, okay. I see. What happened to that pick?
I liked it.
Hold on. It gets really freaky because you start connecting things that you didn't connect before, and they sort of all line up with your dominant sevenths. So if you know what I'm talking about, if you're doing dominant sevenths, like let's say I'll start in C to make it easy for the piano players. So in 7, let's just say I'm starting in C. I'm going to start with the lowest note in C, dominant 7. So on the guitar it's E, then G, and then it's going to be a flatted third. Flatted third, which is major third. Okay, so wait a minute. Dominant 7, so E, G, B flat, C. See that? So it's the same way with this scale. So if I do this scale in C minor, that's going to be a twist. Go first, second, flatted third, 5. Wait a minute, I'm losing my mind. Okay, so C, D, E flat, G, A, D, A, C, that's it. That's it. See, it sounds like that dominant 7th. Yeah. Here's the dominant 7 of C dominant. And then here's the other one. Oh, and then switch. I went from the John Coltrane pentatonic minor to a major C dominant 7th. Thanks. The Sunny music lesson is now over.
Beautiful. Yeah, I usually just stick to showing people like major and minor scales. I feel like that's a good base, but the pentatonics and the blues scales, and I'm still kind of learning those on guitar. I'm still kind of learning that stuff on guitar.
Yeah, Sorry,
go ahead.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
I was just saying I can remember always the whole, half, whole, half.
Right.
Or whole, half, whole, half, whole.
Right. That's what I did as a youth. Like in my late teens and early 20s, I just scoped all that stuff out and drew it out on paper so I could see it visually. So I spent a lot of time just drawing lines, drawing guitar strings and frets, and then drawing where the fingers are and where those different patterns are. So once you learn the Ionian, the major scale in all positions, 5 positions, then you learn like the pentatonics, and you learn how the major and minor pentatonics all fit in with the major and minor scales, and then all those other little changes within those scales, like the changing the fifth from a sharp fifth, to a natural fifth or minor fifth, or whatever you want to call it.
That's what I should do.
Like that one goes, the harmonic minor goes.
Well, I should do that. I should draw out the guitar and map the guitar frets. Like, I should do that.
That's what you do.
I've never even thought about doing that.
And listen, once you do that and then you learn where they all are, it's like really, it becomes a real trip, because you have like the first position for, let's say, E minor. This is a minor pentatonic, right? Then the second one is starting at G. And then A. Wait a minute.
Well, hey, Sonny. Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
We've got a new VC verified person in here, Jenny. Welcome, Jenny. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hi, everybody.
This is the best place to talk about the Earth, on the Earth.
And welcome.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
You got any questions or anything?
No, I'm here for listening. What are you talking about?
That.
Music?
Yes, we're talking about music right now. And scales.
Okay, continue.
Well, I can't really continue unless Sonny's talking.
And I was doing all of that in the middle of a delicious waffle with bacon and a sunny side up egg, all with syrup on top with plenty of butter.
Sonny likes the sunny side up eggs.
And I'm trying to gain weight. So, yeah, high calorie, high protein, high fat.
I got you. Well, you're going to do it. Doing it the way you're doing it.
I probably won't finish it all. Probably have to save the rest for breakfast. Do you know anything about music, Jenny? Do you play any music instrument?
No, but I love music.
Okay. Yeah, we're talking because we're nerds, I guess you could say. Like someone like me, I know a lot about like different parts of, and all based in the guitar that I started playing when I was 10 years old. I'm in my 60s now. I still play most every day. So I played for 50 years.
I'm 31 and I've only been playing guitar for about 11 years now.
That's a long while, though, actually. When you make it over the hump of a few years, the guitar is a very difficult instrument because of that pain thing, man. If you haven't tried to play for a few weeks, every day for a few minutes, you'll know what I mean after the first month. But people usually don't get past the first year of when they start guitar because of that pain. Once you make it past that and you learn the basic,
it's not painful at all anymore.
No, then it just becomes a joy, and you start really getting a lot of great things from it. You know, yeah. You start seeing improvement, constant progress for a while. Yeah, that's good. So I made a couple breakthroughs in my guitar playing in the last, I would say, 5 years. With the lockdown, actually, I just started studying, and I started sitting and focusing and playing music every morning, the same thing, scales, and studying a particular style. And I successfully incorporated that style into my own style, and it actually became mine, where I feel it. I don't know how to explain that part of music. I talk about this a lot. There's a lot of music that we don't have language to describe things in music. So we kind of have to use analogies in music. But we don't have to do that with Earth, actually. Anyway.
Yep. I'm not familiar with the guitar, but learning piano.
Nice, very nice. Well, piano's, a foundational instrument. That's very good.
Yeah, you can learn your scales the best on the piano. When I was taking piano, it was like a self-teaching class, but yeah, I got pretty far into the curriculum that they supplied for you to teach yourself. That was pretty fun. I know how to play green sleeves on 3 different instruments now. Hey, I even learned how to play the entertainer on piano. That one's tough. I've been teaching my son how to play piano a little bit on his little toy pianos. It's fun to see a little tiny person play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, Row 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 Your Boat, and A Joy to the World. Also want to teach him how to think for himself so he doesn't always go for the popular idea and consensus. Because what's popular isn't always true. And what's true is usually not popular. Well, I'm out of here, guys. Y'all take care.
Bye, you too.
join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat Earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat Earth tag aren't just flat Earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. Yeah, just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has it's painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
these other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief, and I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly. Because Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him BC verified in case it's.
Thanks, man.
In with him.
Oh man, I might get on my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring it back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Whitsitt, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Whitsitt? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know the rules, Sergeant. Go ahead, man.
It's an open forum. You guys can chime in. But yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Whitsitt. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why. Your position, basically. So everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Standard globe position. The prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the the Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Look at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you're going to feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean, the alternative. No. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. But when we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
Oh, that's
sorry.
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah, I mean, and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproducible experiments.
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add, go on.
Real science, right? Real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance, like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax for the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of those stars, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So That's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star, it is the peak of the triangle. But looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax. But for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even, I don't want to address it yet because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic, and also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. Simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position, and you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. I mean, can kind of give him a little bit of what we hear on the critiquing side of what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Cat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well. And what the hell was he doing with this statement? This is what he's going to do, and he's going to make this, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveller?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Cats if you wanted to take it up. I can only really speak for myself. Oh, by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before anything was said.
But I didn't add HOM. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton I think it's called Boldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They had to be perfectly level, and that is a curve. And it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third. The third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping on a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
the surface of the water. 138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. You know, like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper. Yeah. There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water?
Or sorry, do I have what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, and then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. It's just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
got it. Yes,
the one here. So
okay,
you should have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Do you have perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image?
I think he can't. He need image embed role.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible, because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt, because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to, I would say. This is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. Don't, if you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like, for flat earthers, this is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat earth or globe earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the, I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is, just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dog pile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slugging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship. So I don't allow just the dog pile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion. And people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
you can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than, if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait, you guys, if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
It was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So. This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No, Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagittar for an east-west oriented tank of 138 metres is about 0.6 millimetre. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimetre over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above, and to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimetre, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimetres over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes, they are.
That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months. And then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, you can read the document. That's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water.
I know that.
And adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no! And it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that. which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations, and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e. maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Here, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
They accounted. Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. As I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah. Because, I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete.
Exactly.
Of course.
You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint, and they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye, but it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
There are two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filled in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? I mean, a half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship. Let me see if there. I think there's. Is there any images there of it? I don't. Well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry. I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later, and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least we got you saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment and
Level-
was a high-end guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything.
Well,
They never account for anything. Linear lines every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
right. And my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curve is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level of L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like that's a bullshit story.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level.
No, I'm talking about a level. Capital Level. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right? Now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they've revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
Level is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on. Do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation?
No. I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on. I'm stopping you because we already know that definition, because we hear it all the time. No, that is not. Yeah, what but it's not. About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's so not
if you're just talking,
hold on a second here. The point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. Hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from 2 spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually no, it isn't. No,
it is unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal. What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah, and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
The perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides, if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plums, and at each one you had a 90-degree horizontal to those two plums, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but exactly. No, they wouldn't.
And they will be.
And that's why I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
in the drawing in your head.
No, I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138 meters. No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter.
Okay,
so over 500 meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is not 0.6 millimeter? How much
just over half a millimeter.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500-meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on. How many millimeters? How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have.
You wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the exact calculation.
That's not wrong.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say that
your level, our level.
Your level's called radio
level.
Can you hear me? When I'm talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known, but
I just put 100. Sorry,
I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that, but we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this, and if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway, and there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? There's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's the way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes, they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Miggy? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just wanted either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from. Just a quick
question, Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining, taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.99999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. So because it could always be overturned. However,
it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else. Subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that is they're 100% sure, and you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork, as in what you think the stars are, using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most... I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us, because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat earth and globe earth. Why? Because we see the same earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat earth, globe earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys are believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
Are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point is,
you're pointing out to me, we don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, "Oh, it's not our guess."
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about, right? We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality, and we're telling you it is not, because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have guesswork.
Are you going to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say it's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
That's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
It is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions, the best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have, that is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling
You're
the subject out.
rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer line.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Audience, let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that, so now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any forum you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Don't know anything, then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you absolutely know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord? It's
the best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you. Like, we're getting somewhere, right? All right, so let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality, because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord, because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay, here's a counterexample. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my Patreon or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams, because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point. But see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying, with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of the things,
absolutely would. Have you ever been in the car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely. But you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what I call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good chance. Airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it, I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual forum. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you. Whoever Joe Blow is, I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual forum that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir.
That's science has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance.
Sir, you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know. But
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and okay, well, I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that hey man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I say, like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
You could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. Hold on. If I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
Oh, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything, and I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go, whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers. It's not going to happen because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir, and until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told. Somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold.
Science.
It's not
with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I just said just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it. Well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
Well, that's with what science, you're doing. You're sensible. You just said the star plasma with spectroscopy, and you know elements.
What I said was all our available evidence points to that. The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You just finished telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
But we have taken. Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to implore here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science, do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be with the I call it the lore. Because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. Sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by...
No, we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet. But we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because God doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Do you know, simple as what, sir? Do you know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it?
No, hold on. We know. No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Well, let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the explanation. No, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, if we could do this all day long, I could tell you of many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just pointed that out. I pointed something out to you, but look, listen.
That is. You know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we.
So those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive at.
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that the air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not
for
confused.
us, sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. You know, lawyer speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat Earth and globe Earth, because there's only one truth. The Earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same Earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the Earth. And what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We have
a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Again, Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards. Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're gonna tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you
to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening, because they're not taking you for a matter of fact. We want to know where you stand with the information, sir. So
it's it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You can't be 99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. We're not going to leave this because it's important for you.
It's 100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how shit works.
If you're not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, with the oil rigs. Now, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing the whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different come up with different results. So if you no, so if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there.
Wow.
The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, because that's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
You want to bring something up to get it.
Your take.
This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No. Listen, is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either
Which one is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because listen. This is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.9% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
It's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mctoon.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place, and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe a level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you make 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the curve naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where?
This is not
because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up? Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
Hold on. I've just dumped into voice text an image. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live.
Yeah, 1 second. What's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go.
Maybe you did.
Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that you can explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
That's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometers up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens is on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see, want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage. Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
Can I post a link to it?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it. I'm gonna step back here because I done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on debate,
evidence.
It's going to descend into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his, and it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera, just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labelled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide-angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I'd posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right. Well, you can see the 2 lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking up for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 39, 59-mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, anyway, you were jumping away from the subject, which was my Mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda?
Oh my God. Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh my God.
All the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Go off and go over high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down.
Guys, just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second, I'm going to have to go in about 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
so
I guess you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well then leave.
Come back when you're 100% sure. And that way...
Anything, if you're 100% sure on anything, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince... Because right now, you're just bullshitting. You haven't convinced yourself.
Propaganda that's
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from a video footage taken from a height of just over 35 kilometers. You've got the 2 straight lines and a curved horizon.
So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out.
Someone's playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy. And he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Are you sure he's a guy? Are you
There is a clip.
99.9.
If you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me
Are
speak.
you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what he's talking about.
Convinced.
Exactly.
But I am honest enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't read evidence. You won't.
We're the only people in here that have changed their mind.
Guys, is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope.
No, he said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes, we're
okay. Which means by definition, you're not scientific about this.
Oh,
and not honest
your
about
definition of science is wrong then. So yeah,
whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man. Let it rip. Yeah, knock yourself out. Let's have people hear this because real ones will know. So
okay.
You do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
Later.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Get the fuck out of here.
Very fun. I've already stopped recording. Bye bye.
Yeah, don't put that in your recording.
Rainbow is 100% flat smacked.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again sometime because what I haven't got is just loads of abuse from you guys. Just so I haven't abused you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just bring some measurements, please.
Let us know when you're.
Yeah, well, I did. I brought Mage. But anyway, look, I really have to go, guys.
Mage is not a direct measure.
Are you 100% sure about this abuse thing?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're recording?
Yeah, are you 100% sure of abuse?
Am I 100% sure recording? I tell you what, that shows you. I came into a Discord. I came into a Discord one time, recorded a whole conversation, and then found out I hadn't pressed record. So I thought I had. I was wrong. I have this time, I hope.
You spend that long around flat earthers and didn't get paid for it.
Man?
I don't know. Right, I'm going. See you again, guys. Bye bye.
You do forget.
Take care.
We are on YouTube.
Yeah, they don't know this.
Always catch it there.
Yeah, my only point of the sun was you guys asked, like, how does it work? Like, I don't think anybody knows. We can tell you its path, what it appears to take, maybe from one location, but from multiple locations, it becomes more uncertain where it is. I mean, it's within a range, it's not like way off, but it's off a little bit. So it's hard to draw conclusions when you, with a certainty, geometrically position where it is at all. This is in the gold model. So people have done this in AutoCAD. Seriously, people have taken went to time and date in SunCalc and took those elevation angles and tried to intersect at where they said the sun was supposed to be, and they could never get it to work in AutoCAD, which is 8-digit precision.
What about the moon?
The moon?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't fucking know, man. These are things we can never really know the true causes or what they do. They're intangible to us. All we can do is look at them.
But there's an explanation to it already.
But they're not really scientific explanations.
They are, actually.
So why are they better than the stories that they were told, what the moon and sun were before? Why are those worse stories?
Wait, what?
Before the Copernican model, right? They told stories about what the sun, moon, stars, all that shit, where they had convoluted stories about what they were. So why is that any different? They couldn't touch the sun. The only thing they've done that's different is they've said, this is mathematical. We can make predictions. our story's right because we can make predictions because we've attached to the variables, we've attached names, places, things called physics. You know, there's a guy named Oliver Heaviside, and he was a self-taught mathematician. He invented vector analysis, and he tells it. He starts one of his books with this little story. Says it was once a joke upon a mathematician when he took his symbols for realities as S for the sun and M for the moon. Meaning the variables in equations are not the realities. We can predict things with, you know, motions of bodies, motions of objects, and all sorts of physical events, but it doesn't mean the underlying theory which we attach these variables to is correct or true.
But like at least,
and I can
like
give you
giving...
a literal example of this with the Mayans. Now the Mayans predicted the transit of Venus better than the Copernican model, better than any other model. But their story that went with their prediction was Kukulkan, who was a dragon, right, was going across the sky. So because their predictions are better, should we believe the Mayan story of why Venus is transiting the sun at this particular time?
Wait,
you see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they had a story, they had math, they had predictions. They had a different story, which we find implausible.
But what do you have? You just say like you don't know, and it's like that's all you're saying basically.
Because I'm taking a position of natural philosophy.
Okay. But what about
the only thing you can say that is empirical and really know are things you can deduce from systematic experimentation and determine cause and effect relationships.
What about solar eclipse? How is that possible? Yeah.
Well, what do you mean possible? It happens, so it's possible.
No, how is it possible with like the flat Earth grid? With
what makes you think that the solar eclipse is associated with the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection?
I'm confused.
What makes you think that is connected to the geometry of the Earth? What is the connection? What's the logical connection? Okay, there's this, the sun's in the sky and a black thing goes over it and it turns black. What's the logical connection between that observed phenomenon and the shape of the Earth you were on?
That's what I'm asking. Like, what are you trying? What point are you trying to make?
It's like on.
I'm trying to make the logical connection, dude. You're
on
acting like the shape of the Earth has to have some relationship to that event. Why does it have to have a relationship to that event?
I'm trying to explain it. Okay.
Okay.
So in the model, you see like the moon and the sun circling, right? And they like never get near each other or nothing, right? And how is it possible for like the sun to like overlap the moon if it's like that?
Okay.
Listen, I don't know if Wretch, are you on?
Why doesn't everybody see the eclipse at the same time?
Hold on. Wretch actually has a model that demonstrates it.
And it's a globe. And if you're on the other side of the globe, you're like, you can't see it because,
exactly.
You know,
I'm just trying to argue my side of the story. So, if you're saying that the eclipse is a thing that somebody controls, why doesn't everybody see it at the same time? I don't know.
What are you talking about? Nobody said that.
Okay, well, you were talking about.
Are you on drugs?
I'm definitely not on drugs. Nope.
Are you drinking?
I am not.
Then where the hell did you get that from? You can't even answer a simple question on the logical connection between the object in the sky that you see, an observed phenomenon, and why it's connected to the shape of the Earth. It's a simple question. You think it's a foregone conclusion, which is obvious. I'm saying it's not so obvious. So tell me, what's the obvious connection? What would lead you to that conclusion?
You have a good point. No, I'm saying you have a good point, right?
What was the question again?
We don't know. We might not know what it is. We could be assuming everything.
Listen, do you think? Listen, even Copernicus, wrote we can never attain the true causes. We can only make models and make predictions of past and future events.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so even he said that, and you're talking about the Copernican model. You can't attain the true causes of events like eclipses, solar eclipses, any of that stuff. Seasons, because they are visuals, right? They're visuals. You just look at them. Can't manipulate them.
How are
They're not
seasons
tangible.
visuals?
They're visuals, so you just see them.
Right.
Have you done anything other than see the moon? Have you done anything other than look at the sun? Have you done anything other than look at Mars, Venus, Jupiter? Have you ever done anything other than just look at them?
No.
Okay, then. So they're just visuals.
Right.
Okay, so with the Earth, we're talking about something that's tangible.
Like seasons.
The Earth is certainly tangible.
Seasons are not. They're not.
Right.
They're not visual. Seasons are not visual. You can actually like
Seasons are a correlation theory, and there's two things of seasons. So there's meteorological seasons and there's astronomical seasons, and they're loosely correlated depending on where you live.
Okay.
So meteorological seasons lag what's called the astronomical seasons by some amount. Could be 2 months, could be 3 months. It depends on your climate. So there's a loose correlation there. Right. It's attributed to the tilt of the Earth, but that's probably in doubt because it could also be the length of day. So the exposure to sunlight, the angle of the sun is irrelevant if the day is 3 hours longer, right? So saying it's the tilt and it's the angle that the sun hits the Earth, how is that proven if the sun is actually in the sky for 3 more hours? See, these are like little stories. It's like it's your interpretation. These are philosophical issues. They're nowhere even near scientific. But to get to the matter, the real crux of the matter is what's the shape of the Earth, right? It's not even a science question. It's only a question of measurement. Just like what's the shape of your table? What's the shape of your house? What's the shape of your head? Right? You don't need a scientific theory for that. Do you?
Well, because
what's
we
the
know.
shape of my table? Well, we come up with this theory.
Well, we know.
No,
right?
That's different because
it's different, right?
We know the shape of my head.
It's different than science. It's different than science because it's a different type of question. It's a what is this question? It's not a why is this question.
Okay.
So we can do that with the Earth. We can solve this what is question by just measuring it directly without appealing to theories and hypotheses and just say, hey, let's take a tape measure and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
People have like.
So we've done that. That's what I don't think you get. We've done that.
Measured it, and like people don't do.
We've measured significant portions over large bodies of water, and there's no measured curve. Multiple times in multiple countries by multiple people using multiple methods.
Okay. Well, I think that there's no measured. Well,
no, there's measured curvature. I guess it's just like depends upon the way they interpret the data that they get.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how they do it.
There's definitely curvature. No, they've measured curvature for sure.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
Measured curvature.
Oh, here we go. I knew I was going to wake your ass up.
My name is John Gabrielson. I am your conference director, and it's been a privilege to run this conference for the last 4 years. And I kind of find it cool to introduce this next speaker that you all know and love. He's a personal dear friend of mine, and he blames me for his journey into flat Earth. I guess it partially was my fault. But Rob's a great guy, and he was with the press this morning, and I just want to tell you guys, he did an outstanding job in the media press conference we had, and just knocked it out. Just give him a round of applause. Absolutely. So I hope you guys are enjoying the conference. Trying to keep us on schedule. I hope everybody got coffee and is having a good time. You guys liking it? All right. Excellent. Well, I don't want to cut into Rob's time, so I want to bring up my dear friend, Rob Skiba.
Thank you. Get things going here. And you probably don't need me on the screen too much because I've been going through a lot of my presentation here. Oh, wow, this is awesome. Ooh, that's loud. Forgive me if my voice is starting to go already. I've been spending a lot of time talking with you guys out there. It's been wonderful. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Well, there you go. Shortest presentation I've ever done. Thank you very much. No, right? There you go. I've titled my presentation, Testing the Globe. Subtitle, Who Really Has the Intellectual High Ground in this discussion? You know, there's the 4 big questions mankind has wrestled with for millennia, right? Who am I? Why am I here? Where am I? How did I get here? I'm going to talk more. This is a 2-part presentation. This will be more sort of the philosophical part, and then tomorrow I'll talk about the various physical evidences that push me over the edge, so to speak. So regarding the who am I question, you know, first of all, my name is Rob Skiba. The things that influenced my life, of course, my parents growing up. I have one sister not depicted here, but my family is very close. My dad was a Baptist minister when I was a kid. I've been in the church my whole life. As soon as I could read, I was reading the Bible. I had a King James Bible highlighted and annotated in grade school. Anytime the doors of the building were open, I was there. I accepted Christ as my Savior at age 7 and have been in some form of ministry my entire life. That was 1977 when that happened, and that just so happened to be the same year this movie came out, Star Wars, and of course that blew my young mind, like, wow, that was amazing. It had a profound influence on my life and led me to the career that I've chosen, that I do to this day as a filmmaker. Also, I made a public declaration at age 8. I said I will either be an astronaut, a filmmaker, or a movie star by the time I'm 30, or I'll be dead. And it wasn't because I had a death wish. I just figured when you're 8 years old, 30, like, that's old man, right? So my thinking was if I hadn't achieved any of those things by the time I was 30, it had to be because I was dead. I don't remember exactly when it was, but at some point in my young life, Jim Irwin, supposedly Apollo astronaut from, I think it was Apollo 15, came to our church and signed that picture of him allegedly on the moon, said, "Reach for your dreams, Rob, aim high." And I did. Immediately after I got out of high school, I joined the Army. Oh, and by the way, that's me at age 18 with a Star Wars bed sheet. Yeah. Hardcore science fiction nerd. Joined the military. My whole plan was I was going to learn how to fly helicopters, get my commission, transfer over to the Air Force, learn how to fly jets, get into the space program. That was my ambition. That was my dream. That was what I was shooting for. Did very well at everything I did in the military. I excelled at. Was Soldier of the Year 1991 there. Became a pilot. By the time I was actually on my 21st birthday, I was in flight school. And even after I got out of the military, that didn't work out. My plans, I had, it's a long story, I'll save that, but basically it was an issue that I thought I had with my heart that made me have to get a Class 1 flight physical and do a stress test and all this stuff that basically anytime I was applying for the next level of my training, I got bumped for things outside of my control. And then years later, Father confirmed to me, no, your heart's fine, that just wasn't my plan for you. All these years later, I look back now and say, thank God I never got into NASA. But I left the military in 1993 and, of course, continued to be a sci-fi geek. That's me going to Star Trek conventions in my 20s, hanging out with the Star Trek actors and stuff like that. So, there was no incentive whatsoever for me to get into this topic that I'm talking about here today, much less spend the rest of my life traveling around the world talking about it. Okay, now before getting into this topic, I like to say to people, look, there's a few things that you must keep in mind, and I talked about this at the press conference earlier this morning, and also if you saw my presentation I did last year, here are about half of the bullet points I talked about last year. First thing you need to realize when you get into this research is, look, we used to be you. If you're just getting into this and you're really skeptical and you don't believe in it, look, we get it. We were there. We were you. None of us belongs to the Flat Earth Society. Let's say it out loud together. Ready? None of us belongs to the Flat Earth Society. So if this is new to you, okay, don't go to the Flat Earth Society to look at what are these people about. They didn't sponsor this event. They have nothing to do with it. Neither do we. Speaking of, no one believes in the upward floating disk theory of gravity. Media, if you're in the room and you missed this morning, pay attention, look at the screen, please. We do not believe this. Okay? I can't tell you how many times I've seen news reports and stuff coming out saying, oh, this is what flat earthers believe. No, we don't. You can't just insert flat earth into the Copernican model of the universe. You see memes like this all the time, like, flat earthers be, yeah, you know, sun 93 million miles, right? Mercury, Venus, pancake! No, we don't believe that. Speaking of that particular meme, Danny Faulkner just put out a book, and I've seen this meme going around. Danny Faulkner takes apart the flat earth movement in his new book, Falling Flat. Look at his front cover. I think it should be retitled, Misrepresents the Flat Earth. I'll just say this. I've spent time talking with Danny. I like him as a human being. I think we could probably be friends. I mean, I think he's a pretty cool guy, but when it comes to this issue, he's like the arch nemesis of flat earth. But I'm going to have to pull a Greta on you, Danny. How dare you! How many of these conferences have you been to? How much of our stuff? You know we don't believe that, so that's a complete misrepresentation. But he's not the only one. There's plenty of others out there doing it, the same thing. All the news media does it. Rational Wiki, on their flat earth entry, it says it's basically this, and they got the same picture. No, that's not true. And number 5, for Christians, the Bible is a flat earth book from cover to cover. I'm sorry, it just is. So that's part 1 of my presentation. I'm just going to go through this real quick. Others will be talking about it this weekend. Of course, if you're familiar with my work, I've got plenty of stuff on this online. But essentially, when you look through the scriptures, I appreciate Logos Bible Software. The scholars over there at Logos Bible Software do not believe the earth is flat. Say that again with me. They do not believe the earth is flat. Okay? They don't believe it. But they believe that the people who wrote the Bible did, which creates an interesting problem for them. It's like, look, you just make a really articulate case for this is what the words mean, this is what they clearly believed, and then you say you don't believe it. So I don't know what's up with that. But this is their depiction of the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe. I've gone a little deeper. This is not thus saith the Lord, okay? This is thus thinketh Rob. I'm not telling you this is where you live. I'm telling you this is what I see in my mind when I look at the ancient texts. As an artist, this is what I come up with. And according to all the references you see there, we see that we live in a self-contained 3-tiered system of heaven, earth, the underworld. There is a solid firmament, dome, vault over us, according to the text you see there. Yahuwah is the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton that I've chosen. I don't get into fights with people about this. Some say Yahweh, King James says Jehovah, Yehovah. Look, we're talking about 4 consonants, and we're doing the best we can. The pronunciation I've landed on is Yahuwah, so if you hear that, that's what I'm referring to as the name of God. Yahuwah's throne sits above the heavens and the waters, according to the text you see there. The earth is inscribed in a circular, flat fashion into something with 4 corners and surrounded by water, according to the text you see there. The sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, and by the way, all the stars are going to fall to earth, according to Isaiah, Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the Son of God himself, Peter, and John. The stars are falling to earth. We got big problems if Betelgeuse is headed our way, and followed by Andromeda, right? Somebody's lying to us here. And I'm not prepared to say that it's Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, or John. There are floodgates, windows in the firmament. Earth is a geocentric, stationary world set on pillars. Indeed, from Genesis to Revelation, the earth is consistently described by Holy Spirit-inspired authors as fixed and not moving, spinning, orbiting, etc. Circular with edges, corners, pillars, foundations, etc. Under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars were placed on day 4. Inside that structure that I showed you a minute ago is something that like the footstool of God right there. And I say, look, which model is a better fit for a stationary world set on a firm foundation of pillars under a solid dome within which the sun, moon, and stars move and which will accommodate all the stars falling to earth? I think it's a pretty easy answer when you look at that. Now, of course, those who disagree, who think the Bible it doesn't say this, they only got 2 scriptures. 2. And actually, neither one of them work for them. They have Isaiah's circle of the earth and Job hangs the earth on nothing. Neither one of them work for them. Hangs the earth on nothing. The model that they believe is the earth in the Copernican model is literally hung on the gravity of the sun. So you can't even use that one. And circle doesn't mean ball, doesn't mean sphere. For me, though, it really was the firmament. That was the one that just, man, it sealed the deal in more ways than one. Unquestionably, the thing is hard, firm, supporting the waters above, attached to the earth, within which Yahuwah placed the sun, moon, and stars, and upon which his throne sits. Clearly, this is a very important issue to Yahuwah. The only model that accommodates every aspect of the firmament is the circular, enclosed world model. The only way around this is to grossly misrepresent the scriptures, yanking the true meanings of the words used out of context and fantasizing about definitions for those words, which are not even remotely supported by the text nor the historical context in which the scriptures were written. Interestingly enough, I think this was just last week, some news articles came out just recently. Scientists, it says, our understanding of the cosmos could be fundamentally wrong, astronomers say. It says, our understanding of the universe could be fundamentally wrong, scientists have said. Newly released data from the Planck, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, telescope, which aimed to take very precise readings of the shape, size, and ancient history of our universe, suggests that there could be something wrong in our physics, according to a new paper. The issue could be an indication of a crisis in cosmology that may be as yet unrealized because of problems with our understanding of the shape of the universe, the authors of the new paper write. Scientists have long been convinced the universe was shaped like a sheet of paper. Interesting. They think the universe is flat, so why are they getting so upset about us when we're talking about the earth being flat? But a new paper suggests that could be wrong, and it's not flat, but rather closed. The authors of the new paper say that if it is correct, that the data from the telescope there suggests we are inside a closed universe. Interesting. Other articles coming out, same thing. You know, this was like all just last week, so perfect setup for us. It reminds me of a quote I heard quite some time ago by an individual named Robert Jastrow. For the scientist who has lived by his faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. He has scaled the mountain of ignorance. He is about to conquer the highest peak. As he pulls himself over the final rock, he is greeted by a band of theologians who have been sitting there for centuries. I think that's exactly what's starting to happen in mainstream science. Now, what I hear from people all the time, especially people who don't agree with what I'm saying here, is, Rob, you're making Christians look stupid. Have you guys heard that before? This is making Christians look stupid. Okay, if that's your big concern, right? If that's what you're so concerned about, I'm going to help you out here. All right, here's a news flash for you. We already look stupid. To pretty much everybody else out there that don't believe the same way we do. I mean, here are just a few of the crazy things we already believe in. A 6-day creation. They tell us the universe is almost 14 billion years old. To say that it was created in 6 literal days, completely absurd. We believe in 2 magic trees, a talking snake. Moses split the Red Sea with a staff that used to be a snake that could eat other staffs that turned into snakes. Interesting. A dude with a talking donkey like on Shrek. The walls of Jericho come tumbling down, the trumpet blasts. Joshua commanded the sun and the moon to stand still. Wow, that's pretty crazy. The length of a man's hair gave him superhuman strength. See, I'm growing my hair out. A few guys chilling out in a fiery furnace, remaining unharmed. A dude spends 3 days and 3 nights inside a fish, then gets out, starts preaching. Here's a big one for you. A Savior born of a virgin who walked on water, did miracles, died, rose again in 3 days, hung out for a few more weeks, then flew up into the sky like Superman with the promise of returning on a flying horse followed by a floating city. There are a lot more that I just couldn't fit on one slide. Okay? So if your big concern is looking stupid, just embrace the madness. But I knocked on our side of it a little bit here. Let's look at some really stupid things. Let's look at modern cosmology and science that I believe Scripture rightly defines as falsely so-called. Let's look at real stupid. Have you ever heard the game, you ever play the game Whisper Down the Lane, Whisper Down the Line, right? Who is most likely to have the truth, the one closest or the one farthest away from the original source information? Closest, right? So the further back we go, we see almost unanimously across the ancient world, they believe we are on a circular, still flat earth, set on pillars under a dome within which are the sun, moon, and stars. Now, there are variants within the cultures, but essentially you got the same model. Flash forward to the end of the line, and I heard we live on a spinning heliocentric ball in an ever-expanding universe. Something changed down the line, right? Now, when we think about the ancient past, who's smarter, us or them? I mean, the further back we go in time, the more we start seeing stuff like this. Megalithic structures and all kinds of stuff that people just can't, even today with all our modern science and technology, we can't figure out how they did it. So what's the solution? Aliens must have done it. I mean, think about it. We're so smart, we think we came from monkeys, and we don't even know what gender we are anymore. I mean, how smart are we? Modern science is telling us that gender's fluid. No, I got news for you. It's not what's between your ears, it's what's between your legs that determines your gender. You know, for thousands of years, 6,000 years of recorded human history, nobody, regardless of race, color, creed, religion, it doesn't matter. Baby pops out, got something hanging down there, great. Hey, it's a boy. No, it's a girl. That's awesome. Right? If you want to get scientific, got an X and Y chromosome, boy, got 2X girl. The fact that I actually have to explain this in the 21st century is proof of entropy. We're not getting better. We're getting worse. Way worse. Days of Noah, yeah, way worse. The only reason they think that way is because of evolution. So let's go after that. Let's talk about evolution and the big questions of how did we get here. Here's a video that explains more or less the current view of modern cosmology.
The idea that God created the universe went largely unchallenged until the Middle Ages, when scientists made a sacrilegious suggestion based on their observations. The sun, not the earth, was at the center of the universe.
It was a paradigm shift. There is now another way to explain the naturally occurring phenomena around us, and this is science.
Since the Middle Ages, scientists have developed sophisticated new theories about the enormity of the universe and our place in it. Theories that often have no room for God.
Many phenomena have appeared mysterious or miraculous or magical. And then through the process of science, we've eventually understood them. Scientists gradually realized that the sun really is just one star among a multitude of stars in a gigantic galaxy, having hundreds of billions of such stars. And all this was created in a Big Bang 13.7 billion years ago.
But while scientific theories, observations, and experiments tell us where we are in the cosmos, they don't answer the eternal questions: why we're here, and who, if anyone, created us.
The amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today. Okay? And anyway.
By the end of the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble, working with the large 100-inch telescope atop Mount Wilson outside Los Angeles, had established that our galaxy was only one of many galaxies in the universe.
When we look out at other galaxies, on average, they're moving away from us. And those that are twice as far away are moving twice as fast, and those that are 3 times as far away are moving 3 times as fast. And of course, that makes us look like we're the center of the universe.
Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable.
Several decades ago, we found a problem so great that it was brushed under the carpet for many a decade. And this is the fact that galaxies spin too fast. In fact, 10 times too fast. By rights, the galaxy should fly apart. Therefore, scientists said that we have to have dark matter, a halo of matter that surrounds the galaxy and holds the galaxy together.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch. What is a little bit perturbing is that after 50 years we still haven't found what the dark matter is. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there, it just means they're harder to find than we thought.
We look out in the universe and 85% of all the gravity that's out there has some mysterious unknown source. We add up all the stars, the galaxies, the planets, the comets, the black holes, the dark clouds, everything out there that we can see, touch, smell, or taste. And it doesn't add up to give us the gravity that we see operating in this universe. So really we should be calling it the dark force. Because we don't know if it's made of matter. It could be a profound misnomer, sending people off in thought directions that might not really be the right path. So dark matter is just simply what we call this thing about which we know nothing, responsible for 85% of the gravity of the cosmos. It is the longest standing unsolved problem in modern astrophysics. Dark matter, dark energy. Everything we know about the universe, what we're made of, galaxies, stars, planets, that's all right here. So, according to this chart, we are 96% stupid.
So the problem with cosmology is that we keep inventing theories, ad hoc theories, to try to explain the data, such as inflation, dark matter, dark energy, and so on, just to keep patching the theory up.
There is a crisis in cosmology. Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
A very large number of universes, perhaps even an infinite number, could in principle exist in a vast hyperspace.
We can understand the idea of hyperspace by comparing it to a mug of beer.
Beer. The beer mug would be the hyperspace, and the bubbles would be these individual universes. The bubbles in a beer mug are all physically about the same. But suppose they span a range of properties. Some of them might have carbon and oxygen, and stars and gravity, and others don't. We would be in one of the ones that leads to a rich, complex universe culminating with life as we know it.
If there are an infinite number of other universes, the fine-tuning that seems to be present in ours isn't an example of God's plan, but rather the law of statistics. Most of these universes wouldn't naturally develop in ways that fostered intelligent life, but a few would.
So then the explanation for the specialness of the universe is that we are winners in a gigantic cosmic lottery. It stands to reason that we couldn't be living and discussing this in a universe that was hostile to life. Only the bio-friendly ones get populated with thinking beings.
Having a multitude of universes is actually quite a simple and natural consequence of some of the most favored models for the birth and early evolution of our universe. It's kind of like stars and planets. As long as you have the capacity to make one, it's easy to make lots of them.
Oh, really?
Wow! Beer mug hyperspace multi-bubble verse. Really?
Beer.
Seriously? They're farting out beer bubble universes. Okay? That's what they're doing. Hey, I got an idea. Yep. Multi-beer bubble universe. And they call that science. And they make fun of us? Really? Yeah, I'm not going to take that from them anymore. I'm not going to sit here and let people who think they came from monkeys out of a beer bubble universe ridicule me for looking into what I'm looking into and considering, a possibility. If you guys can think about beer bubble universes, then I can think about a snow globe. Fair enough? Okay, let's move on.
Thank you. That's what they're calling science. So again, Christian, if you're worried about looking stupid, look at what they believe. Wow. It just gets crazier and crazier. I mean, talking about being off by 10 to the 120th power. Really? I think Nikola Tesla had it right, and he was starting to see it already in his day, in the beginning of the 20th century, right? Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. That's exactly what's happening. And you're seeing more and more articles popping up like this. This is just from a few months ago, April 30th, 2019, Scientific American. Cosmology has some big problems. If you read the article, it talks about, this individual right here says, compounding this problem, most observations of the universe occur experientially and indirectly. Pay attention here. Today's space telescopes provide no direct view of anything. They produce measurements through an interplay of theoretical predictions and pliable parameters in which the model that they've concocted in their head is involved every step of the way. The framework literally frames the problem. It determines where and how to observe. And so, despite the advanced technologies and methods involved, the profound limitations to the endeavor also increase the risk of being led astray by the kind of assumptions that cannot be calculated. He goes on to say, a key piece of the Big Bang paradigm was criticized by one of the theory's original proponents for having become indefensible as a scientific theory. Why? Because inflation theory relies on ad hoc contrivances and to accommodate almost any data, and because this proposed physical field is not based on anything with empirical justification. This is probably because a crucial function of inflation is to bridge the transition from an unknowable Big Bang to a physics we can recognize today. So is it science or a convenient invention? He concludes his article by admitting, quote, in order to maintain a mathematically unified theory valid for the entire universe, we must accept that 95% of our cosmos is furnished by completely unknown elements and forces for which we have no empirical evidence whatsoever. I just summarize that by saying, you know what is taught today as fact is really nothing more than unproven ad hoc theories based on presupposition derived from outlandish conjecture, which itself is contrived from sheer fantasy, all of which ends up beautifully illustrated by the hands of artists and published in textbooks as self-evident truth. That's what science has turned into today. All right, so let's move from the origin of the cosmos to issues of the earth and talking about the age of the earth and so forth. How old is the earth and how do we know? Well, for a long time there's been sort of this war between the ideas of uniformitarianism versus the older ideas of catastrophism. Charles Lyell's multi-volume Principles of Geology was published in the early 1830s. Its subtitle was an attempt to explain the former changes of the earth's surface by reference to causes now in operation. He was one of the major advocates of an idea known as uniformitarianism, that the earth was shaped entirely by slow-moving forces still in operation today, acting over a very long period of time. This stood in direct opposition to catastrophism, which described geological changes coming about as the result of abrupt, violent changes. Thus, characters like Charles Lyell looked at the stripes in the rocks, right, and he just assumed millions of years. No proof, nothing. That's the best. That's his best explanation right there. But is it really the best explanation for what we see, and how accurate are our dating methods to begin with? I'm reminded of an analogy Kent Hovind used to give, talking about a creationist and an evolutionist looking out over the Grand Canyon. One of them looks at the Grand Canyon and says, "Wow, look at what the Colorado River did over millions of years." And the creationist says, "Wow, look what the flood of Noah did in a couple days." You know. Your preconceived bias, right, determines how you look at the thing. Now, I already told you I come from a biblical worldview, so let's have a look at what the Bible has to say as a more plausible explanation for some of these things. And interestingly enough, as a young person, I stumbled across the works of this guy right here. How many of you ever heard of Immanuel Velikovsky? Anybody? Not a lot of people here. A couple of interesting books right there, Worlds in Collision and Earth in Upheaval. Those two books actually were instrumental in leading my dad to Christ in a bar in Vietnam. A guy was selling books there. He got those books, started reading them, and my dad was more like an agnostic at the time. But it got him to begin to question the paradigm and evolutionary thought and whatnot, and eventually he became a Christian himself. So those two books have quite a bit of meaning to me on a personal level. But here's a little video I cut together from some of the creation ministries talking about a better explanation for the geological features and the dating of the earth.
What about the age of the earth? Isn't there evidence for millions of years? And how do we understand all that? Well, first of all, let's look at what the Bible says. If you take the days of creation as ordinary days, and you take all those genealogies in Scripture, if you add it all up, 5 days before Adam, from Adam to Abraham, and then you add up from Abraham until today, you get about 6,000 years. Now, what about all the dating methods that seem to indicate billions of years? Actually, there are hundreds and hundreds of dating methods that you can use to age date things on the earth. See, one creation scientist I know makes this statement. He says 90% of the methods you can use to age date things on the earth contradict the billions of years. Only 10% even seem to give the billions of years. But all dating methods have fallible assumptions.
Nearly every textbook in Science magazine teaches that the Earth is billions of years old, and the primary dating method used for determining this is what is called radioisotope dating, or radiometric dating. Now, this is a reliable method for measuring absolute ages of rocks and the age of the Earth, right? First off, many scientists now regard the age of the Earth to be between 4.55 and 4.6 billion years old. Okay, so if this method is reliable and accurate, why the 50 million year discrepancy? That seems like a lot. But let's get into some details here and see what's going on. Keep in mind that there's all kinds of scientific jargon on this topic, and so we'll just present a very straightforward, simplified version. Radiometric dating is the process of estimating the ages of rocks based on the decay into other kinds of atoms. For instance, uranium will radioactively decay through a series of steps until it becomes the stable element called lead. The original element is called the parent element, and the end result is called the daughter element. Radioisotope dating is commonly used to date igneous rocks, rocks which formed when hot molten material cooled and solidified. The dating clock started when the rock cooled. During the molten state, it is assumed that the intense heat forced any gaseous daughter elements to escape. It is assumed that once the rock cooled, no more atoms escaped, and any daughter element now found in the rock is a result of radioactive decay since that rock formed. The decay rate is measured in terms of half-life. That is the length of time it takes half of the remaining atoms of a radioactive parent element to decay. Now, of course, that can be measured in a laboratory, and it is assumed that since we know the decay rate, we can calculate backwards and come up with the age of the rock. But is that all there is to it? Here's where it gets tricky. It's true we can measure a decay rate using observational science, but there's another kind of science that is required to accurately calculate dates for rocks, and that is what we call historical science. Historical science deals with the things in the past, and therefore it cannot be repeated and tested. Dating methods require both types of science, because in order to get accurate rock dates, one would have to accurately know both the decay rate and the initial conditions of the rock sample, right? Since radioisotope dating uses both types of science, we can't directly measure the ages of rocks. There are assumptions involved. For instance, how do we know what the initial conditions were in the rock sample? How do we know the amounts of parent or daughter elements now in that sample haven't been altered by other processes in the past? How does someone know the decay rate has remained constant since the rock formed? The answer is they don't. Let's simplify here and talk about a typical hourglass. Let's say you walk into a room and you see an hourglass with sand at the top and sand at the bottom, and some sand sprinkling from the top chamber to the bottom. Well, observational science would allow us to see and measure the sand, and then calculate how long the hourglass has been running, right? We could make our sand measurements and then calculate when the hourglass was turned over, right? Well, those calculations could be wrong, because we may have failed to consider some major assumptions, like, was there any sand at the bottom when the hourglass was turned over? Has any sand been added or taken out of the hourglass? Has the sand always been falling at a constant rate? Since we did not observe the initial conditions when the hourglass started, and we haven't been watching the sand all the time since then, we must make assumptions. All three of those assumptions can affect our time calculations. Now, of course, there's more to understanding all of this, but enough said.
The Earth's surface is scarred by deep canyons, cut into solid rock. But how did they form? A little bit of water over a long time, or a little bit of time with a lot of water? Modern rivers don't generally cut downward into solid rock, so today's river erosion seems incapable of explaining rock canyons. The Great Flood of the Bible, however, provides a possible explanation for such canyons. On May 18, 1980, Mount St. Helens, located 95 miles south of Seattle, Washington, erupted. The eruption was triggered by an earthquake centered beneath the mountain that measured 5.1 on the Richter scale. The lateral blast swept out the north side of Mount St. Helens at 300 miles per hour. With temperatures as high as 660 degrees Fahrenheit and the power of 24 megatons of thermal energy, it snapped 100-year-old trees like toothpicks and stripped them of their bark.
Now eventually lava flows formed a new dome. 5 new domes actually, all of which were destroyed by subsequent eruptions. But the 6th dome that formed between October 1980 and 86 is what you see today. It's composed of 2.6 billion cubic feet of lava, and it's quite young, having finished forming just over 30 years ago. Well, in 1996, geologists sent rocks from the lava dome to be radiometrically dated. Now, they used a method called potassium argon. Well, scientists measured how much potassium and how much argon are in the rock, and they calculate the age of the rock, right? But creation scientists have pointed out for years that there are some major problems with radiometric dating. One big one is all of the assumptions that it's grounded on. You must assume that the half-life is constant and that it never varies. You have to assume that there was no contamination. For example, no argon was present in the sample before the decay began. Well, that's a lot of unprovable assumptions. Now, if radiometric dating and the assumptions that it's founded on were accurate, well then Mount St. Helens rocks should have yielded very young ages. After all, the rock was merely about a decade old. You see, the problem is they didn't. The rock gave an age of 350,000 years. When they dated the minerals within the rock, the problem got much worse. They gave dates of 2.4 million years. This is for a 10-year-old rock. Now, Mount St. Helens highlighted that we shouldn't blindly trust the dates given by radiometric dating. The assumptions clearly aren't accurate, so the dates that they give are also inaccurate. Instead of trusting a method that doesn't even give correct ages for rocks of known age, well, maybe we should trust the Bible's history, which tells us that our Earth is around 6,000 years old.
Before the famous eruption at Mount St. Helens, scientists were mostly familiar with slow-acting examples of geologic change. But at Mount St. Helens, geologists watched the Earth's surface change quite rapidly. Icebergs were buried in hot avalanche material. They melted and formed badlands in days. Eruptions on May 18 and June 10 produced fine layers in hours. On June 10, mud flows cut zigzag canyons 100 feet deep in soft sand and mud, complete with perpendicular side canyons. Canyons that are reminiscent of the geography of Grand Canyon, only 40 times smaller and clearly produced within hours. At Mount St. Helens, a single mud flow off the mountain carved Engineers Canyon out of soft sediment in a single day, 100 feet deep. And the same thing even happened in solid rock. A series of mud flows created Lewitt and Step canyons on the front face of Mount St. Helens, cutting hundreds of feet into solid rock over just a few years. Grand Canyon is a good example where we find evidence of catastrophic forces at work. Upstream is evidence of huge lakes. These lakes would never have formed if the canyon were already open below them. However, if these lakes had formed from rains after Noah's flood, and if the pressure of these waters broke through and carved through the recently deposited sediments, then we would expect to find surge deposits downstream. Below Grand Canyon, this is precisely what we find. Evidence of a lot of water cutting over a little bit of time. Even though Mount St. Helens is a very small catastrophe compared to the flood or the major catastrophes immediately following the flood, it provides a better clue to what happened in those times than the slow geologic processes which are most commonly seen in the present.
All right. Now that we've established that the Big Bang is complete and utter nonsense, and our dating methods are also full of crap, let's take a look at the absurdity of biological evolution. This is a typical description of biological evolution you might see, charts and things of like this, made out of a blob or in the image of God. Darwin and the standard model of evolution, right? How many of you have heard that we share 98% of our genome with chimpanzees? Have you guys heard that before, taught in school? You know, that's one of the reasons they say we evolved from apes, because we supposedly share 98% of our genome with chimps. Okay, the clip I'm about to show you is not from a creationist. It's from an evolutionary-minded group of people describing how they got those numbers. Check it out.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally, but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes, or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections. a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So, yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
Yeah, that makes sense. What? That wouldn't make sense in any other context. Nobody would buy that, right? Wow, okay. And this is why more and more scientists, even secular scientists, are starting to steer away from the standard Darwinian model. It's so full of holes and assumptions. In fact, when Francis Crick and James Watson discovered DNA, they immediately knew this could not have evolved by random chance mutation. So what is their solution? Aliens! Aliens must have done it, right? The late Nobel Prize winner, Professor Francis Crick, along with British chemist Leslie Oriel, proposed the theory of directed panspermia in 1973. A co-discoverer of the double helical structure of DNA molecule, Crick found it impossible that the complexity of DNA could have evolved naturally. So good thing Giorgio wasn't around back then, right? Panspermia, I don't know, therefore aliens. The idea of panspermia was born. The idea of ancient aliens must have seeded our world, kick-started evolution. And this is now becoming the new standard. Thus, when asked if intelligent design was a plausible solution to the evolution of man, this is what Professor Richard Dawkins had to say.
It sounds very laudable to teach the controversy, to teach both theories, but there aren't two theories. There's only one theory around. There's only one game in town as far as serious science is concerned. Of course, you get negative reactions from creationists, but who cares about creationists? They don't know anything.
We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins.
You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian. You believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it. A petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak. A vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
And what was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else.
Evolution is a fact. It's documented by science.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
Believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. Well, but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Many people are extremely illogical.
I'm skeptical of the claim.
I'm skeptical.
I'm skeptical.
Yes, skeptical. Skeptical.
Skeptical.
Skeptical.
Skeptical.
Skeptical of claims for the ability
of random mutations
and natural selection
to account for the complexity. To account
for the complexity of life.
Careful examination
of the evidence
for Darwinian theory should be encouraged.
So we have a crisis in cosmology and apparently a crisis in biology going on at the same time. You know, if biological evolution here requires the intervention of intelligence, who created those other beings? You see, all they're doing is pushing the problem further out. You know, eventually you got to get to a first cause. And ideally, you really got to get to how does a first self-replicating cell manifest itself out of non-living material, right? I mean, you got to get, you can't just go to chimps. You got to go further back than that, right? Well, I mean, they're forced to go on faith. Ooh, that's that crazy religious word, right? Because they have no evidence for what they're talking about. And yet, over and over and over again, we're seeing stuff like this, aren't we? Article after article talking about other Earth-like planets out there. You know, there could be 1 billion Earths in our galaxy alone, 40 billion, 8.8 billion. Oh, and incidentally, they're finding all these Earths by looking through telescopes millions of light years away, or even thousands of light years away. Both are absurd. You know how far a light year is? Yeah, it's nearly 6 trillion miles. They're telling us they're spotting black holes 55 million light years away. If they got telescopes that powerful, turn the telescope on the moon. I want to count the rivets on the buggy. Or shut up. You're full of crap. There's no way you're looking that far out there, but they're always pumping it in your head. There's other Earths-like out there because they have to. They have to prop up their theory, you know, that there are ancient aliens out there. Over and over and over again. Well, this next video shows how life forming from non-living matter is simply impossible, whether we're talking about here on Earth or elsewhere in the cosmos.
What is faith? It is belief in the absence of evidence. Now, I don't propose to tell anybody what to believe, but for me, believing when there's no compelling evidence is a mistake. The idea is to withhold belief until there is compelling evidence.
When I talk to the public about astronomy and this question of life elsewhere in the universe, the most commonly held viewpoint I encounter is surely it's impossible that we could be alone in the universe. After all, how could it be amongst this unimaginable number of opportunities for life to get going? It only happened once, only here. And this is a viewpoint held by many scientists and talking heads in popular media too.
Do you think that there is life outside of Earth, intelligent life in the universe?
Absolutely, there is life elsewhere, and almost certainly intelligent life. It has to be. The odds are just overwhelming. There's 200 billion stars in this galaxy. Well, now it looks like every star has about 10 planets. So there's almost certainly intelligent life.
I assume it's the most frequently asked question, are we alone?
My best guess is that the universe is teeming with life.
There's surely other civilizations out there in the universe. There are 350 billion galaxies out there in the universe.
But an argument based solely on statistical grounds comes with a fatal flaw. And that is that it is perfectly plausible that the probability of life starting from scratch, which we call abiogenesis, is a number which is so small that it greatly outweighs the number of opportunities, the number of worlds out there in the universe for life to get going. For example, if the probability of life beginning is 1 in septillion, say, then the case for a crowded universe evaporates. What is the probability of abiogenesis? At a basic level, we certainly know that no lab experiment here on Earth has ever succeeded in creating what we would call life from chemical broths with conditions similar to that of the early Earth. This was first famously attempted by Stanley Miller and Harold Urey in 1952 at the University of Chicago. In what is now often considered the classic abiogenesis experiment, they exposed a beaker of water, methane, ammonia, and hydrogen to gentle heating and electrical sparks which emulated lightning. Now, many organic molecules were produced in this experiment, including 20 amino acids. But neither in that experiment, nor in any experiment since, have we observed the spontaneous production of complex proteins, nor DNA, nor indeed something crawling out of the test tube.
Language is recognizable, even if you can't read it. Take Morse code. It has 3 basic parts: dots, dashes, and spaces. These 3 simple parts are combined to represent letters. There are 26 letters in the English language, which are combined to form over 400,000 words. Those words can, of course, be combined into an infinite number of sequences or sentences. There is evidence that DNA represents a language. 4 basic units, called nucleotides, combine into a code for 20 amino acids. From those few amino acids, the body forms more than 100,000 proteins. Even if you can't read DNA, it still has all the hallmarks of language, a language that biologists are just now beginning to crack. Every tiny cell in our body is packed with 3 feet of DNA, 3 billion nucleotides. The similarity between DNA and human language is uncanny. In addition to codes, both use similar techniques to pack, access, rearrange, copy, and translate information. DNA seems to represent a language, the language of life. An unseen author, the creator of heaven and earth, has left a testimony of his existence in the DNA of every living thing.
For those who believe in evolution, they believe that matter gave rise to life. You've got to understand, matter had to give rise to zillions and zillions and zillions and zillions of bits of information. And over millions of years, information keeps coming from matter, new information to form all the different kinds of animals and plants, zillions of bits of information. You know what's interesting? We've never seen matter produce 1 bit of brand new information that never previously existed, not even 1 bit.
When one looks at a typical textbook, one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that.
This is a cell. What is the origin of life? How do you get a cell like this? What is the origin of something like this? This is an amazing machine. A cell is an amazing machine. It's not just a blob of protoplasm. Every day it gets harder to have the origin of life, to come up with a scenario, because the origin of life becomes more and more complex every day. A cell is a factory. It has the lipid bilayer, which is extremely selective to let certain things in and not other things. It has all of this substructure in here, these little areas where energy is made in here. It has these microtubules which can form, so you can move matter from point A to point B. If you go to a factory, what you see is these overhead hanging machines that are moving materials from point A to point B. In these systems, and the way they do this is they build these racks. But same thing happens in a cell. You get these microtubules to move material from point A to point B, and then as soon as the material is done moving, the microtubule breaks down and then assembles some other place. You say, well, why doesn't it leave it there? Because then the cell would become too rigid. So it just rebuilds it. It's just amazing factory what's happening in a cell. This is what we have to make. If we want to have origin of life, you got to start here. You don't start here. You start with a single cell. Just build a single cell. That's what we have to do in origin of life. Nobody has ever done this. If you've been taught that simple forms of life have been made, that is a lie that you are believing. Somebody told you a lie. That has never been done. Organisms care about life. Molecules don't care. Chemistry, on the contrary, is utterly indifferent to life. Without a biologically derived entity acting upon them, molecules have never been shown to evolve toward life. Never. Molecules don't care about life. They don't know anything about moving toward life. They have no brain. Organisms want to move toward life and keep life going. Molecules don't care about life. Nobody has ever seen molecules assemble toward life. Never. It doesn't happen without a biological entity working on them. I asked all my colleagues, can you show me an example of this? Of molecules moving toward order, moving toward an ordered system where you have a non-regular assembly. Regular assembly is like A, or AB. That you can get pure thermodynamic assembly. But non-ordered assembly is a non-regular pattern. That's what you have in DNA. We know from computer science you have to have non-regular patterns in order to have complexity for living systems. And I asked my colleagues, do you have any example of molecules without a biological entity acting upon them, moving to give an ordered assembly that is a non-regular pattern? And they sent me papers where chemists have taken molecules and assembled them in that way. I said, non-biological entity. You can't have a human doing this. Molecules don't move toward life. Well, even if you want to have molecules move toward life and you have human beings working upon them, can the human beings do it? And the answer is no. So almost every chemical synthesis experiment in origin of life research can be summed up by a protocol analogous to this. They purchase chemicals generally in high purity from a chemical company. All right, so that's what they do. They first purchase the chemicals. They mix those chemicals together in water in high concentrations in a specific order under some set of carefully devised conditions in a modern lab. Then they can obtain a mixture of compounds that have a resemblance to one or more of the basic 4 classes of chemicals needed for life. So what you need for life is you need carbohydrates, nucleic acids, amino acids, and lipids. That's what we know. All life we know composes those 4 building blocks. So they try to make those 4 building blocks. Then they publish a paper making bold assertions about origin of life from these functionless crude mixtures of stereochemically scrambled intermediates, much like Miller did in 1952. Nothing has changed in 66 years. Nothing. Nothing's changed. Exactly where we were in 1952 is exactly where we have remained. Think about what's been done in science in the past 60 years. Nothing has changed in origin of life studies in 66 years. That's important to realize. Then you engage with the ever gullible press to dial up the knob of unjustified extrapolations. Watch the mesmerized layperson exclaim, "You see, scientists understand how life formed." Then you encourage a generation of science textbook writers to make colorful, deceptive cartoons of raw chemicals assembling from cells which then emerge as slithering creatures from a prehistoric pond. That is exactly what is done every one of their experiments.
So what do I say when someone asks me, do you believe there is life elsewhere in the universe? Carl Sagan once famously wrote that faith is belief in the absence of evidence. And honestly, any scientist who says there has to be life out there is putting forward a position of faith, not one supported by observational evidence and statistical reasoning.
So where are we putting our faith, ultimately? When it comes to belief, here are our choices. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he made us in his own image. Or, in the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth that we got here from Goo to You by way of the zoo. Or, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and E.T. seeded the goo to make you. Basically, these are our choices, guys. When you proceed from a false premise, your conclusions are going to be sheer madness. This is why we have so many crisis scenarios going on in so-called modern science. And it brings me to my last slide here. Which one is it then? We have all our government-funded textbooks telling us we live on an oblate spheroid. We have this guy saying, no, it's a pear shape. You have NASA and other government organizations like NASA showing us perfectly spherical worlds. And then you have the Bible saying, nope, you live in a snow globe. So which one is it? I say, look, as for me and my house, let God be true and every man a liar. You can laugh at me, you can mock me for saying that, but if you believe you're an evolved ape that got here from goo to you by way of the zoo out of a rock that was spit out of an exploding dot, you don't have the intellectual high ground in this discussion. Sorry to break it to you. And when it comes to evidence, my whole life experience points to the truth of the scriptures. I've had no reason to doubt it. And then when you start seeing other evidences like this, it just confirms all the more that I'm going to trust it for cosmology as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
By the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive directance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fan. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes so fitted to the ambivation lunar wane shaft.
There's nothing to debunk. It debunks itself. When they can't offer you practicality and a definition of what it is they're actually claiming. It's a science of sophism. It's a science of cartoons. It's a science of how to animate things using crayons and wee drawings. But what they're claiming is no science, because they can't show it practically. It's no science. It's a science of deception. 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 Is it fucking that up? It's a science of deception. It's a science of deception. Right? It's a science of deception. It's a science of deception. Is it fucking that up? It's a science of deception. 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 Is it fucking that up?
Wing was of this normal Lotus or Delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator. Every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible.
It's a science of sophism. It's a science of cartoons. Right? It's a science of how to animate things using crayons and wee drawings. But what they're claiming is no deception. Is it fucking that apart? It's the science of deception. Right? It's the science of deception. Is it fucking that apart?
It may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation ding alarm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration.
Gravitoids. It's a science of deception. Gravitoids. 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 It's a science of deception. Gravitoids. Gravitoids.
Following message is transmitted.
Okay, welcome back to the Order of Chaos podcast. When I started this show, my intent was to speak to people, not just in the occult world, but in all areas of the paranormal and the strange and unusual and conspiracy theories and kind of all this stuff mashed up together, right? My hero as a child was actually Fox Mulder. I know it's a little unusual, but that's just what I'm into, right? So today, my guest is Mark Sargent. You may know Mark from the Netflix documentary Behind the Curve. He is a member of the Flat Earth Society. And today we're going to hear about his perspectives on a lot of other existing conspiracy theories and ideas that are outside of the realm of normal. So, Mark, welcome to the show.
Hello. Thank you for having me. And right off the bat, I heartily endorse this product and or event.
Right on. Thank you.
and by the way, I must make a quick correction. Technically speaking, and I'll even hold up the card, I am a member of the Flat Earth Society. I joined it back, I applied back in 2014. There's my card right there. However, no one else in the Flat Earth, if Flat Earth was software, we would be Flat Earth 2.0. Meaning the old Flat Earth societies have nothing to do with us whatsoever. I applied to this just because I didn't know what the hell I was doing back in 2014. And I quickly understood that they were doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was weird. It was like this little club of 500 people with a velvet rope, and the trolls were running the velvet rope. And all these trolls, the trolls were literally running the forums saying, there's nothing to see here, go away. Nothing to see here, go away. And I put that in my clues. I said, look, don't even bother going to the Flat Earth Society because they have nothing to do with us. In fact, even when we were running rampant throughout the internet, they didn't even get a hold of us until, almost 2 years in. 2 years. And then somebody called me and they said, oh yeah, I really support what you do. Blah. I go, where the hell have you guys been? I go, we don't need you. So we don't need your support. Go away. And that was the last we ever heard of them.
Wow, that's very interesting. I didn't know that.
So anyway, I'm just saying that if you ever talk to anybody else, when you say Flat Earth Society, first thing out of the gate, everyone will be like, yeah, we're not them. Yes, I am a card-carrying member. That's as far as it goes.
So since the Netflix documentary came out, can you give us because that's kind of how I discovered you, right? I just saw the documentary myself for the first time last week, and I thought this is really interesting. Yeah. I don't personally myself believe that the Earth is flat. But I'm watching this documentary and I'm seeing this group of people that I have so much in common with because I believe in astrology. I believe in numerology. I'm a professional tarot card reader. I talk to spirits. I have a lot of beliefs that normal people may look at and say that's wacky, but at the same time, millions of people believe in astrology. And there are millions of people in the world, billions of people who are devoutly religious, who have beliefs that Neil deGrasse Tyson might smirk at. So why is it flat Earth that people say, like, well, that's just stupid and ridiculous, but with all these other things, they're so open, right? And so that bothered me when I watched the documentary. I thought they're not treating these people very well. They're making fun of them, because it's easy to, or because they feel like it's low-hanging fruit, and that really bothered me. So that's why I reached out to you and why I wanted to do this show. And also because, like I said, you're an interesting guy. And, as I said in my introduction, Fox Mulder was my hero as a kid. And if Fox was a real dude, he would love to talk to you.
Yeah, he would. And I'm sad that there isn't a guy like Fox Mulder. I mean, a guy like Fox Mulder would never be in the FBI. They would have, and I know the show was kind of centered around how he was the black sheep of the FBI, but I mean, come on, he would have been drummed out so quickly. Yeah. Because he just didn't toe the line. I mean, he broke so many protocols all the time. Yeah. But yeah, no, I love the X-Files. In fact, I rewatched that first X-Files movie, where they blew up the building. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, right on.
X-Files is among the shows that, during this last year that we've all been stuck inside, that I binge watched from episode 1 all the way through.
Really?
Oh yeah, I loved it.
Wow.
I've been watched a lot of shows.
Did you watch any of the new ones?
I don't watch the new ones. I haven't watched them. I'm one of those people, like, I don't want to see a reboot. I don't want to see a remake. I don't want people to ruin my childhood any more than they already have. So I tend to stay away from that stuff.
Yeah.
So one of the things that occurred to me first, right off the bat, when watching the Netflix documentary, is there's that scene with Neil deGrasse Tyson where he gets heated and says the Earth isn't fucking flat, and then drops the mic and says, "And this
on
is
Comedy
gravity,"
Central,
right?
Yeah.
And then so immediately after that, after I watched the documentary, it occurred to me that I've also seen Neil deGrasse Tyson. When he is confronted with Elon Musk saying that the likelihood that we live in a simulation is almost 100%.
Yeah.
And then Neil deGrasse Tyson says, I have a hard time arguing with this.
Yeah.
So, okay, so if this is a simulation or a hologram or some kind of, if reality is not real, then if this is a simulation, then all bets are off.
Right.
And that's my opinion. And I agree. I think that, from my perspective, coming from a more spiritual standpoint, this is not what it seems. And that's where I feel like we can all sort of agree. Like, everybody who's in the conspiracy or, alternative belief field can say we're all looking for what's really going on here.
Right.
What's really going on here? Because so much of reality to me seems like a setup, like it's almost a joke and you're supposed to get the joke. So much of this is so unlikely. For example, the moon. We have no idea how the moon got to be where it is. It doesn't really work out. They have all these theories and models, and some of them kind of work out, but we all know the moon is way bigger than it should be if it were a natural satellite of the Earth. And the fact that it is exactly the right size to cover the sun is in an eclipse is nothing short of miraculous.
Oh yeah, it is 400 times less, or 400 times more narrow and 400 times closer than the sun.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so they line up perfectly. And this event should never happen naturally.
Oh, hell, dude. If you're going to go down that road, no, the moon makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. It also is perfectly lined up. So we only see exactly the same face of the moon. It doesn't move a quarter of a degree in 50 years. We always only see the same face. Or how about the little things? Like, why are all the craters circular? Meaning they would have had to come in at right angles, and straight in. You should see these big divots. Why does the moon have so many more craters than the Earth does? And the moon has these massive, massive craters. Like, wouldn't the Earth have deflected some of these into the Earth or put them, it's like, why does the moon look like it was used as a shooting gallery at some point? It's just absolutely bizarre to me. No. The moon, honestly, I could spend a lot of time if we get into the moon missions. Once you and that's just what we're talking about is just the observational from a distance. When you get close up, supposedly all the stuff with the Apollo, that makes even less sense. So no.
Yeah, that's the next thing I was going to bring up that we have in common is, again, though I'm a round earther, that's what seems intuitively correct to me. However, I am highly suspicious of NASA.
Yeah.
I think and I remember thinking this when I was just a little kid, you watch those moon landing videos and it's like, this is fake. This is totally fucking fake. This is very bad special effects by today's standards.
I
can't get behind it. I'm not going to say we've never been to the moon, but I will say the footage that you see, the official moon landing story, I think that's garbage nonsense. I think that's
In fact, what's interesting to me is that your brains, your nerds, your geeks, whatever you want to call it, they were picking on the moon missions immediately. Right after it was done, the shot I just sent you in chat, for example, is a great shot from 1969. But you had nowhere to go. I mean, the internet was a long ways off. And so who did you talk to about, this? And most of the time you had to go to like a UFO convention to share your info. And that's pretty, sketchy to start with. That shot, by the way, is just a random shot from Apollo 12 in 1969. Remember, they did 6 missions. Boom, 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 boom. Really, really quick, flawlessly. Nothing bad ever happened. The longer you stare at that shot, and it's time and date stamped, that's straight from NASA, the worse it gets, because there's a lot of stuff in that picture that don't make sense. And I even give people, I say, look, if you want to, I'll even give you the no stars. Because a lot of people say, well, there's no stars in the background. I go, yeah, I know there's no stars anywhere. And they say, so it's an exposure setting. That's why there was no stars. I go, that's not why there's no stars, but fine, you can have it. There's no stars because in 1969, mathematically, it would be a torture chamber trying to get all the stars in the right place at the right time. Because remember, the stars from the moon are still the stars. So the belt of Orion, if it is in the wrong place in the sky when this shot is taken, you got a whole bunch of people that are going to be like, well, the time and date stamp's off. And then if it's off all the time or you see replicates, anyway, little things that shot, by the way, I don't know if you want to include it in your thing or if we're just talking about it. And I'm not staring at it. I've memorized this shot. Real quick. First off, one light source, the sun, 93 million miles away, right? All the shadows running parallel. Mm-hmm. Well, except not in this shot. They're all converging. They are going to run into each other. It's not even close. It's not even remotely close. The only way that can happen is if that hot spot, which is behind the photographer, behind the astronaut, is really, really close and really, really small. That's the only way that can happen. Other things, you can zoom in. It's a really high quality shot, by the way. There's footprints everywhere, right? Footprints,
and the quality of the photography is another sort of clue that this is a setup.
Oh yeah,
because those are beautiful
iconic.
Shots,
beautiful shots. But the television footage is something no one would watch. I mean, it's great. If you know anything about the history of the television footage, where NASA would not give the television networks the direct feed. They said, no, you have to come to NASA and film it. We're going to broadcast it on a screen, and you have to film it second generation. They're going, what? What are you talking about? Second generation's crap. In 1969, it's utter crap. And so I remember there was a CBS affiliate that watched the guy that owned a station, and he goes, this is the worst television footage I've ever seen. He goes, I could make a better moon production. And again, he didn't say it was fake. He just said the production value was terrible. He goes, in fact, I could fake a Mars mission better than this. And he was the guy that financed Capricorn 1, the movie. Wow. Yeah, he was, and that was the reason why. It's like, and he did. I mean, he showed. It's like, oh, here's Capricorn 1, because I could fake a Mars mission, and I think during that you could never make that movie now. During the making of it, he's like, yeah, you know what? It is really easy to do this. Really, really easy. But anyway, sorry. Footprints, by the way, all over the ash, right? Ash is perfectly 3 inches thick all over. Nobody ever took a shovel and dug down. It's like, how far can you dig in the ash?
And you'll see the footprints everywhere, but no crater or
no blast
left
crater,
from
no
the
splay
landing
pattern.
of
There should be no ash. 10,000 pounds of thrust under that thing. There should be no ash under that thing at all.
And there should be a dust cloud preventing those beautiful photographs that would have been there for, I don't know. I would assume quite a long time.
Yeah. Well, if it's supposedly 1/6 Earth gravity, by the way, which is a whole other thing. No feats of strength. 180-pound man weighs 30 pounds. You know what you could do with that sort of strength? You could pick up, those two guys could have picked up the frickin' lander if they want to, and definitely could have picked up the moon buggy. But there's so many little things. we always see the pictures, and you've seen the moon stuff where, all they do is increase the frame rate 100% and everyone's running just fine.
Yes.
It's like, why would you be in slow motion? Fine, you weigh 30 pounds instead of 180 pounds. You still weigh 30 pounds. It's not like you weigh no pounds. 30, the object still falls at the same rate. That's how it works. You wouldn't be floating everywhere. In fact, if anything, your vertical leap would be ridiculous. I mean, let's say you had a 12-inch vertical leap with the suit, which I think is not unusual, right? That's 6-foot leap. You should be. It would be. What was that movie? The Mars movie with Taylor Kitsch, where he was on Mars. Anyway, he was like he could jump. He was teleported to Mars. Right, and Mars had an atmosphere, and he could jump incredibly far, and he had to get used to his new strength because he had Mars gravity. Anyway. Last but not least, let me throw in one more, and that is that stupid satellite dish, right? That little dish looks perfectly legit, right? Well, yeah, it looks kind of legit now, but in 1969, that thing running off a car battery, right? That thing has a range. Maybe it's not secret technology. That's a VHF transmitter. That thing has a range on a good day of 50 miles. And even then, we're talking Morse code. And you're telling me that thing is pumping out 10 frames of color video a second and perfect two-way communication? How are you lining it up?
Yeah, that was one of the things that really got me is just, being that it's 2021. And I've been, looking into this since I was a kid, but even back then, right?
Yeah.
The idea that we sent a manned mission to the moon 30 years before we had cell phones.
Oh yeah.
Before the invent of the 486 computer or the Pentium chip, before any of that.
Hell,
and then we did it in the 60s and then didn't do it anymore since then. Yeah. Right? We did these 4 moon missions and then it was just like, okay, we're done with the moon. No one's going back to the moon. Don't worry about the moon. Don't think about the moon.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. The blue marble shot. People don't understand it. I talked about this in the clues, which was the iconic Apollo 17 blue marble shot, right? Taken in 1972 on the last mission going home, the last possible chance you could take the shot. It's like, okay, we're going to take a shot of the Earth, the full disk, Earth and sunlight, and that's it. Roll credits. Good night, everybody. And that's it. And you're right. And the thing is, they drug it out too far because they were scared to death of faking it. And as the technology got better and better in terms of media, they got even more scared of trying to fake it. I mean, I used to joke with people that you could give me a whole dump truck full of money and say, look, we were going to pay you $500 million to fake the moon missions now. I'd be like, yeah, go to hell. There's no way I could do it. I mean, come on. Everybody knows, especially in the media biz in Hollywood, the bigger the production, the more likely there are going to be huge mistakes. There's how many websites are there of like moviemistakes.com? I mean, even the original Lord of the Rings, the first cut, you probably remember this. There was a car driving in the background in the Shire. It's like, how did you miss that? Right. But they did.
And I missed it for years and years and years. Loved that movie, watched it over and over again until somebody pointed it out to me. I never noticed that car.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you make mistakes. And so they did not release a second blue marble shot of the Earth until summer of 2015 as we started to ramp up. And we called them on it because I go, look, it's been 43 years. You haven't taken a second blue marble shot. And I remember when it came out because Scott Kelly was the guy that wrote the press briefing and Obama was the one that did the tweet on it. It's like, second blue marble shot of the Earth. Really wonderful. It's like, really? Really? That's all you're going to say? You're not going to talk about 43 years? That is such a long time in the field of space.
It really is.
To do anything. And even to this day, again, I'll give you a quick argument because it's like, look, now it's been 40, almost 50 years. We'll just say 50 years. I think the 50-year anniversary did happen or something along the lines where it's like, okay, why hasn't anyone been back? Right? They just keep kicking that can down the road. I remember talking to some science students out in Dublin, right? This one girl in particular. And I said, look, it's been a long time. When you going back? Right? And she goes, soon. We're going back soon. I go, yeah, I've heard that. I heard that. I've heard that since Reagan. Every president since Reagan, and we've got clips in our circles that have this compilation of stuff where every president since Reagan it's like, well, we're dedicated, we're going back, we're going back. Trump, we're going back. Biden, yeah, we're not going back. He's not even trying.
Yeah. So, Mark, tell me, what is the state of the Flat Earth movement since the release of the Netflix documentary? What's changed?
Before the documentary, we were smoldering pretty good. I mean, we were catching a lot of media attention just because it was so unique. The conference, for example, which was shot before the documentary came out, the first conference in 2017. A lot of people don't know that media will send scouts like recon. They'll send a single person out to an event to see if it's legit or not. They'll send it before the event, and because ours was a 2-day conference, and that first day, I remember seeing these guys around the place, and they were like, "Yeah, you got on the phone, like you got to get some teams out here like now." And they overnighted. People flew in the middle of the night, all these teams from various parts of the world, and it was just freaking nuts. But when the documentary, the director and the producers had no faith in it whatsoever. So again, they didn't want to make it for whatever reason. By the time they were done, they regretted making it. They did not push it very hard. They thought, "Oh, we're not even getting into film festivals, let alone sell the damn thing." And they got into every festival they applied to, as far as I could tell, to the point where they were sending me out to festivals, which is a dumb idea. But they were making sure that somebody was live feeding so that I didn't say stuff that was off color, like I would. But they still didn't think it was going to get bought. And it was picked up almost immediately by Amazon and iTunes and YouTube Red and all this. And then finally, at the end of 2018, we saw it 2017 was conference. End of 2018, just around Thanksgiving to 2018, that's when Netflix picked it up. And everything just exploded because, and I have a theory behind this. It's because the Netflix documentary gave media an excuse to talk about flat Earth. So instead of looking up a flat earther, asking your producer, your editor, it's like, "Yeah, we need to meet some flat earthers." No. All you had to do was watch the movie. That was our reel. That was our sizzle reel. And so they would just show this movie to someone. It's like, "Yeah, we're going to do a follow up on whatever happened with the movie." And so it just exploded. There was so many. My email load, I think, doubled in that first month, and it was already pretty heavy. I mean, it was just heavy with people because they couldn't believe that they could track me down, because I always put my contact information out on social media. And I only have one thing on social media. I don't do Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or Snapchat, whatever the kids are doing nowadays. I don't do it. I only did YouTube just for the hell of it. In fact, quick little side story. I'll tell you how unprepared I was for this thing. When I get this call from Coast to Coast, a producer at Coast to Coast, and they said, "Yeah, I want to talk to you. We heard you were on Ground Zero. Well, I want to do a thing on flat Earth." It's like, "Okay." And she goes, "What's the name of your book?" I go, I don't have a book. And she goes, "Okay, what's the name of your DVD?" And I go, don't have one of those. She goes, "Okay, what's the name?" She goes, "What's your website?" I didn't have a website. I was like, look, I've only been doing this for a few months. She goes, "Why am I talking to you?" I go, "You called me. I have no idea why you're talking to me." And she goes, "All right, give me the nickel tour. Go. I'll give you 5 minutes." I go, "Bop." And she goes, "All right, you're on next week." And I was like, "Right on." And then I had to ask a friend. I was like, "What's Coast to Coast?" That's a thing, right? And people got so angry at me. Anyway, but the point was that no one was prepared. But then we got media spoiled. Sorry. So after the documentary, everybody was doing a flat Earth video. I mean, if you could think of a YouTube channel, a big one, whether the kids, the young channels like the Paul brothers. Logan Paul punks our conference in Denver the very next year. Dumb. Everyone from ABC News to Shane Dawson to international stuff. It was out of control to where we couldn't even do the interviews fast enough. There were just so many cool things happening. And yes, the opportunities were there. Producers were fishing around for television shows. I'll give you an example. There was a mobile company in Australia calls me up, said, "Yeah, can you be in Australia in 10 days? We want you to, we're doing a campaign called Foolproof," which again, little knock, which is, well, if these people can use Flat Earth or use our phone app, anyone can. And I go, do I get to say Flat Earth on camera? They go, you betcha you do. In fact, I helped write my little piece. And they sent me tickets and paid me well, and I did it. And so that was in 2019. 2019 was monstrous. We were doing so amazingly well. And beginning of 2020, I'll give you how things went. 2020, I get flown out to London to do a morning show, right? I also did Piers Morgan. Scared to death of that one because I was like, oh God. But I didn't do that live, which was even worse because I knew there was a producer. Again, general public doesn't know. In most cases, it's the producers. The on-air talent, they're just talking to you. It's the producers with the kill switch in the back. They're the ones you have to worry about. If they don't like the way you're going, and most of the time they'll be in your earpiece. They'll be like, all right, we want to change topics, or we want to do this and we want to do that. And either you go along with it or you don't.
I mean, that's such a shame because it's just scripted reality, right? It's not real. It's here's what you're allowed to say, what you're allowed to talk about.
Absolutely.
And I feel like, and this is one of the things that bothers me in the world today, is that we're getting more and more funneled into that restrictive sort of you have to believe the correct things type of environment. And that bothers me a lot.
Yeah, no. There was a wonderful line by Carrie Fisher when she was being asked how the reality television market was cutting into all the serious actors, and she laughed, right? And this was only a couple of years before she died, where she goes, you don't get it. She goes, if it's on television, she goes, it's not real. And I'd be the first one to tell you that. I remember, I'll finish up the London thing in a second, how everything just collapsed. But I remember going to do a thing with National Geographic down in Los Angeles. They were really persistent. They called me when I was at the Toronto Film Festival. That's where the documentary first opened up. And they called me and they said, yeah, we want to do a meetup in Los Angeles. I go, great. I can put you into touch with a whole bunch of Los Angeles people. Here you go. Have fun. Right? Not even 2 hours later, they're back on the freaking phone with me. So it's like, look, we want you to come out to Los Angeles. I go, look, I don't want to come. They go, we want a meetup. They're looking for production value. And they said, we want a meetup just for us. So schedule a meetup. And so the meetup wasn't organic in any way, shape, or form. It was scripted just for them. It's like we had just done a meetup in Los Angeles. Now I have to go back out again, and I'm staying in the hotel. I'm only 2 doors down from the National Geographic. I'm basically married to them for the weekend. And we were, this will give you the whole scripted thing. And the segment's on YouTube, on their channel. I can't even put it on my channel, which I love, right? Copyright stuff. Can't put it on my channel. No. And they will absolutely block it. So the non-reality part, I met the lady, the on-air talent, this young blonde South American woman. I met her for the first time 6 times. Which means it's like, all right, you're going to meet her. She's going to come across here and you're going to shake hands. Oh, hey, Mark, how's it going? Hey, okay, we're going to do it from this angle. And, our people are walking around just shaking their heads going, oh, man. Yeah. And we did take after take after freaking take with a very organic group of people. So no, nothing on television is real. Nothing at all. Nothing. So sorry, let me get to the crash and I'll go back to some nothings. So beginning of 2020, right? I just get back from the news, the morning show, and go all the way back to Seattle. And a guy from McDonald's calls me from London. He goes, okay, so we do a thing in the UK called Pancake Day. And I go, yeah. He goes, well, you get it, right? It's flat, it's round. And he goes, we can do a flatter tie-in. I go, okay, sure. And he goes, I'll send tickets. And and in fact, he goes, you can bring a friend. It's like, all right, we'll make a little trip of it. And just before the tickets were issued, the lockdown. And that was the end of it. And once the lockdown, all the borders got sealed off, and we had to deal with this BS for the last 18 or 15 months or so and change. So we were doing great. Absolutely wonderful. I couldn't have been happier. 2019 was a banner freaking year for everybody. The whole Flat Earth community was doing really, really well. Now we do remote interviews. We did one conference. So like after we did Raleigh the first year, the conference you saw in the documentary, we did Denver the second year. which I protested and left early because Logan Paul was there. And the producer didn't even tell us that Logan Paul was going to be there because Logan, if you know who that idiot is, he swore to secrecy. Anyway, and then the last year or 2019 was Dallas, and that was a fantastic. So you'd think this gives you a kind of an arc. 2019, Jimmy Kimmel sent a team to punk us. Oh, that was fun. He ended up doing a 7-minute skit on us, and I actually felt pretty good about it because I didn't know. What he did was he sent a full-blown team. You know, it's like, okay, here's my guys. Told everyone he was sending people, but then he sends another guy dressed up as a flat earther that paid full price to get in. We didn't know who he was, and I was treating him just like everybody else. And people's like, how did you not know? I go, to be honest, man, because this guy was really over the top and drunk and wearing all sorts of flat earth memorabilia. I go, he wasn't the first worst flat earther I've seen even that week. I got seen worse.
That's so. I really, that bothers me.
Which part?
I know that it's what people do and it's fine and it's entertainment and all that. But just honestly, when someone has a belief that's different than yours, the need to attack them, that's something that we need to address. And I was talking to my friend who's a fellow occultist, who's the next guest I'm going to have on the show, Bren. And we were talking about this the other day, and we were saying, the wonderful thing. Well, let me back up. Let me say, firstly, I practice a form of metaphysics called chaos magic that was introduced to the world by Peter Carroll, primarily in the early 70s. And one of the principal axioms of chaos magic is that nothing is true, everything is permitted. And the way that I take that is that your belief system, your experience of reality is going to conform to your beliefs about it. We are basically walking, talking computers, like super powerful computers. That's what a mind is. It's a computer more powerful than we can really comprehend right now. Right. And it's got programming, and that programming in part is your belief system, right? And that kind of brings us back to another teaching that I'm very familiar with and very active with is the Hermetic principles. And the first Hermetic principle is that the all is mental, right? The universe is a mental construct. And this is demonstrable in neuroscience. Everything that you experience that you think is real, this desk, my coffee here, all this equipment, you think of it as being real and solid, but we know that it's made of atoms that are farther apart from each other than the totality of the mass of the atom. It's 99.9% empty space. Everything you experience is 99.9% empty space. 99.99999 actually. It's all constructed in your mind.
Yeah.
None of this is real. In fact, Donald Hoffman has a great series of videos about this, about how the mind constructs reality. And he refers to, physical objects in your three-dimensional space as icons, like icons on a desktop. And there's so much more happening around us than we're aware of, because we only interact with a tiny, 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 tiny fraction of the visible light spectrum and a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the sound spectrum, right? And again, this is going back to like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Elon Musk talking about us being in a simulation or a hologram. Well, who's to say that I'm not decoding the simulation in a different way than you are?
Yeah.
Right? And that we aren't each experiencing reality in a way that's very unique to us.
Which in software is called instancing. Absolutely. Which is what we can do that in software now. And we've been trying to perfect it for the last 20 years, which is what you see on the screen and what I see on the screen, even though we're supposedly looking at the exact same object, can look completely different to us. It is not hard to do.
That idea is espoused in so many ancient teachings, though. Yeah. What is of one form and shape to one is not the same to another, and yet we believe that they are.
Remember the old saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That's not just a saying. You wonder why some people, it's like, that's the most beautiful thing ever, and other people, it's like, oh my God, that's butt ugly. And come on, you're absolutely right. I mean, even little things, like I joke that the best pictures of the year, whatever wins best picture back when it used to mean something, there were still people that write reviews say this thing was absolutely a piece of trash. And it's like, yeah, it won 9 Oscars, including best picture. It's like, yep, doesn't matter. I still hate it. And they genuinely hate it. Or the little things like the dress. Is the dress black or is it white? That was the one that really threw me. if you remember that, where you looked at the picture and 7 out of 10 people in the room would see a black dress with whatever tint, and the other one would see white. And they would be standing side by side, staring at the exact same image. And you could give them all polygraphs and they would all pass. It's like, what color is the dress? It's white. What color is the dress? It's black. Who, in fact, at that point, who's lying?
Exactly. So as a sort of thought experiment, I was thinking about this in kind of preparation for our conversation, and I was doing this sort of thought experiment in my head. Let's say that you and I were the only two people on the Earth.
Oh.
And I say it's round and you say it's flat, and there is no third person to give an objective opinion. Now we live in divergent realities and there is no consensus reality. It takes large groups of people with the same belief systems to create a consensus reality, right? And for the consensus reality for most of human history is that the world was flat. Right. I'm currently studying Norse paganism and the Norse myths, and one of the first things in the Norse myths is that the world is a great round, flat disc held up by Yggdrasil, the world tree. And, all the Abrahamic faiths had their own version of flat Earth. And the reason for that, obviously, in my opinion, is that experientially, the world is flat. You will never, ever experience the curvature of the Earth. There are certainly, clues. And again, to me, it takes too much suspension of disbelief for me personally to think the world is flat. And this has to do with me being a student of astrology as well. But astrology is actually geocentric. It does rely on there being space and planets. So, for me to say space is fake is kind of like, well, then everything I believe, right?
And I would politely disagree in that aspect, only that are there planets up there? Yes. Do they have to be millions and billions of light years away? No. No, they don't. Again, when you go, the argument I've given to people over the years is when you walk into a planetarium, because I've had people say, amateur astronomers say, I've seen the moons of Jupiter through my telescope. I go, great, fantastic. Go to a planetarium, bring a pair of binoculars. Look at Jupiter. It's like, yep, I see it. You see the moons of Jupiter with binoculars? Yep. Can you land on it? No. Why not? Well, because it's just a pretty image on the ceiling. I go, who's to say when you walk out of that building, you're just not in a much, much bigger building?
Right. And that brings me to, kind of, and for my listeners out there, let's go ahead and suspend our disbelief. Let's explore this because it's fun and it's just interesting. And that's what I'm trying to do here. Again, I'm just going to say this a couple times because it really pissed me off to see how many YouTube channels there are out there that exist solely to poke fun at you or be mean to you or say that you're an idiot. All of those people can go straight to hell, in my opinion. Right? Because
it's nice.
Well, what's the point? What's the
there's a come on
hits and views, sure, but
there's a lot of hate out there. There's a lot of angry. You're old enough. I'm old enough. I was there when the first forums showed up on the internet, and I saw how ugly it got long before YouTube. Wait a minute, I can say whatever I want in this forum and there's no repercussions at all. I can just rip into people. They'll never figure out who I am. The running joke on what was it, the Jay and Silent Bob movie, where they spent all their movie money and tracked down all these people and beat the shit out of them.
Oh yeah,
and you feel like that. But the same thing, the what I tell people, I go, the T-shirt, I could make money off a T-shirt like this, which is, you've heard the saying, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that anymore. If you can't say something nice, you're probably in the YouTube forums. That's what happens. In fact, I ran into a video just the other day that went 384 thumbs up, no thumbs down. I thought it was a freaking miracle, but I knew it was our circles, so nobody found it. I searched somebody. But usually you can't even go 100 thumbs up without somebody coming in and doing a thumbs down. It's a point of pride for them. It's like, ooh, no thumbs down? Right on. Here we go. Thumbs down, and I'm going to comment. It's like, you suck, this sucks, everything sucks, and your religion, and your mom.
Yeah.
And they don't even know you.
And so back to, I realized I kind of trailed off, and I do that. But back to this conversation I was having with my friend Bren.
Yeah.
We feel, she's also a chaos magician, when we feel that one of the great things that you learn through working through metaphysical practices is that we don't believe in objective truth in the way that, most normal people do. And one of the great things about that is it gives you this ability. Okay, so I have no egoistic investment in proving you wrong. I just don't care. I don't have my own objective truth that you can threaten in a way that makes me react to you like that, to need to destroy you. And I think that that's what people have, this visceral reaction when you challenge their perception of reality, that like, I'm going to fuck this person up because they've challenged my perception of reality. And when you have the ability to say, I don't need to do that to somebody, then it gives you the ability to sit down and listen to them and listen to their reality and maybe take in something new or learn something, or like even just, go off on a little adventure in your head. Why not?
The Neo principle does kind of apply here, which is with every other conspiracy, you don't have to look at it. You don't look at JFK or 9/11 or Pearl Harbor or the moon. You don't have to look at that stuff. There are secrets that can be buried in the desert and you never have to deal with it, ever. Wow, the sun came out. Go figure. So however, when it comes to this, in fact, I remember there's a call-in show where I had an older gentleman call me or called in this show, and he goes, "How dare you? How dare you tell me the world isn't what I think it is?" And that's really what it comes down to. It's like, this is not something you can ignore it, but you can't run away from it, because once it's in your head, it's going to rattle around like a marble in a paint can, and you got to resolve it one way or the other. It's like you either got to say, nope, not going to look at it and just hope that God it doesn't rattle too much, or you got to deal with it. And that's where people get the 5 stages of acceptance absolutely apply with this topic. Denial, anger, well, almost hand in hand, bargaining, depression, and finally acceptance. Everybody goes through it. It's the most unsatisfying thing of our community, in that there's so many people that once they get in, once they flip, because once they become a flat earther, they forget the journey. They forget all that time it took, whether it's 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever, and they think, you know what? I've got it. I understand it. I can convince my friends and family in an hour, or maybe over Thanksgiving dinner. And so every day or every year during the holidays, I have to say, don't go to Thanksgiving and drop this on people. It's going to backfire. It's going to go really, really horrible. You might as well tell your family, you're a gay heroin addict that is now going into, that's changing the religion. That you might as well be all those 3 things. The families aren't going to react well in most cases. And we've seen divorces. We've seen families that not veiled threats of institutionalize, whatever. So yeah, sorry. Anyway.
And the same thing happens along the spiritual path. That's certainly true. It's not exactly the same, but when you have a spiritual awakening experience, and you go from maybe being an atheist to someone who understands that there's another side to reality, it's so jarring, and you want to tell all your friends about it. Let's say you met your spirit guide and you had an experience that was profound to you. You want to go tell everybody, but they're all going to look at you like you're nuts.
Yeah,
they all are, and that's okay. Part of accepting that is your growth. And spirituality is about growth, and you need to grow to the point where you realize like other people don't have the same beliefs as you, and that's okay. In fact, everybody has some kind of divergent belief, and they probably don't talk about it a lot. But you could sit next to your closest friend, and I'll bet that somewhere in there is a belief that would separate you. If you were to really explore it, but that's okay, right? We're 8 billion individuals, and we have the right to have our own ideas and beliefs and the ways that we experience the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't blame people for coming at us. I mean, it's the most polarizing topic I've ever seen. It's the only thing we debunk to children. You put the globe in the classroom and you leave it there for 12 years. It's a really powerful thing. And the CIA would pay good money for that sort of conditioning. And it's secondary only to the flag. Meaning the flag is in the corner of the classroom. That's there for 12 years. And at the end of your 12 years, there's people that join the military partially based on the fact they're staring at that flag so long. It's like, this is where I live. Globe, what's the difference? This is where I live. And then all of a sudden we come along and say, yeah, that's not where you live. It's almost like telling somebody, I've seen it. It's almost like telling somebody when they're 30 or older that they're adopted. It's that sort of power, because all of a sudden, and if it clicks at all, they have to revisit it because it ripples back in time to where all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, that globe has been with me since I was in knee highs. Think people say that anymore? Doesn't really matter. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I just remember, when I had my initial spiritual awakening experience. Now, I had been an occultist since I was a teenager, studying the occult and occult sciences, astrology, tarot, things like that. But when I had the first really powerful experience, it was only in 2018, and I went through all those stages of this is real. Like, I've just discovered this thing. I need to tell everybody. Okay, people don't want to hear about this. Okay, this is about personal growth, and you just move through those stages. Anyways, so on to the next thing I want to do here, Mark, is I want to kind of throw out some other conspiracies that I've been involved with in my life or been interested in, and ask you kind of how flat Earth would work with these other ideas that I'm very interested in. So the first one is Atlantis. I think that, how does the story of Atlantis fit in with flat Earth? What do you think about that?
I have no problem. Honestly, there are so very few. I'll preface it with this. There are so very few conspiracies that don't dovetail into flat Earth. Because remember, flat Earth means we're in this giant snow globe and everything is inside it, including every other civilization. I remember the first 6 or 7 seasons of Ancient Aliens on DVD. I was one of the few people that actually went out and bought them. And I still enjoy them to this day. I think they're really great. I think they leave out some stuff, but I think it's interesting.
That's the next one I was going to ask you about.
Oh yeah, we'll do the Atlantis thing first, which is Atlantis. Look, we are not. I have said this for 6 years. We are not the first people to rent this apartment, not by any stretch. Mm-hmm. And we are very arrogant. Science is really good about not acknowledging that. It's like, nope, it's just us. Anything before us is pure speculation. And what science loves doing is everything is a myth until we say it's not. And the most obvious, of course, those would be like cryptozoology. People don't get how science just drags their heels. I mean, the giant panda was a myth and they laughed at it until they found one. The giant anaconda was a myth. The giant squid was an absolute myth. Still can't catch one of those suckers. We're never gonna. They're too fast. They're too fast. They dive faster and better than.
I personally believe that there's bigger things down there. I mean, we don't know much about the ocean. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. There's so many things but science. The point is that science digs in their heels. The coelacanth fish, which I love bringing up to people. I talked about in my 2018 speech, which was. It's been extinct for 70 million years, at least 70 million years extinct. Then they caught one off a net off of South Africa, and then one off of Madagascar, and then Mozambique, and then pretty soon they figured out basically they're all over the place outside of Africa. But if you would have asked any scientist in 1940, to bet the freaking farm on it, they all would have. It's like they laughed and then laughed and laughed. And then once they figured out finally it was real, they had to reevaluate everything and say, just make up terms. It's like, no, it's a living fossil. It's in an evolutionary state of stasis. And it's like, now you're just making it up. It's like,
you can't just say, okay, we were wrong. It's there.
Yeah. My saying, which is the opposite of Neil's, is like, science is only true until the day it's not. They put their stamp on it. That's the thing that pisses me off about science, which is, it's like the giant panda. We're going to laugh at you. We're going to laugh at you. Oh, wow, look, there's a giant panda. Well, it's part of science now.
Yeah, and that's, how I personally, of course I'm biased and I'm perfectly willing to be biased. That's how I feel it's going to happen with astrology. This is, to me, this is a demonstrable fact. But there's nothing you can do to convince me that astrology is not legitimate. I've spent too many years noticing that this is legitimate. And I actually spent a lot of the years kind of being like, yeah, maybe, until I dug really deep into it. And I'm like, oh, definitely.
Then there's a lot of people in our community that absolutely are into astrology. No question.
Well, like I said, it's geocentric. It does have that in common with flat Earth, and I found that to be interesting. And I figured that out through watching the documentary. I think that's interesting. Yeah. You can always find shared beliefs with people, even when you don't share their beliefs. You can find common ground.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, what was the next one? That is interesting.
But yeah, so the next one I was going to bring up, and this is the one that really, because I spent many years, like you, I don't own the DVDs, but I've seen every single episode of Ancient Aliens. Yeah. I watch that show religiously. I love it. I'm not going to say I believe this, But I'm going to say, I love the show. I love the idea.
It's a well done. In fact, I remember talking to producers a couple of years ago, and I said, if you want to turn Flat Earth into a show, I go follow the Ancient Aliens format.
I'm surprised you don't have your own show on the History Channel, to be perfectly honest.
Why? Because the producers are scared every producer, they're scared to death. I can't tell you how many, you'll get backlash, even with your channel. You'll get backlash from people that say, how dare you even give them a platform?
Oh yeah, I know. I spoke to my buddy about that. He was saying, I really want to talk to Mark Sargent, and I said, should I do it? And he was like, of course you should do it, you fucking wuss. You know what I mean? Like, but he's right. He's been in the public eye before. He's like, you can't be afraid of the backlash.
I've had everyone from television producers to network producers to hell, Alex Jones. Alex Jones was nervous to do the show. Their producers said, how long can we do a show on Flat Earth without actually saying the words Flat Earth? And I go, 10 minutes, maybe. If I dance around, they go, yeah, sorry, we can't do it. We can't risk the audience.
Yeah.
So Ancient Aliens, the format of the show, I think is brilliant, and I think it could be applied for anything. And I absolutely said, look, all you have to do is take out the word Ancient Aliens, replace it with Flat Earth, and then follow the script as normal with a narrator, and just send the people around. As I go, there's your show. I mean, it's a proven formula. It absolutely will work. I mean, they ran for freaking ever.
Well, it requires a whole lot of suspension of disbelief to buy into the ancient alien theory as well. But there's so much evidence that is so interesting.
Yeah,
and at the end, makes you wonder. And I think that people need to have that wonder in their lives. It's part of being mentally healthy. Yeah. Actually,
at the end of that show, they don't beat you over the head with it. It's always this open-ended question. It's always, could Puma Punku and the ruins that lie therein prove ancient aliens? And they just kind of trail off. That's how it ends. It's like, they're not going to tell you. It's like, it proves it, or you're stupid if it, or maybe possibly not. No, they just leave it to you.
And that's the way it should be. A person should be completely open to and comfortable with believing what they believe. And everyone out there who's listening, you should know you definitely believe something that someone will think you're crazy for. So
yeah,
I mean, that's all right.
I love the Ancient Alien show. And do I believe in a lot of the stuff they did? Yeah, I do.
A lot of it's very compelling.
I love the ruins that aren't underwater. Yes, the sunken cities off Japan and the sunken cities off India, which you're never going to look at well because of the currents. But Puma Punku, I think it's an amazing site. And who knows? It probably is just some meaningless thing in the it's probably just a stupid little construction site from way back, but to us it's absolutely intriguing. Or those wonderful rocks that seem to be melted together in the hills in Peru.
I think. Because we believe as a society, as a species, as a culture, not obviously not everyone, but the majority of us, I think, believe that civilization started 7,000 years ago.
Oh yeah,
and then now Göbekli Tepe is completely pushing that back to, I believe 12,000 years, right? And it's going to get pushed back again. This is what we're going to discover, is that it keeps getting pushed back farther and farther and farther, and we're going to realize that we don't know shit.
No, we don't. History is, I believe, lost on a regular basis. And then once it's lost, people don't. I'll give you a great example. I was thinking about, imagine modern day. Here's how fast things can go downhill to where you lose all that. Let's say there is some sort of apocalypse, not this virus crap, an actual apocalypse. And the military goes into their bunkers, Cheyenne Mountain, right? Great. They go in the mountains and they lock themselves in there. In less than a generation, you lose almost all relevant education. And in a couple generations, you could lose language. You could lose a lot of stuff, because we are on a foundation of basically stained glass. It is very precarious where we are. We could go backwards in such a quick amount of time. There was a great movie, well, unless you don't like Tom Cruise, Oblivion, where Tom Cruise and the clones, where the big giant weird satellite in the sky that was basically sucking the oceans out, and there was only Tom Cruises running around, and Morgan Freeman was alive. Morgan Freeman, he was alive to tell the tale, and he was trying to regale of how the things that happened, what Earth was like beforehand. But you could tell there had only been like 40 years or so, and in that 40 years, everything was gone. So here's what I'm getting at. Meaning the kids that grew up in that, If all of a sudden Cheyenne Mountain opens up and helicopters start flying out, they have no idea what they're looking at. They don't have books. They didn't reference anything. It's like, what the hell are those things? So when it comes to old versions of us, the ancient aliens, which I don't think are aliens, I just think they're old versions of us. I'm
very open to that possibility as well. It's one of the most compelling arguments because I think that what the show demonstrates. I don't think that the show Ancient Aliens. I hate the word proof. I don't think anything's really provable. Like there's consensus reality, right? Not really proof. But I don't think that Ancient Aliens proves anything about aliens. But it does, to me, prove that human civilization is not, well, we don't know much about it. The pyramids, for example, that's a matter of technology, not hard work. Those could not have been built without advanced technology. And
you're absolutely
really obvious.
I went to the pyramids just because of that statement.
I'm so jealous. Oh, it's on my bucket list. I've been to Teotihuacan in Mexico, climbed to the top, sat there. It was beautiful, felt the energy, but I've never been to Egypt, and it's definitely on my bucket list.
I had heard too many people say that if you see the pyramids, you look at it and you know the little factoids in your head about what the hell you're looking at. But the point is that when you look at these pyramids and you spin around and you look at Cairo now, you're going, yeah, these guys had nothing to do with the building of this.
Exactly. It's not something we could replicate now with all of our technology and our machines. No. We couldn't do it. We could not replicate those pyramids in their perfection or in their size or the scope of the project. We could not do it.
We could go on about this. I mean, the fact that there's not a single hieroglyphic that even explains anything of how it was built. And you know full well, look, all the pharaohs did is like, oh, it took us 30 years. It's like, yeah, how'd you do it? It took us 30 years. What? Or the fact that the most notable thing that everyone seems to miss is the fact that the Sphinx was obviously a lion that they took the head and just and turned it into a pharaoh's head because the pharaoh's head is way too small for the body.
Yeah, it was obviously been modified. And if it was a lion,
then what was the climate?
Yeah, if it was a lion, and Dr. Robert Schoch is correct, and the correct age of the Sphinx is 12,000 years. Yeah. Well, 12,000 years ago, that lion would have been facing directly at the constellation of Leo.
Oh, good.
Very
and
interesting.
Would it have been a savanna out there as well? Would it even have been a desert?
No, it would have been green at the time, and there would have been massive rainfall. And that's one of the arguments that Robert Schoch makes is that there's water erosion on the Sphinx that dates it to 12,000 years.
Well, one more thing about Ancient Aliens, because I want to mention that even that show pulls back. Meaning that I think there are, we'll call them the lower level puppet masters, because there was an instance in that show, which I can only call it later, because the greatest UFO sighting, in my opinion, was the 1561 Nuremberg event, if you know about it. And it's a wonderful woodcut. I mean, anyone who doesn't know the story, anyone listening to this, beautiful April morning, Nuremberg, Germany, 1561, not a cloud in the freaking sky, two giant space aircraft carriers just show up over town and start going at it, just slugfest, and for a solid hour, just a freaking solid hour, and just hammering on each other. I mean, hour is a long time in terms of air battle. To where, and granted, there were no cameras, but there was fully enough for a sketch artist, to start drawing stuff. People are having their breakfast, finishing their breakfast. They're where were they?
I've seen the paintings, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's woodcuts. There's look it up if you get a chance. It's wonderful. However, here's where it gets interesting. The part that Ancient Aliens, they did a little segment on this. The part they left out was the most interesting part, which was after that hour, a single giant angular black ship comes in, a third faction, pulls in right between them and stops. Those two groups scatter. Freaking leave as fast as humanly possible, and then that ship stays there for a while and then leaves. And the reason why Ancient Aliens didn't bring that up is it gives it way more credibility, because it's almost too credible for the show. Meaning, okay, there's three questions. One, who the hell were those guys that were that pulled in? Are they the UN? Are they the police? Two, why were the other two groups, which outnumbered this ship, and they had fighters, why weren't they prepared to duke it out? Why? Obviously scared to death of them. And three, what sort of response time is an hour? An hour is, I could fire gunshots out this window. I'm on an island in the middle of nowhere. There will cops be here in under 10 minutes. an hour and you're having a full military engagement and nobody shows up for a full hour. The hierarchy questions, just wonderful stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And that's
but they left that part out.
Yeah.
They let that part out of the show.
I do think that they've presented some evidence on that show that is so compelling, though. It's undeniable. Like, for example, all of these ancient paintings that have depictions of UFOs in them. Oh my God, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
It's unreal. And it's like you look at these paintings, and this is one of the most interesting things about the human brain is that your brain will just edit it out because it doesn't really want you to see it. It's not relevant to you. And so just like that car in Lord of the Rings, having watched the movie 100 times and never once noticed the car, your brain has this filter effect where it doesn't pick up on things that aren't relevant to what you think you're experiencing.
You're focused on the hobbits. You're not looking anywhere in that part of the screen. You're not going to look in that part of the screen. There's no reason for you to look up in that screen.
But these depictions of UFOs are like everywhere in ancient artwork.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere. And in fact, so this is one of the ideas that I had. Okay. And again, I sat there and I suspend my disbelief and I said, what if the world really is flat? Yeah. And then I remembered the story of Nibiru and the Anunnaki and kind of some of the creation myths. And one of them, there's a story that Nibiru, has this long orbit, comes around every 3,600 years, I believe. And in one instance, it actually struck the Earth. Well, that could account for the creation of the moon. And, in this creation myth, the planet that Nibiru strikes is Tiamat. And Tiamat was this giant watery planet. Right. And what if they just smash right into Tiamat? And this is a disaster. And they're this advanced civilization. They're like, shit, what are we going to do? We can't let this whole planet full of people and living things just die. So maybe there's a chunk left of it in outer space, right? And they put a dome on it. Save it. Dome it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've heard this. Yeah.
Yeah. Stick a dome right on top of the piece of Tiamat that's left.
Sure.
And that's kind of, what in preparation for our thing here, I just kind of drew the dome while I'm taking my notes. And I thought, that at very least is an excellent sci-fi story.
Oh yeah,
and I'm open to anything, man. One of the things that I think about sometimes when I look outside and I look at the sky, especially if I see a really beautiful sunset, really beautiful clouds, it looks like a painting. Yeah, it's too beautiful to be real.
Years ago, I was thinking about when I was doing the video game stuff, what the difference was between the worlds which we were building and this world, and really just came down to a few senses and better resolution. The artwork, we've got the artwork now. We can make people that look better than real people. That actually, but it's something we've been striving for a long time. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, we can get into it later, but there are things now that just scream to me. The reason why I like talking about simulations, and you're one of the few people that I get to talk about it a little bit with, is that the general public doesn't understand it, even now.
Right. They don't believe that the simulation can ever be more real than reality. But this is absolutely possible.
They don't get, some of them don't even get the basic concepts. Look, the Matrix is 22 years old now. It's old. And they didn't get the first time. They didn't get the 13th floor. They didn't get all the versions of the 13th floor all the way up to that point. So I say that I have to start out with the basic concept, which is like, look, the world's flat. However, it's probably enclosed. And if it's flat and it's closed, it's probably digital. And, you're taking big leaps. And if people can get that far, most people can't. Most people, they just do not get it, because the virtual reality to them, they think, oh, it's computers and techie stuff, and I can't even, get my Windows to update.
Well, it's interesting because, you could go say, I think this is all simulation, 10 years ago, and everyone would be like, okay, and treat you exactly like you're saying the world's flat. Same thing. But Elon Musk now says it's a simulation. Everyone's like, yep, it's a simulation. Elon Musk said so it's a simulation.
Yeah, well, you haven't read any of the stuff I've done recently, but Elon and I do not like that man just because.
Really?
No, and it's only because he represents something that has always bugged me in the media, and that is when you become a billionaire, you can say whatever you want and the media will publish it. No matter, because it's like the money, for whatever reason, the money automatically gives you instant credit, but it doesn't matter where the money came from, right? You ask anyone, it's like who founded Tesla Motors? Oh, Elon Musk. Nope, he bought Tesla Motors. Like, did he found SpaceX? Yeah, kinda. It's like, okay, where did he get his money? I go, he was one of the early IPO guys. He helped develop PayPal. That's his claim to fame. And he now gets to any statement. Sorry, I don't want to go off on too much of a jag on Elon. If you love him, hey, great, fantastic.
No, but I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, I do think he's great, but I'm not offended by opposing views. And I think that's the problem with the world, is that people are out there, they get offended by absolutely everything. And if you say something they don't agree with, they're going to fight you about it. I'm not going to.
Oh, no. In my case, the reason why he caught my attention was back in 2017 when I read this headline where he said, I'm going to take 2 tourists around the moon and back. We're not going to land. We're just going to fly around the moon, like, a Sunday drive. And we're going to do it in the middle of 2018. I remember just stopping dead in my tracks when I was reading this article. It's like, that's the most aggressive space timeline I've ever heard in my life. I go, it's so far out there. It's like, why are you even publishing this story? I go, you don't have a rocket. You don't have a capsule. You don't have a crew. You don't have who the hell are your passengers? It's just, what are you doing? And of course it did not happen. And then I started looking into the other stuff where he just it's almost like he's a futurist, but the claim, he could even make futurists blush. It's like, I'm going to make a high-speed rail line from Los Angeles to San Francisco. No, I'm going to make a special plane that's going to go from U.S. to China in 2 hours. It's going to cost as much as a business class ticket. No, I'm going to save those kids in that cave with my little submarine. No, I'm going to solve the Puerto Rico power problem after the hurricane with my special solar generators. No, he doesn't. Nothing happened, and then all of a sudden. And the SpaceX moon thing didn't happen. And all of a sudden, he gets this contract with NASA, and he's now the main guy to the ISS and never has a problem, just goes up. They don't even wear suits anymore. They go up with in polo shirts and khakis. And it's like, they're not even trying. They're not even freaking trying. Watch the last mission. I'm going beforehand. They said they had their suits in the Dragon capsule and then they took them off. Now they're not even showing them, and they're literally just wearing polo shirts. It's like, can people buy it because it's on the news? Whatever. Anyway, sorry. So no, Elon is not.
Okay, it's very interesting.
Seriously, every time he makes a comment. So when he was making the virtual reality comment, which was interesting because he was in a group of people, and the fact that all those other scientists, oh yeah, very well. Well, sure, because the quantum computing thing is starting to really grab hold, and it's like, oh, there could be other realities. It's like, you think? We talk
there
about
absolutely are. We live in a quantum universe with many worlds, and I think that's I think that any physicist has come to that conclusion. The many worlds interpretation of quantum physics is the most likely, and it fits in with this simulation theory, and it fits in with a lot of sort of like I was going back to the Hermetic principles of mentalism and consciousness, and the way that you as an individual, the reality, the universe that you exist in is a creation of your own mind, and so as many minds as there are, that's how many universes there are, at least.
Yeah. I mean, the FDR saying from World War II, which was only tell the people as much truth as they can handle and no more, because the general public cannot handle the Jack Nicholson line. You can't handle the truth. That is true, though. The general public can't take it. Well, look at Roswell.
I would say, yes, but I would say also that if I'm right, if my way of thinking is right, then, some of the most powerful people in the world or in antiquity even may have understood that there is no such thing as objective truth. And so they have to create a sort of consensus reality. We need everyone to agree on what we say is the truth so that this situation can become manageable, right? This coexisting together on a planet needs to be manageable. And so if we can get everyone to kind of believe one thing, and that's what every religion is trying to do, is sell you a prepackaged view of reality.
Conformity
if everyone
builds
can get
empires.
that. Yeah, exactly. But if everyone were aware that they're manifesting their own experience of reality and they could make it into whatever they want it to be, then you got a disaster at your hands potentially. If people knew how powerful they were as individuals to tailor and create their own experience of reality. In fact, in the documentary, towards the end, the science writer guy is saying, like, where are you constructing your reality? And in my head, I'm like, everywhere. Everyone is constructing their reality everywhere. That's how it works. You just don't realize that you're doing it.
Yep. Totally with you.
And that's like becoming aware of the simulation, or is sort of a Buddhist saying, is becoming awake within the dream.
Yeah.
You realize that this isn't what it seems. That this is all not what it seems.
If conformity builds empires, though, then the puppet masters, I get it. I'm one of those few people in the conspiracy world that I understand the greater good. I put myself in the other person's shoes. It's like, okay, why are you doing this exactly? And if I agree with what you're doing, do the ends justify the horrible means? The Spock line, needs of the many, needs of the few. But would the public benefit? So people say, okay, why didn't you tell people? Why didn't the people know? Why didn't they just tell them when they figured it out in 1960? Which is, by the way, in my opinion, how long it took them to even figure out the world was a snow globe or was a building. We didn't know. We didn't have the tech until 1960 to figure it out. Do you tell the general public? No, you don't. Not in 1960. You don't. They could barely hang on. They were barely hanging on as it was. The Cold War was in full effect, even though that I think was kind of an illusion. So can you tell them now? Yeah, maybe, but use it to your advantage. I think it was one of those decisions was made along probably the shortest smoking man X-Files movie or meeting ever, in the dark room, whatever. It's like, okay, what do we do? Do we tell them? No, really bad things could happen. Let's just hold on to this until we can spin it into our direction, until the infrastructure is in place. And now here we are,
I do definitely think that is part of what happens with so many of these conspiracies, and particularly from my point of view regarding UFOs and let's say the moon landing also, because I've kind of expressed how I feel about that. I feel like once they get stuck in a lie, it's like, okay, well, we'll tell them the truth someday, but just not right now. They can't handle it right now, right? Because they don't want the responsibility of like, well, we have to say we lied to you.
Yeah.
They can say forever, yeah, we'll tell them later, but it'll always be later.
The only way you could get out of that is if you had, there's a couple things that are bigger than flat Earth. One would be the existence of another civilization coming to light. And they could show up, and
I think that could happen at any minute. Look at how many UFOs we've seen lately.
Yeah.
I mean, they're starting to really talk about it.
And if they showed up, all they'd have to do, even whether it's real or not, is just say, okay, just so you know, we told all the governments not to say anything. That's it. And it's like they're off the hook. And that's and say, look, the aliens told them. And it's like, well, what are you going to do? If it was under threat or for promise or whatever. But anyway, do I think that the public is ready for something now? Yeah, I do. I mean, I think we're in the middle of something really bizarre. Anyway, sorry.
We are definitely in the middle of something really bizarre. And, from my perspective, I kind of think of it as the Great Awakening. People are waking up to the truth. I'm not going to tell you what that truth is because I don't know. And I believe it's extremely arrogant to say I know the truth, right? For anybody, no matter what. You may be the closest person to the truth, but what even is truth, right? But I definitely think that people all around the world are waking up to the realization that things are not what they seem. Yeah. And it's one of the most interesting times to be alive in the history of humanity for that reason. All of these, ancient prophecies are becoming interesting to us again. We're getting interested in consciousness and in evolution and in realizing that things aren't necessarily what they seem. And I'm not even necessarily a proponent of the simulation theory, but I think it's fascinating that people are open to this and that they're realizing that their experience of reality is not as simple as it's made out to be. So what about the face on Mars? What do you think about that?
I think it's a reinforcement story, like everything else in space. So you could lump the face on Mars with the hexagram on the top of Saturn and the weird spots changing in Jupiter or reclassifying Pluto. or whatever you want, whatever it is, because the subtext is always the same, which is look at Mars as something interesting because you're on a globe. Jupiter, globe, Saturn, globe. Everything is to remind you you're in space. And if you're in space, then you're on a globe. You're in the sphere. By the way, we never use the word round when we're talking about the world. It's always sphere or ball or globe, because round can be a dinner plate. It can be your dining room table. Technically, it could be a hubcap, two-dimensional type thing. Sure. But so, yeah, the face on Mars is just another interesting. Do I think it's real? Maybe not. But either way, you're not going to get there.
So do you think that it's possible? And I'm just spitballing here.
Yeah.
If the dome is transparent, or if you can't see it, can we see through it and not know that we're looking right through it, like we're looking through a window?
I could go either way on that, but for me, it is the line is there space as we know it? No, I literally do not think it's any different than a planetarium. Meaning, when you look at up in the sky at the planetarium, yes, it's wonderful. But it's a display system. It is the sky that we know. When I go outside, the sky that you see is just this fantastically wonderful clock system that predates language. That's all it is. It's just a really ornate clock that tells you when things are going to happen. If you hang out long enough and you write things down, you can figure out where things happen. And what was that movie, Apocalypto? Like, if you know when eclipse is going to happen, you can freak people out with it and start a whole religion just off of that. So, do I think we can see past it? No, I don't. But am I going to completely deny it? Nope. Because I don't know. But do I think there's space? No, because I don't think there has to be space. Meaning, if we're one world at a time, if we're inside a giant building, could there be other worlds outside of here? Yeah, but it doesn't have to be millions of light years between us.
So you're saying that we could be in a completely self-contained reality.
Absolutely.
With nothing outside of that.
Yeah, well, meaning we could be in a snow globe sitting next to on a desk of a lab next to other snow globes.
I've always loved so much and always thought this is just right on point with how I think. If you remember the end of the very first Men in Black movie with the alien playing
the marble,
rolls the marble, and it's our entire universe, I think that's not unlikely at all. Some type of scenario that plays out like that.
Why would it be? There was a line. It could have even been Carl Sagan, where he was saying that the universe is beautiful, but he goes, it seems like an awful waste of space. Meaning, there's a huge amount of kind of like the atom in micro macro. A huge amount of space doesn't have anything in it, and people. Again, because it's not in our visual spectrum, people don't understand, which is why I have a hard time explaining to people the difference between our atmosphere and a vacuum, because to our eyes, it seems exactly the same, but it's absolutely not the same. We can't see it. So, anyways,
there's things all around us that we can't see.
Yeah. Do I think we're in a self-contained snow globe building? Yeah, I do. Absolutely.
So, Mark, does religion play a role in this for you?
Yeah, it does. I say that with some dread in my voice because I did not know that when I got into this, that half of our members would be strong Christians.
Well, yeah.
And the reason is that when I was doing the clues, as a matter of fact, and I was raised in an evangelical Christian family, born again. Church was not a Sunday thing. It was Saturday. It was Wednesdays. It was youth group. It was Bible camp. All sorts of fun stuff. And I fell away from the church when I got into tech, obviously, and went off and I grew up on an island right up here, and very, very sheltered. So, but the point was, when I started making the original clues, which they did not talk about in the documentary, they avoided the religion thing completely. They were not going to talk about church and state. This group was really.
Well, how is state even involved? I mean, it's
you know what I mean.
Documentary, yeah. They just don't want to go there.
Sorry. Separation between church and media.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, we were. Well, that's a whole nother story.
Well, I mean, just to interject with my own conspiracy theory, because I think one of the things that is obviously happening in the world today, and I'm not trying to say Neil deGrasse Tyson is like an evil person or anything like that, or any scientist is evil, but I do think that there's an attack on spirituality that's been going on for hundreds of years, maybe not hundreds. I mean, a long time. I don't know. I'm 37.
That is the biggest reason, by the way, the flat Earth thing has had a hard time, which is that aside from the academics and the economics, it's the spiritual side of things, which is if you all of a sudden acknowledge to the world that that you're giving leverage to the 5 major houses of religion, right? Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and Christianity. You're giving them all simultaneous leverage against science, who's been beating them over the head with textbooks for at least 5 centuries, right? Building up the scientism institution. If you do that, if you let them do that, science will never recover. It'll get ugly in a hurry. It'll be like, okay, so you were really wrong about this big thing. Let's revisit some other stuff like, I don't know, evolution, carbon dating, the Big Bang Theory, dark matter, time and space, you name it. It'll get ugly.
And I think that's also a part of why, Ancient Aliens is mocked in the way it is, even though millions of people love the show and it's been on for 11 or 12 or I don't know how many seasons now. Yeah, they have to. It seems like, and I'm not trying to be a jerk here, okay? Giorgio, if you're out there listening, I'm a huge fan, but it seems like they go out of their way to make him seem ridiculous.
Oh, the Giorgio memes are priceless.
I mean, even like the way that they present him on the show. It's like they're making the show, but they also it's almost like a parody of itself sometimes.
Yeah.
The way that people are presented. And I think it seems a little insidious to me, I gotta say.
It is. I mean, part of it's giving the people what they want. I mean, they want him to seem a little out there. But also, remember, I don't think they want to give the show too much credibility.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they have to, it seems too credible.
Let's
Giorgio's hair.
His hair is brilliant. always like, no, his hair is going to be higher. You're too credible.
Yeah. Am I the only one who thinks that?
No, you're not. The meme, that's the first thing I look at in every meme. It's always the same freaking shot of him with those glazed eyes.
Please do my show. If you're listening to this, please come on the show.
I'm sorry. So the religion thing, the reason why before I even finish the clues, the entire Christian community were coming at me and saying, you have not addressed God. You're dancing around this. You have to address this. It's like, okay. So I did a clue called They Are Hiding God. And that's what I went into. And immediately the Christian community latched on to flat Earth and applied it to the Bible, and they went through with a fine-tooth comb. There's a wonderful website out there called testingtheglobe.com by a guy named Rob Skiba, and they all came back and they said, yeah, it's a flat Earth book with the exception of one verse, and one verse only. And as you know, the Bible is kind of thick, a lot of verses in there. One verse, Isaiah 40:22, which says, he who sitteth upon the circle of the earth. But in the ancient Hebrew, circle is not ball, it's not sphere, it's not globe. It's completely different. If you're a pastor, and I've seen this now over the last few years, the pastor gets up, you are scared to death to go to your congregation. That's got to be the toughest one ever, and say, oh yeah, by the way, we're going back to flat. The backlash would be amazing. There are mega churches that are thrown our people out because they talk about it openly in their small group meetings. So, and you can't, they're holding on to Isaiah 40:22 like it's got veto power over everything. I don't know, like Genesis, the firmament, separating the waters above and the waters below. The Werner von Braun, on his headstone in the cemetery, it's the year he was born, the year he died, and it says Psalms 19:1. I didn't know it's Psalms 19:1. I had to look it up. You know what it says? And the firmament shows his handiwork. It's like, wow, that's kind of cool. It's like, why would you say that, Werner? I'm sorry,
yeah,
Werner. That's a weird one. Joshua, the story of how Joshua asked God to hold the sun in the sky for an extra day so he could slay more enemies. Well, that's way easier to do if you're just pitting paws on the sky. Trying to do that with a solar system, that'd turn into a nightmare. The second coming, where everyone's supposed to see him simultaneously. That doesn't work on a ball. And I got into an argument with a guy on a radio show who called in and says, well, no, anyone's on the other side of the globe will have to see him through a cell phone. It's like, really? That's your argument? Because Jesus is going to be seen, really, second coming, you're going to view it through a cell phone? Really? I mean, I'm sure some people will. But anyway, the point was they all came back, the same thing, your religion question, and they all came back and said, yeah, it's a flat earth book. And immediately the community, they were integrated into where we have conference, well, we did before last year. We had conferences that were dedicated Christian flat earth conferences, which I couldn't even attend because I wasn't Christian enough. I was not, burning with the fire.
But isn't that cool, though, that don't you feel, I'm not trying to tell you how to feel, sorry, but I think it's cool that you've inspired this other group of people who have a shared reality or shared belief with you, but kind of take it in their own direction. I think that's beautiful. Yeah,
no, it's cool. No, don't get me wrong. I just never, it was one of those things I did not look for. I had a discussion with somebody recently where they said, well, in social media, you should be proud of this. I go, yeah, but in social media, first off, the people who are doing social media are usually much, much younger. And that's what they set out to do. I mean, TikTok was invented and Instagram and Snapchat to cultivate this very, under 25-year-old market. And I didn't want to do this. All I wanted to do was answer some questions. And I was asking the internet to help me. Now, great that it turned into this weird multi-tentacle thing that has now become way bigger than I ever thought it would be.
Yeah, and that's awesome, man. I just got to say, I think that is so cool because I just fucking love weird ideas. And I think that we should proliferate weird ideas because the universe is weird, man. None of this makes sense. It's nuts. This is a strange existence that we are participating in. And I think that, the great thing about the internet is you can get your weird ideas out there.
Yeah, and most of the stuff doesn't resonate, but some stuff does. And the producers are quick to tell you about lightning in a bottle, which is you don't know. You do not. There are so many stories in the media world where, there was a great, if you ever follow The Simpsons, the season 4, I believe, where the I didn't do it kid, where Bart became
back when The Simpsons was good.
Yeah, back when The Simpsons was good in season 4, where Krusty was just about ready to push him out of the studio and face first into the gutter. Right? He was going to tell him, it's like you absolutely do not have. He was going to say it right what it takes, and as he's pushing him out the door, all these photographers says, look, it's the I didn't do it kid, right? And they're and it's like, and he immediately grabs him back and he says, I own him and all his subsidiary rights. and that was the beginning of the show. Yeah. But you don't know. And so in this case, I honestly, people say, oh, you did it for the fame and the money and the girls and the drugs and the rock and roll lifestyle. It's like, yeah, okay, first off, that doesn't happen. And second,
what's interesting is that kind of seems like why Matt Boylan does it, and I gotta say
exactly
that's kind of what I gotta say from watching. I watched some of his videos in preparation for this interview, and of course I saw him in the documentary. And that guy seems like I wouldn't invite him to be on this show.
He was an actor.
I invite you to be on this show because you seem like somebody who's like articulate and polite and nice and smart, and you just want to talk about this thing that you believe in. And I love that. He seems like, this was my idea, man. I came up with it, and blah,
oh my God!
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna reel this. Let me take that back a little bit because he seems like he's not well.
He isn't well.
He seems like he's off, and
I felt bad for him when it was really weird dealing with Matt because every producer wanted to talk to him because he is fascinating on camera. He's an artist. His paintings are amazing.
Yes, they are. I saw some of his work and it's incredible.
However, as you know, with artists, it usually comes at a price.
Well, Genius and Madness are
there's some madness there, thing. And no question. But at the same time, I'm sorry, real short. His goal wasn't the rock and roll lifestyle. His goal was the freaking. Not even David Koresh. It was Jim Jones type of lifestyle. He wanted to buy an island somewhere and populate it with a harem and, plant fruit trees and like give sermons and have him, do monologues every night. And he is so, he fled Canada. He was in Hollywood for a while. He was did a little acting. and didn't really break out. And then just kind of, I don't know, just went back to Canada and fell apart. And what was ironic about it was, I did my first interviews because he wouldn't do them. That part of the documentary was absolutely true. He was like, no press. I was like, whatever, And so what do you think they did? They asked me, it's like, hey, you want to talk about this? And by the time they came back around to him, we figured out he actually couldn't do interviews. He couldn't hold a conversation. He was just so freaking out there. He was absolutely convinced that what we're talking on now is being monitored constantly. And if there was even a flicker.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got that video in the documentary where he's saying that you're a Warner Brothers executive, you're an actor, and this is all,
Well, part of that was an act. I've got the emails. I saved them from 2015 where there was another guy that wasn't included in the movie because he's anti-Semitic. And Matt wrote me and he says, okay, you are going to be with Eric and I, and we're going to call the shots and you're just going to be the workhorse, or we're going to discredit you. And it's like, what? I don't even know you guys. It's like, why are you asking me to do things? Like, who the hell are you? Who's Eric? And so, yeah, and it was just freaking bizarre. So anyway.
That is bizarre.
It was a weird, trust me when I say this, the producers that were swimming around for the television show, they were asking, it's like, well, is there any drama within the community? I go, is there drama? I go, you wouldn't, because so many shows you have to build in the drama. I mean, because it's just boring. And Flat Earth is like, no, this thing is way too volatile. You've got camps that are, which is why I mentioned the Scottish Highlands. As we have clans that are just raging against each other, which is why, again, the Monty Python, it just came to mind when I'm so glad they used that clip in the movie. If you remember the Life of Brian, where he drops the shoe and such brilliant writing by Monty Python, where everyone's trying to decipher the meaning of the drop shoe and religions form right there on the sidewalk. And it's like, that's us. That is it. That is us. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what can happen when you have a powerful new idea that shapes someone's experience of reality. And I'll say that from a magician's standpoint, that what I believe magic is, and of course I believe that magic is real. I use magic all the time. It's just not what people think it is. Magic is when you create an internal change in yourself, when you change your own beliefs, and then by doing so, you change the exterior world. Because when your beliefs change, the way you see and experience reality, you can attest to that.
I agree. Absolutely agree.
All right, Mark. Well, that's about all the time that we've got for today. Thank you so much for being on the show. Yeah, it's getting.
Hey, can I mention one more thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
If anyone wants to look into the virtual reality side of things, there's two big experiments that I highly recommend. One of is the obvious double slit experiment.
Yes.
Because we have been trying to do that in the computer world. We only noticed that in the computer world. This is what we are doing.
And that's also one of the experiments that really points to, my belief that we are creating our experience of reality. Yeah. Consciousness interacts with whatever this is, the simulation, the dream, whatever you want to call it, reality, right? Your consciousness is interacting with it. We are a part of the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that one. And the other one, which you should look into, I almost guarantee you haven't seen it, although you're pretty smart. Maybe you have. It's called Neuroscience versus Free Will. Have you heard of this?
Is that a documentary? I haven't seen that one.
No, but it's been on several television shows, and science does not like talking about it at all, even though they were the ones that came up with it, which was, I'll describe it really fast. Scientists, of course, hook up electrodes to your head, put you in front of a computer, and they say, okay, you're going to pick a number between 1 and 9 or whatever it is. And, we're going to watch your brain waves, right? And then they did a secondary part of the experiment was, okay, note the time that you decided to pick the number before you hit it on the keypad. Usually it was within a fraction of a second. It's like, okay, think of a number between 1 and 9. Okay, 4. Where it got weird was, and maybe you've heard the rumors of this, but it's absolutely true, which is they couldn't tell you, of course, we're not good enough to tell you what number you picked. They could tell when you made the decision to pick that number 8 seconds before you picked the number. Okay.
That's very interesting.
Well, it's really interesting. So if I say pick a number between 1 and 9 and you say 4. Yeah, well, we knew that. We knew when you were going to pick that 8 seconds ago. That's impossible. You can't know the number 8 seconds. I mean, I was, because nothing's faster than the speed of thought, right? Once a thought is generated, you can't look before I decided to do it. 8 seconds is a long time. And the reason why science hates it, which is why there's a wiki entry on it. Look it up if you get a chance, called Neuroscience versus Free Will, because the whole thing screams predestination, which science does not like, which is,
I have my own thoughts about that. Yeah. But
maybe we're not living in a virtual reality necessarily. Maybe we're living in a virtual movie. Bear with me for 1 second. If you want to edit this part out, you can, which is, it's something I've always wondered. It's kind of like it's not very efficient to live in an open-ended virtual reality. What's way more efficient is that if you make the major decisions ahead of time and then you block the memory before those decisions were made. If you get what I mean. So
yes,
and
totally get it.
So it's kind of like watching, those stupid kids that'll record video game playthroughs on YouTube, and then the lazy kids, they'll just watch the playthrough and instead of actually playing the game in itself. Well, think of the resources you're not using when you're watching that. You're just watching a tiny little film of a guy playing the video game. But the illusion is that you're watching the game in real time. But it's not in real time at all. Everything's completely pre-recorded. So anyway, that is one of those things for me that absolutely screams. You tie that in with other stuff. Again, virtual reality for me.
I'll tell you what, Mark. About a decade ago, I was sitting in a car with my buddy, and we were smoking pot. We were in California, and we're just getting high. And this is, again, like I said, I've been interested in occultism since I was a teenager. But it wasn't a spiritual religious experience for me. But I was always agnostic. I always thought, I don't know. I'm not going to say I don't believe or I believe. I just don't know, right? So I'm sitting in the car with my buddy, by the way, and we're just smoking this incredibly good weed. And this is one of the moments that was crystallizing for me. And then I started to realize, what is all this stuff, right? And I started to ask, we're getting high, and I'm just asking questions like, what is time, man? And, what is reality? But one of the things that popped into my mind that stuck with me, and again, this is over a decade ago, and it never left my mind, is what if you're not living your life right now? What if you're remembering it?
There you go. Yeah, again, the difference between the electrochemical difference between an actual event and a strong memory of the event are almost identical, which is why I feel I got newfound respect for Vietnam vets and war vets that suffer. Vietnam vets, they swear they hear helicopters. Oh no, they probably are.
They hear them. Literally, they hear them. Yeah. And this is. I mean, we could talk for hours about this, getting into what is reality, because reality is what your brain says it is. You live inside of a holographic simulation of a story that your brain is telling itself. I mean, that's pretty much how the mechanism works. And we're starting to really know that and look at the implications of it.
Yep.
It's beyond fascinating. And when you take it to that level, then to me, that's immediately when I said, well, if that's what's going on, then all bets are off. And, you could, Mark, from my point of view, I could live on a round earth or a spherical earth, and you could live on a flat earth, and we could still be having this conversation.
True.
Because we're decoding the simulation in completely different ways, or your programming is different than my programming. And that's not to say that we are machines. I don't believe that. I'm just using these words so people can understand what I'm talking about.
Right.
I don't believe that we are simulated in that sense. I'm going to believe that we're real and that you're a real person, right? But what is real? That's what I'm
there
saying.
You go.
Yeah.
So said Morpheus.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It was an enjoyable conversation. I liked it more than most of my interviews. So thanks.
Yeah, awesome. Me too. I mean, this is great, man. Thank you so much for doing it. This show for me, I want this show to go on. I try to do one episode a week, which is hard for me. I have a young son, and I've got a day job, and I'm new at this. And you were inspirational to me in that, I do have all these weird ideas. And even though my ideas are spiritual and it's astrology and tarot, this is very normal stuff for millions of people. It's still hard for me to get out there and just say, hey, guess what? This is what I believe. It takes bravery to do that, especially when people are going to look at you and laugh.
Peer pressure is a powerful thing. It's why I do not read the comments in the chat and the thing. I just stay away from it. Don't feed the trolls. Seriously, there's so many thousands and thousands of comments out there. I want to sleep at night like the next person, So, I mean, if I read even half of the stuff that's out there, I'd probably be curled up in a fetal position with a bottle. It's like,
Yeah,
oh
for
God,
sure.
make the bad man stop.
Yeah, but I mean, you just got to get to that point where you realize that when people have the need to be, a jackass or be mean or anything like that, or just, all those people out there who have a YouTube channel dedicated to proving you wrong, they all owe you a big thank you for making their YouTube channel possible.
Oh, no. Believe me when people say, well, these channels, they've got hundreds of thousands of subscribers and they're railing against flat earth. I go, I wish I had 1,000 more channels just like that. People don't, and I have told them, I go, all you're doing is you're shooting wooden arrows into a bonfire. From a distance, it looks like you're doing something. But all you're doing is adding wood to the fire.
That's a good one. I'm going to steal that. That's great.
It's true. The metrics, you're just helping the metrics. That's all you're. And I tell them they don't care. They just keep making videos like, all right.
And what I notice is that the more I open up and really say, like, look, this is what I believe. I'm not just saying what if. I'm saying I have beliefs and, this is what they are. The more I open up and do that, then the more of a positive response I get from people. And of course, there's more haters out there too. But then you really meet, in order to meet your tribe, like the people who get you, you've also got to encounter your haters. I think that's just part of the process.
Right on.
So Mark, there was one more thing I want to do if you're open to it.
Sure.
And have you ever had a tarot reading?
No, I haven't.
Would you like one?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. This is the Wild Unknown Tarot by Kim Krantz. This is my favorite deck. So there's two ways, well, there's several ways, but two kind of general ways that this could work. Number one, you could ask a general question. I think it's smart to avoid yes or no questions. Tarot is a tool for introspection and for, kind of gives complicated answers. Or I could just kind of do a reading on you and what's going on with you right now, and you don't have to ask anything.
Let's just do a reading on me.
Okay. It's kind of a general, I call it an aura reading. One. Yeah. Can I ask you, Mark, what's your sign?
Taurus. In fact, I just had my birthday. It was on April 24th.
Well, happy birthday.
Getting old. 11 a.m. in Seattle. Firstborn. Doctors thought there were 3 6s on my head, but it turns out there were 3 9s. So I think I'm okay.
Okay, so I've got 3 cards for you here, Mark, and it's actually, this is an interesting reading. I won't post this if you don't want me to. I can cut it off. But
no, you can post it.
Because, all right, well, I'm going to tell you your 3 cards are the 3 of Cups.
Ooh.
The Lovers.
Was that three swans?
2.
Nice.
And the 9 of Wands. So this is a very clear reading to me. So I have to ask you, Mark, are you on the verge of a relationship with somebody right now?
I'm always on the verge of a relationship with somebody, but it never seems to happen. It's weird that you would ask that. I call my social life the mystery square dance.
So I'm going to tell you what I see right here, okay? Because I'll lay out both these 3 cards. The 3 of Cups is the card of good company. It's the card of I'm with my people who I love and they love me, and this is like your best friends or the people who you love in life. It's the card of spending time with them. Your second card is the Lovers. Now this card speaks directly to relationships most of the time, right? This card is saying that there's somebody that you feel very affectionate towards that's in your life right now and is on your mind right now, because what's going to come out of the cards is what's on your mind right now. And then the last card you pulled is the 9 of Wands, and the 9 of Wands signifies that you're almost there. You're you're almost there. It's so close you can feel it, and what you've been working for is going to come to fruition. So how do you feel about that reading?
Awesome. No, honestly, that's great. Especially, that's all 3 perfect. The first one, the community is for me is always on my mind. The second one is kind of bittersweet because, again, what's the old saying? Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. I have been close to I've had some great relationships in my life, but I've always been close to having the ultimate relationship, and it just never happens because the universe treats me like I'm in a square dance, where all of a sudden it's like, just see do and turn your partner, and you turn your partner and they're gone. And that's it. And I've never been married, never had kids. But the thing is, I've never even been close. That's the weird part.
And what this reading is telling me is that you're very close. That this has been a long trek for you, and that this is something you really want and is on your mind. And again, I'm not, we can talk. If you don't want me to post this, I won't, because I know.
No, that's fine.
Tarot readings can get very personal very fast. That's one of the incredible things about tarot.
The other thing, as far as getting close to, for me, the big love in my life has always been not necessarily an objective truth, but something I've been driving for the last 6 years with this, which is trying to find the answer, the answer to where we are. Why are we here? Is it what I think it is? Is it something completely different? Do we get the big reveal? And that was sometimes I call it the 100th monkey effect, which, is an interesting
the 100 monkey
concept.
Experiment. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I've been waiting, do we get to that tipping point? But yeah.
And that's kind of like an experiment that demonstrates that there is a collective consciousness, that there is a psychic connection, between species. That I find that the 100 monkey experiment, if you're listening out there and you're not aware of it, look it up. It's really cool.
Oh yeah. And science denies it all day long. It's like, look, I hate it when science denies stuff that they were the ones that came up with it.
Yeah, as I said, that's a science experiment.
Yeah, it's like you did. It's like, no, it's a myth. It's like, really, because it sounds like exactly like something we would do. That every experiment sounds like exactly something we would do. So no, those are good. And I'm hoping. I hope for the best. I prepare for the worst. And always when I go to sleep at night, that's one of those things I wish for. I hear you, man. And I think that's, one of the beautiful things about tarot is it'll always pull from a person's energy field. Like tarot is, my explanation of how tarot works is that I'm allowing my spirit guides to communicate with your spirit guides and to send a message to you through the cards directly from your own spirit guides. And that's what I do for a living. And, cool.
I can tell that this is something that's on your mind a lot, that this is kind of like, something that you are hoping for and looking for in life. And I can relate. And you're almost there, man. You're almost there. You can see that this card, the 9 of Wands, is a stairway.
Oh, I didn't notice
a long stairway with, and at the end of it is the moon.
Very
and
cool.
It signifies, this is something you've been working for, and walking up this stairway for a long, long time, kind of thinking, when's this going to happen for me? And it looks to me like it's going to happen for you.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
awesome.
No problem. My pleasure. Man. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mark. It's been really great meeting you. It's been a great conversation.
Thanks.
Thank you again for being on the show, and let's keep in touch.
All right.
Talk to you later, man. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for checking out this episode of the Order of Chaos podcast. If you would like to book a private tarot reading with me, you can do so at www.theorderofchaosmagic.com. If you enjoyed the show and would like more, please consider subscribing on Patreon, where you will find my blog, a private Discord community, monthly tarot packages, and more.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No, we get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
So need some of me energy drink. Hold up, need a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, need a little bit of me energy drink. Hold up.
Some Red Bull or something. Yeah.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east and went poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical of our view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
It's right, yeah. It's right, yeah. It's right, yeah.
We the best music, music.
It's right, yeah.
Another one.
It's right, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Can have gas pressure and less contained. Cause ain't gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it till I smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog. C-top less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements. They can go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudges that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the EFP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
like, why, when you got my case for like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, you know, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is the gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would would they lie? Why 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 would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. How can I help it, bro? Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for and nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine boy, scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the dot of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground. To say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
People of the internet, welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we are debating Flat Earth, and we are starting right now. I am Kaz, host of the Atheist Edge, and we have Witsit Gets It versus Delcos. Tonight, each person is going to get 10 minutes for their opening statement and 40 minutes for their open discussion, and then 35 minutes of Q&A. So I believe Del is going to be going first, Del. So at your first word, I will start your timer. The floor is all yours.
Oh, all right. So I was going to start off with a diagram, but my computer does not want to share that screen onto here, so we're not going to do that. Instead, I think we're going to take an approach that I've never heard before. I don't know. I've listened to a few Flat Earth debates in preparation of this. Let me try my notes. And so there's an interesting question I've never heard anyone ask, which is why would it be flat and we would pretend it's a globe? So something that I teach people and myself I use to debunk whatever is you don't think about it as in, can I find evidence for it? You think of it in the sense of, what would the world look like if this was a true, real thing? And so you basically go from the bottom up, right? And so you start at flat Earth, and you imagine we have a flat Earth, the Earth's flat. If they were trying to hide that, if that was a conspiracy or whatever, for whatever reason, why would you come up with a ball as the answer to your conspiracy, right? Why would you come up with space and you would put all this effort in? Because if I was a big evil person in charge, no matter what I was trying to hide, whether it was extra land or whatever, God thing doesn't work because most people are religious, so that's a non-starter. But if I was trying to hide something like that, I wouldn't come up with this whole, guys, we live on a ball that spins, and then we're going to build thousands of industries that also utilize these facts every day. That's silly. You would just say something like, well, across the ice wall is super radioactive. You can't go there. Problem solved. You can stop. There's no expiration. Everybody believes you anyway. You're like, there you go. So from the get-go, it's fairly goofy. I don't have any other words besides goofy. I don't know if this is a family-friendly stream, but coming from that point of view of a fresh person, it's like I don't even see why you would make the Earth flat, right? If you're trying to hide, you could check Antarctica for yourself. You could take a boat, you can go around it. You don't need to go on it. You can just sail around it and just keep it in view. And if it's giant, you're gonna notice, wow, guys, we've been sailing for like a while and we've still not reached the end of this ice wall, right? But no, we can go around it. You don't need a permit to go around it when it's in view. You can use binoculars, a telescope, whatever, and just circle around it. There's no need to go in it. So yeah, that's just, it would be interesting to have that addressed, because I feel that all the flat earth arguments have already been, the science ones are already been repeated again and again. And it's an old debate, if that makes sense. There's no real new ground to tread on that. So I guess the question would be for this is, why would it be flat? Why would we come up with this whole thing, right? So I make autonomous inertial compensation for bipedal locomotion platforms. We were in the RoboCup 2014 for the full size, which are like 4 foot tall. I have part of it back there, way back there. This is the garage, sorry. And they use things like gravity not only for compensating for downward forces, but also side to side, which is not density because it's not bidirectional, or, well, it's down, right? If it was density and buoyancy, it would be going like that, but it also applies, right, side to side. So that's also something that needs to be addressed. But the main thing I'm interested in hearing about is, why would you come up with a globe concept to hide a flat Earth for whatever reason? The reason is, it's not necessary. We're assuming there are people in charge hiding the shape of the Earth for God, money, Jesus, whatever. Why would they choose this shape? Why would you have companies? I think Sony actually in a few months is releasing microsatellites that you yourself can pay to have time on and do whatever. You can take pictures. I think for a certain price they let you send up your own. I would use a CubeSat for that, but that's not relevant. The point is, you can use it to take pictures yourself of whatever you want. It's, there's all these thousands of different things that rely on this, and it's very silly if this was a conspiracy to go, we're not only going to make this completely weird, because the geometry is not the same at all. We're not only going to do that, we're going to make it so that we use it constantly for everything. And not only that, we're going to permit private companies to go explore it. And I guess in the flat earth view, pretend to go do that. So they're just burning their own money because they're private companies. I guess maybe they're in on it, but they can't be bribed. You're not going to bribe Musk. He has more money than God. What are you going to tell him? So I don't understand that. That's also very silly. But I think the main point here is the shape. Why would you say it's flat if it's not flat, right? If you're trying to cover up whatever, why would you use a flat Earth for that? Why would you use a globe Earth for that? And I think that's about all I got on that. Got 4 minutes left. I don't know if I can hand those over.
You can hand it over if you like. That's fine.
Yeah,
okay,
I can do that.
Great. Okay, we'll go ahead and kick it over to Austin for his 10-minute opening statement. Austin, the floor is all yours. It's your first word.
All right, how's it going? Let me go over here and show my slideshow, and I'm gonna share it if that's cool. All right, cool. That was cool, man. We'll get into it. So we were all told that the Earth is a ball that's moving through space. That's a bit exaggerated, of course, but anyway. So the question is the Earth moving? I wanted to throw this in here. This is hilarious to me. There's a quote from Einstein: "The gift of fantasy has meant more to me than my talent for observing or absorbing positive knowledge." And that's because the heliocentric model is a fantasy, hence why it changes every couple of days. But another quote from him: "I never made one of my discoveries through the process of rational thinking." What is it about cosmology that would completely dismiss rationale? I don't know. That seems weird. I covered this the last time. I'm going to kind of breeze through this part, but this is the infamous Michelson-Morley. It's called the most famous failed experiment in history. It showed actually that the Earth wasn't moving. So to answer one of your questions, why would they stick to this idea of space and all that? Well, it's called the cosmological principle, which is the idea that the Earth cannot occupy a special or unique position in the universe. If it does, of course, that has serious philosophical implications. So they came up with a whole new physics that space is the fourth dimension and stuff been in warp, but you can't tell, blah, blah, blah. Here's him talking about it. Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. Though the Earth is revolving around the sun, it's him admitting he believes it but can't prove it. Here he is also saying that you can't use any terrestrial experiments to do that. And every attempt to try to detect the orbit of the Earth was negative result. Here is another quote I found recently from him. And I think it's funny because people get really triggered when I bring up quotes. I don't know why. I'm just like articulating the position that you guys hold. Anyway, but when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot, I guess, Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. So according to the current paradigm, we're actually tilted, wobbling, gyrating, spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space, but everything takes place as if it was at rest. So if someone can't actually absorb that that's what they believe, it puts me in this weird, awkward position where I have to defend, or you have to argue with you about what you believe. We can't even get to the actual substance of the conversation. So hopefully we can surpass that tonight. Here's an infamous observation. It's called the Black Swan. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away. The camera was just over the water. You see the horizons beyond the furthest platform there, almost 10 miles away, which would require a radius of 264,000 miles. It's just weird. I mean, people just say the word refraction. They don't understand it. They don't know what terrestrial fraction is or how we guide it. They just say it. They just say a word. It's like a religion, like you get words and phrases and you chant them from the stands and then you pass around the donation plate. Anyway, here is a first radio transmission sent across the Atlantic Ocean. Marconi, they told him that he wouldn't be able to send it more than 200 miles because the curvature of the Earth would block it. He actually sent it 2,200 miles successful, the first transmission, using a horizontal propagation over the ocean. Since then, we've actually done them, and even he did them as far as 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles, horizontal propagation. The curvature of the Earth should have blocked it at 200 miles. Super awkward. People also say, why doesn't Witsit ever bring flat Earth evidence? That's what this is. So pay attention to this part, please. Instead of just saying I didn't bring evidence, let's pay attention to the positive evidence that I'm putting forth here instead of just hand waving it. It's awkward. All right, so plane survey data, right? So plane surveying is a survey in which the Earth's surface is assumed to be a plane.